Friendship and Forgiveness, an Elizabeth and Darcy story, written by Timothy Underwood, narrated by Virginia Ferguson. Chapter 1. Rule, Britannia, rule the waves. Britons never will be slaves. Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam sang loudly, and so far off key that he could have been trying to break into someone's house, directly into Darcy's delicate ear as he waved a jug of porter high in the air. Lips pressed tight together, Darcy focused. His entire world became the stick, the cue ball, and the red ball. With an indrawn breath, Colonel Fitzwilliam began the next lines. The nations not so blessed as thee must in their turns to tyrants fall. Darcy sank into a reverie. He imagined the cue stick was a gun. The ball he would hit was the bullet, and the red ball that he wanted to knock into the pocket was Wickham's head. Crack! Rule, Britannia, rule. Damnation, by Jupiter himself! How do you keep your hand so steady? Darcy permitted himself a small smirk as he stepped back and rubbed a piece of white chalk over the tip of his cue. Setting his drink on the rim of the table, Colonel Fitzwilliam lined up his own shot. He potted the white off a complicated shot where he'd clearly hoped to put both the red and white in. With a groan, he picked his porter up again. Still fall back. A loud and happy voice intruded into their game. Upon my honour! Darcy! Fancy seeing you here. Proper rain pelting outside, isn't it? Darcy felt a decided happiness as he saw Charles Bingley's beaming countenance approach him and Colonel Fitzwilliam. Darcy leaned his cue stick against their club's billiard table and stretched his hand out to shake his friend's hand. Bingley's honest delight to see him made the shadows in Darcy's mood fly away, if only for the brief present. The meeting earlier this day with Mr. Wickham had left Darcy in a surly mood. But despite the differences in their characters, time with Bingley always transformed Darcy into a lighter and more sociable form of himself. My friendly fellow, Colonel Fitzwilliam said to Bingley, what are you doing in London in this part of the year? Weather's not too bad. Bingley wiped sweat off his brow. It is too bad, Colonel Fitzwilliam said, but beside the point. Would you poke Darcy on the shoulder as he pulls back to take his next shot? Bingley glanced between them and then at the felt-covered table. Losing, Fitzwilliam? Hardly. I merely have reached the stage of the game where I must resort to unconventional stratagems. Ah, in that case, certainly. Bingley, Darcy said warningly, but he was unable to keep a smile of amusement out of his voice. His friend extended out one finger and poked him twice in the shoulder, grinning as he did. Do not. Of course not. Bingley's eyes were full of mischief. Darcy shook his head and picked the stick up again, preparing to take his shot. He was stiff and ready for the poke, and after he lined up a shot, he pulled back and went as though he were to take the shot, but he did not strike the ball. No poke on the shoulder. He glanced at Bingley, who held his hands out wide with a very innocent expression. Colonel Fitzwilliam grinned. With a sigh, Darcy turned back and tried to convince him that he was about to take the shot once more. Failure. He then lined the shot up seriously, thinking about the angles. This one would be a bit of a difficult one to take. Lined up like that, potting the red would be easy, but if he got the touch just right, the cue ball would also bounce into the opposite pocket. He pulled back and... Poke! Bingley! His friend and his cousin laughed uproariously as the ball bounced against the green side of the table and then up and off, landing on the floor with a loud clack. Very good form, very good, Colonel Fitzwilliam chortled, eagerly taking up his stick. Now close enough to even that I'm certain to take the match. Darcy tried to glare at Bingley, with all the force of position provided by his imposing height, but his friend's innocent look won the day. "But say, greatest news," Bingley said as Colonel Fitzwilliam lined up his shot. "I've just taken the lease of an estate. Precise neighbourhood I wished. Netherfield. Just 3 miles from the estate of my father's old business partner, Mr. Bennet. Deuced good bit of luck that it went to let. Lizzie wrote straight out to Caroline soon as the baronet announced. I went up to see it just yesterday. The agent showed me round. We agreed on terms, shook, and I'm back in town to sign the papers." "Very quick decision." Colonel Fitzwilliam made his shot, and Darcy grimaced as the ivory balls clacked against each other. The points were now running against him. "So you are thinking of buying an estate next to where this Mr. Bennet bought his?" "Oh, no," Bingley replied. "Mr. Bennet always owned the estate, or at least after his father died. His family has held Longbourn for generations." "Is it a decently sized place?" Bingley nodded. 2,000 a year or so." Colonel Fitzwilliam whistled and laughed. "I would like an estate of 2,000 a year. By Zeus, I think I approve of this fellow. Going into business, even though he had the income to maintain his place as a gentleman." Bingley chuckled at Colonel Fitzwilliam's idiosyncratic swearing by Zeus, the Greek name rather than the Latin Jove. "Not a finer fellow in England than Mr. Bennet. He was a second father to me, and his children were my other siblings." This was a matter that Darcy had discussed with Bingley a few times before. He made a shot that was not quite up to his usual standard. As he stepped back, Darcy said, "I can neither understand nor approve of a gentleman who went into trade when he had an estate he ought to have managed." He held up his hand as Bingley began to defensively reply. "It is singular and odd, and rather disreputable, even if the man was driven by an eccentric desire to design and build machines more than the hope of building a fortune. His place was still with his estate." Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. "This has the sound of an old argument. He liked to design machines? Nothing wrong with a gentleman scientist." "Yes, but—" Darcy then shrugged. "I do not know the man, and judgments from general principles often break down when the details are known." "Well, you ought to meet Mr. Bennet," Bingley exclaimed with sincere enthusiasm. "And Meryton is as fine a friendly place as possible. Darcy, I will have you visit. You are invited to stay as long as you wish. A year, if you would like." "What about me?" Colonel Fitzwilliam pouted. "You as well. 10 years even. Won't you get tired of our company?" "Of friends? Never. My lease is only for 2 years, though." Darcy ignored the conversation as Bingley spoke happily about the neighbourhood and about how close his family had been with the Bennets when they were children. There was mention of the beauty of the 5 daughters he'd grown up with as sisters, and the substantial size of their dowries. Crack! Another fine shot. 3 points. Colonel Fitzwilliam cursed at seeing it. "Devil take it!" As Richard prepared to make his shot, Bingley grinned and said, "Come now, Darcy. I'll expect an answer from you on this. Stay for 6 months." "I'll have business elsewhere." Bingley laughed. "You know what I mean. A proper long stay. You've hosted me at Pemberley so many times. Give me a chance to fete you properly." "Where is this?" "In Hertfordshire. Mere 25 miles from the capital." His cousin made his shot and then took a swallow from the porter. "Now, can you match that?" But what are you doing in London?" Bingley asked joyfully. Darcy turned back to the table silently to hide his frown. Images of Wickham's handsome, smiling face as he sneered at them, but promised he would not say a word about Georgiana's indiscretion. The rooms that Mrs. Young was now managing, Darcy believed that she had settled in an exceedingly dilapidated bordello. She'd also promised to never say anything in response to their threats. The task was managed, except for Georgiana's melancholy, and his own helpless anger at her, at Wickham, at himself. He imagined that he'd permitted himself to challenge the cur to a duel. His pistol was aimed directly at Wickham's eye. Pull the trigger. Crack. Zeus, Darcy! It is unfair that you could make such shots. Colonel Fitzwilliam pounded the jar of porter several times on the table, and then drained the last of it. Bingley, I must have you poke him again. His next shot. It will be the last of the game. I've aided you as far as I will. The victory is up to you. Richard groaned and shot quickly. He was now up by 1 point, which Darcy could easily match. He did so with a quick, efficient shot. Bingley clapped to see the end as they stepped away from the table, and Colonel Fitzwilliam exclaimed, Most annoying thing to play with you. I did the nearest to cheating, and you still took the game. You did cheat, Darcy replied chirpily. I did nothing. It was entirely Mr. Bingley's doing. An unconventional stratagem. It is my view, Darcy replied, that any good player shall be prepared to achieve victory, even against those whose preference is for unconventional stratagems. Richard laughed. Wellington would like you. Well, Darcy? Bingley returned to his chief point. Are you to visit? 2 months. At least 2 months. I need such a visit to make recompense for your hospitality. And Caroline would be delighted. That was not, in fact, a point in the scheme's favour. While Darcy was wholly willing to admit that his friend's sister was a fine lady, with excellent taste, fine accomplishments, excellent figure, fine conversation, etc., etc., it was clear that she wished to catch him, and Darcy was in no mood to be caught. Certainly not by Caroline Bingley, who lacked something in his view. If he accepted Bingley's invitation, the pleasure of having a pretty young lady in the house would be offset by the need to keep said young lady from being encouraged or given hope by his actions, while still behaving towards her with the politeness due the sister of his dear friend. All of these thoughts went through Darcy's mind in an instant, as in one jumble felt more as an emotion than a set of words. Pemberley. Georgiana would not be there. After the scenes following her separation from Mr. Wickham, they decided she should spend the next month with Richard's parents. Those he loved dearest would not be at Pemberley this autumn, but those old memories of Wickham, the man who had been his closest friend when they were boys, would still be there. Darcy stuck his hand out to Bingley. 2 months. His friend shook it vigorously and whooped with delight. Chapter 2. Elizabeth Bennet squealed in glee as her best friend in the entire world, Caroline Bingley, bounded into the Longbourn drawing-room. The two girls embraced each other heartily. Caroline! I hadn't hoped to see you until tomorrow. Ages, decadal ages, Caroline replied, laughing and smiling. Now Charles is settled near you at Netherfield, we shall spend all our time together. No pauses, like when we were children. So saying, Caroline spun around. And my dress, the finest fashioned. You see how the sleeves have changed since we were in the season. The very height of fashion. Yellow dyed. Spanish wool. Not proper British made, Elizabeth laughed. It suits you very well. I owe you for that. I cannot believe it took so long for you to convince me that orange does not suit my complexion. Let me see you. At the order, Elizabeth spun around to show Caroline how she appeared, as she laughingly said, Not quite so fashionable as you. If only you spent more time in town. This next season you must stay with us 2 months entire. Oh, no. I can hardly take London in doses that are measured by words greater than weeks. So saying, Elizabeth studied Caroline. She looked happy and in good spirits, though the paleness of her friend, which resulted from Caroline's assiduous attention to avoiding damage to her milky white skin from the sun, had always struck Elizabeth as being on the edge of unhealthiness. Elizabeth had missed her. While they were devoted correspondents, posting reams and reams of paper when apart, the written word lacked the vividness and the intensity of life. Perhaps Elizabeth was still used to the way that they had always been looked after in the same room as children, playing together in the library of the Bennets' townhouse in Manchester, while Papa pored over his sketches and drawings of machines and engineering diagrams to improve the devices upon which the great fortune that he and Uncle Bingley, as Elizabeth had always known Caroline's father, were building. Caroline was quite as pretty as anyone Elizabeth knew, except, of course, Jane, and no one needed to despair over not reaching Jane in looks. Caroline made a fetching figure, clear alabaster skin, bright blue eyes, ample piles of papillote curls made out of her naturally straight auburn hair, a few artfully stray hairs falling around her cheeks, and a red-lipped smile. With a grin, Elizabeth predicted what Caroline would say to her. Caroline clucked like a motherly hen. Brown and freckled. Again! How many times must I recommend you not spend so much time in the sun, especially in the summer? You shall need to recommend many more times before I shall listen, Elizabeth replied with a dimpled smile. Oh, if only I could dimple like you do. I would die of happiness. Dimples will be all the rage next season, Lady Amelia told me. And your eyes, you are so pretty. It is a pity that you are always so unfashionably brown. If I had eyes like yours, Caroline sighed. You sly creature, Elizabeth laughed and made them both sit. Mrs. Hill brought in the tea and biscuits on the silver tray as they settled. I can only reply the truth, which is that every man will be your slave upon seeing you, and that with your complexion, which is a milky perfection, you shall never fear an empty slot upon your dance card. There, you succeeded in gaining your compliment. Caroline pushed her arm. No, it was not my aim. I do hope, though, that, well, the way that she trailed off significantly was amply informative between two such friends. Elizabeth exclaimed with high-pitched delight, Aha! There is a particular gentleman whose enslavement you hope to complete. I knew it from your letters. Caroline blushed. I can only hope. Now, who is it? No, let me guess. Do not guess, I beg you. Elizabeth pouted. I shall simply tell you. But I'm so scared when I think about it, as I can hardly determine his sentiments towards me. If he is not a fool, he will see that you like him, and then, as the natural consequent, he will like you. Oh, do you think? I wish... Caroline sighed and pressed her hand against her cheek. Yes, but he is so very handsome. He is quite feted everywhere he goes. But I am hopeful. Now, you told me not to guess, but I noted in your letters that you spoke of a certain friend of your brother's, whose estate you visited this summer in a particular way. Now, speak if I'm wrong. With a blush, Caroline said, I cannot hide anything from you. At least you must try if you hope to hide. Those references to Mr. D, and the praise you heaped upon his sister in your letters. I would have gone quite jealous of your affection had I not suspected the true cause. This Mr. D, he is to stay with Charles now that your brother is settled in Netherfield? Yes, for a month or two. At least 6 weeks is projected upon. Caroline hugged her arms and shivered. I am so nervous. I say the silliest things when I am in the room with him. And he is so certain, calm about everything. It is impossible to know what he thinks. Elizabeth laughed. Mr. Darcy, is that not the family name signified by the D? Yes. Caroline sighed longingly, as though all the happiness in the world was contained in that name. Elizabeth herself sighed, with the most minuscule and mild spot of jealousy. She was already past her 20th birthday, and she had yet to ever even fancy herself in love. Oh, Elizabeth had made the spinning acquaintance of her share of gentlemen to whom she had no objection to dancing once, or even twice in an evening, with men whose conversation entertained her, men with well-informed minds, well-mannered comportment, and well-exercised bodies. A dowry of £20,000 combined with a reasonable share of beauty and an enticing manner drew all manner of gentlemen, eligible and otherwise. She had seldom sat out a dance during those long nights last season that she spent in London, talking about nothing, and then more nothing, and then yet more nothing. It was amazing how young men with rank and breeding and education and even well-informed minds could so capably talk about nothing. She would have previously imagined that a Viscount C, the dearest friend of Lord F, who was the son of the Marquis of Exceedingly Dull, could have spoken interestingly on the topics that fascinated Elizabeth, matters scientific, political, historical, or even economical. None of these society gentlemen thought that such topics fell within the scope of feminine interest. Of course, they expressed some opinions with full confidence, opinions which Elizabeth could confidently say were oft better fitted for a village idiot than a peer of the realm. Caroline had loved the season. Elizabeth had not. Elizabeth's mind drifted as Caroline expounded at length upon Mr. Darcy's virtues. His fine estate with its rolling hills, excellent grazing land for sheep, and the finest park, including those of Blenheim and Chatsworth, that Caroline had ever seen. And his connections are the very best. An ancient fortune as well. 'Twas a lucky thing for us all that Charles fell into such a friendship with such a man. You know I care nothing for wealth, connection, or consequence, Elizabeth replied in a haughty voice before laughing at herself. You also know I am absurd, but true, honest, in every frank, hard, cold, and sweet-smelling fact. I detect no connection, close or otherwise, between how much I enjoyed conversation with a man and how closely related he is to the Duke of Dull, or the Marquis of Maudlin. That does not quite match. It is no synonym of dull, and I have not noticed marquises to be particularly maudlin. And so far as I know, you've not met any dukes to dull you. Elizabeth laughed. Yes, but every young gentleman who was introduced to me as the relation of a duke was dull. That cannot be true. What about Percy Montrose? He made you laugh, catching me in a mistake. What happened to friendship? Elizabeth wrinkled her nose. I'll confess Monty is funny, but only because I like his wife. And you shall like Mr. Darcy's Pemberley estate when you see it. A grand library over 2 stories, with a globe bigger than I am, and more than 5,000 volumes, and endless mossy stone pathways about the estate to get lost in. No finer estate in England than Pemberley. I only hope that Charles, when he purchases, will make an imitation of it. Elizabeth laughed. The estate of your gallant sounds a delight, and if you make success in landing him, I'll happily visit you, though the carriage trip was twice 2 days. I will count upon you. The 2 girls grinned at each other. Then Caroline sighed happily. "What is it like to be in love?" Elizabeth asked with a soft smile. "A terrifying delirium." "That does not sound pleasant," Elizabeth replied. "Oh, but it is. I can listen to him talk for hours about his estate, about the little things, the duties, the ways that he manages everything. He is such an active landowner. I've been reading books upon agriculture also. Sheep farming. A great sum of his wealth comes from that. I'll be a perfect wife when he chooses me. I say when because, it is what we say that determines what happens. I heard a fashionable vicar in London quite seriously tell us all, in a very fine sermon, that how we think about things determines what shall happen. If you fear that you will not be worthy of the man who you admire, then you will not be, and he will not see you. It is in the realms of the spirits. This is why one must always pray. I had considered it necessary to pray, as that was one's duty as a good Christian. Yes, but to be a good Christian is good because it makes one in tune with the angels instead of the devils. And if you place your thoughts in proper allegiance with them, then goodness will follow. That is what is meant by the fruits of the spirits." Elizabeth laughed. "I had never expected you to have heterodox opinions." "No," Caroline gasped, pressing her hands against her fine-boned cheeks. "That cannot be. This preacher is all the rage, the most fashionable in this year, the most fashionable of all the pulpits in town. He cannot be heterodox. Well then, I cannot argue if you say, 'I shall be Mr. Darcy's wife 10 times before you go to bed, and 10 more times before you do your toilette in the morning, and if you sincerely believe in what you say, then you shall marry him without any doubt.'" Caroline flushed with embarrassment, and she looked down. "Please, I beg you, Eliza, do not make fun. I know you treat all as a joke. I really like him." Elizabeth took her friend's hand and squeezed it. "My dear, dear, I then shall not joke. I do dearly love a laugh, but I love you more. I promise you anything I might do to help promote your case will be done." Caroline looked at Elizabeth with a glow in her eyes. "Your care always means a great deal to me." The next day, Elizabeth looked forward to the assembly ball that night with more than her usual interest. However, while she expected to see much of interest, and despite her eagerness to see the man who Caroline was waving and even wildly flinging her bonnet towards, and to do anything she might to promote the match, Elizabeth did not expect to like Mr. Darcy. She loved both Charles and Caroline dearly, but Charles could become the dearest friend of a rock, a babbling brook, or the worst sort of general misanthrope, and thus his approbation gave no information. As for Caroline's opinion, she was not, in Elizabeth's own opinion, the shrewdest judge of character. Chapter 3. The day he arrived at Netherfield, Darcy was obliged to already be social with the neighbourhood. He rather wished that he had not been compelled by politeness to attend the assembly ball with Bingley and his sisters. However, politeness was a curse that Fitzwilliam Darcy laboured under, and there was no conventional escape. He had arrived at Netherfield amply early in the day, and there was no honest basis on which he could plead exhaustion from the journey. Miss Bingley had proven already to be exactly what he'd expected her to be, a woman devoted to endlessly throwing herself in his path, and who wished to impress him by showing every way that she was dull, ordinary, and the same as every other girl educated in a fashionable seminary. Fine enough woman and all, pretty, well educated, sister of his friend, etc., etc., etc. All the right things, But were all the rest of the world but the two of them to disappear, he'd give serious thought to allowing the extinction of the human race rather than mating with her. The Meryton Assembly Ball was not an impressive building, but the rooms were large and spacious, and there was ample floor for the large number of couples already taking a turnabout. As soon as Bingley's party entered, a fine-looking woman of middle years, dressed in first-rate silk and thickly buttered with more lace than reason, accosted them. She threw her arms around Bingley's neck and exclaimed, "Charlie, my dear, dear Charlie, you missed the first dance. We were all very disappointed to miss you." Then more sedately she waved at Mrs. Hurst before also embracing Miss Bingley. "Little Lena, you look more the fine lady every time I see you. Such a handsome hairpiece. Lizzie told me how you had schemed upon it." "You must be Mr. Darcy." This remark rather struck Darcy unpleasantly. He knew his manners to be reserved, and this sort of excess of exuberance in greeting someone, even a close friend, hinted of vulgarity. Bingley blushed and smiled. "Let me introduce my friend to you, Mr. Darcy. Mrs. Bennet, I've told you that she was nearly a mother to me. And Mrs. Bennet, this is Mr. Darcy of Pemberley, a fine big fancy place in Derbyshire. He was my dearest friend at university." He bowed as stiffly as he could. The woman detected no coldness, and took no reserve from his reserved manner. She laughed and smiled. "Lord, but I am delighted to meet you. Bingley always sung your praises. But heavens, even so I could not expect you to be so tall. Allow me to introduce my daughters to you, or those of them that are here. Kitty and Jane are at the dance already. Lizzie?" She looked around and hallooed to a girl who was saying something to Miss Bingley while they both looked at him. "Come here, Lizzie." Miss Elizabeth was a fine-looking woman, with excellent eyes and a light and pleasing figure. However, Darcy, in his critical mood, could not help but notice there was something that struck of hoydenishness and an excess of mischief in her expression, and that her face and form lacked perfect symmetry. Only one of the cheeks dimpled with her smile. She curtsied to him, while he made a cold bow in return. And then she extended her hand and said in a perfectly civil and well-bred voice, "It is my delight to meet you, Mr. Darcy, and I hope very much that we shall be friends in time." He stiffly inclined his head once more in reply, but her calmness did not grate upon his nerves in the way her mother's exuberance did. Mrs. Bennet loudly introduced him to another of her daughters, a Miss Mary, who had a pinched and disapproving expression, and who seemed to be in no way the equal of Miss Elizabeth in either beauty or interest. All uncomfortable. Darcy found himself less and less in the mood to dance as the minutes went on. That rage about Wickham, about what Georgiana had nearly done, about the necessity of protecting the family name from the scandal. How Wickham was now protected from his revenge. No, he wanted no pleasure. And in any case, Darcy was quite certain that Mrs. Bennet meant to throw one of her daughters at him as a potential partner in matrimony. Every mother did. A woman who had gained such a significant increase in fortune. She had gone from a marriage portion of only 5,000, with her father a modest market-town attorney, to being the wife of a man with a substantial estate of 2,000 a year, and whose independent fortune was suggested to be in excess of 100,000. Such a woman must be of the most grasping, desiring, mercenary, and vulgar nature. Bingley could not be permitted to impose upon him the friend of his sister. He would accept such no more than he would with the sister herself. Thus, in quite the opposite of a good mood, Darcy watched Mr. Bingley ask Miss Elizabeth to dance. The two of them cheerfully walked to the line, grinning, elbowing each other, and looking like nothing so much as a pair of well-dressed rapscallions. And Miss Bingley looked at him with that eager hope, and with eyes that were too reminiscent of a puppy he'd once been very fond of, at least until it had peed upon his favourite boots, and then set to chewing up the softened leather. This placed Darcy in a serious conundrum, as he would rather shoot himself in the foot and have done with dancing forever than encourage Miss Bingley by distinguishing her with the first dance upon his arrival at the ball. His initial plan for escape had been Mrs. Hurst. However, that undistinguished lady had already been led to the floor by her husband. Rather unseemly that the two of them danced so much when they were a married couple. But Mr. Hurst did not cut the sort of figure that would make other women crowd about for the chance to dance with him. Miss Bingley looked at him. Those wide eyes, eager eyes, that said, "I'll enjoy the pin money you'll give me. Much, much, much." No choice as to it. Darcy bowed stiffly and asked the pinch-faced Miss Mary if she would dance with him. The young woman was wholly shocked by the request. Her eyes widened. She blushed. She frowned. She looked at him with a puzzled gaze, and then informed him calmly that she did not dance, and that in fact she had merely come to the ball because Mamma would be annoyed with her if she did not. At which statement Mrs. Bennet turned to her daughter and said with some asperity, "Not dancing when a gentleman offers? Mary, I raised you to show more politeness than that." "Oh, very well." The young woman sighed, all exaggeration and drama. "But know that I do it with no pleasure." And so saying, the astonished woman stuck out her hand to Mr. Darcy so that he might lead her to the line. Something about Miss Bingley's eyes as she watched the two of them walk out to the line made Darcy twinge with guilt, just like he would have if he'd kicked the helpless puppy who ruined his boots, which he of course had not, though for a brief instant the thought had crossed his mind. Oh well, such was required by his honour. He would ask her to dance the next dance. A dance with her was required by the curse of politeness. And then he'd dance with Mrs. Hurst, and then he'd dance with nobody. Delightful nobody. His favourite partner. For a little, during the dance with Miss Mary Bennet, Mr. Darcy had a notion that he might find in her an attractive partner. A woman who hated balls. What a perfect companion for his present mood. Alas, the woman said little at first, but when Darcy did prevail upon her to talk, she started a long, learned discourse upon proper behaviour in the female sex, with emphasis upon the delicacy of reputation, the importance of education, the value of copying out improving texts every day, and the enormous superiority of reading Fordyce's sermons to Johnson's essays. She strongly disapproved of Mrs. Castle, the headmistress of the school that her and all her sisters, along with Miss Bingley, had attended, because she permitted the occupants to read novels in strict moderation, and 5 minutes' conversation with her sister Elizabeth would reveal the harm that had done. By the end of the dance, Darcy had determined that Miss Mary Bennet was likely the most priggish prig of his acquaintance. The £20,000 that was reputed to be the dowry each Bennet sister had was in no way a recompense for that. After this dance, Darcy did ask Miss Bingley to dance with him, and she eagerly, too eagerly, agreed, light in her eyes, bounce in her step, and a half-dozen statements, each of which was clearly intended to say that she would be a better wife for him than Helen of Troy. Mr. Bingley started what Darcy expected would be a proper trip through the Bennet sisters for his second dance, selecting the only one who actually was, in the eyes of a discerning connoisseur, beautiful. Jane Bennet was, Darcy would admit freely and widely, a lovely creature. She smiled too much, though. And after that dance, Mrs. Hurst, and then freedom. Darcy was able to stand by the portrait of the king and not think terribly much about anything. He mainly occupied himself in not thinking about Wickham. A couple of the locals bothered him, but he managed to put them off with short replies, and that haughtiness of manner that politely displayed his disinclination to be pleased with them. Let Bingley be friendly. It was his neighbourhood, not Darcy's. So managing, Darcy managed to study his way through several portraits over the course of half the night before a slightly tipsy Bingley stepped out of the line of the dance to intrude upon his reverie. This event came after he'd begun a second turn about the floor with the one actually pretty Bennet sister, whose name Darcy had already forgotten. "Darcy! Can't stand it. My word, I cannot. You look remarkably stupid standing about here like that." The glare that Darcy gave in return to Bingley did nothing to stop his friend's cheerful gabbling. "Cannot stand it. You will dance. I insist upon it." "I surely shall not." "Don't be like that. You had much better dance. Aha! Lizzie is sitting over there. She'll dance with even you." Bingley pointed at the girl. Darcy had been aware of her presence near him, since she sat a mere handful of feet away from him following her failure to find a partner for this set. Unable to stop himself, Darcy looked over at the woman. She had looked up also at hearing her name called. Darcy met her eyes. Damn, she'd seen him seeing her. He withdrew his own eyes. Most likely she had hoped that he would take the hint when she first sat near him and offer to dance with her. To avoid any possibility of politeness requiring him to dance with her, he had studiously avoided letting his eyes go anywhere near her person the whole time, though he had been unable to keep completely out of his awareness the shapely line of a leg that was outlined by the clinging dresses presently in fashion. A cutting remark rose to mind. "She's tolerable, but there's not enough beauty in her to tempt me." Except it was clear from how they had behaved that Bingley really did see Miss Elizabeth in the nature of an additional sister, and he would offend his friend if he insulted her. "Politeness, my old enemy, I am come to fight with you again." Darkly sighing, Darcy attempted demurral. "Bingley, though Miss Elizabeth would be a worthy partner for a set, I am in no good mood to dance." "On my honour, of course you want to dance. Everybody loves to dance. Lizzie!" As the girl started up, Darcy was certain that she looked at him with a sympathetic wince and a glance at Bingley, as though they had both understood that Mr. Bingley was not the sort of man who could be gainsaid in pursuing pleasure for his friends. "Lizzie, even though he is a boring bear, you won't mind doing the honour with Darcy?" "No, I am not wholly unwilling." The lilt in her pretty voice cut through Darcy's bad mood. "Though the gentleman seems to not be desirous of—" "Nonsense! Darcy will dance with you and he'll enjoy it. Lizzie is the best dancer in the whole county." "Well," Darcy sighed, bowed, made the request, and was met with assent. And another one of those sympathetic looks from Miss Elizabeth. Her lips and nose were very mobile and charming, and suddenly Darcy found that he did not mind dancing with her at all. Bingley rejoined the oldest Miss Bennet, while Darcy entered the line with Miss Elizabeth, whose small hand was very sweet and small in his own. They began in silence, but after the second turn she said to him, "You must not put yourself out on my account. I could see that Charlie pressed you to dance against your will." "I am at a ball," Darcy replied. "On such occasions one ought to dance." She smiled at him winsomely. "One wonders from your tone why you were at a ball." "Politeness required my attendance, did it not? I am Mr. Bingley's guest." Miss Elizabeth laughed. Darcy added, speaking honestly, "I am not so unhappy now that I am dancing as I expected to be." "Not so unhappy?" She giggled as though she'd been shocked by how he said that. "Such a compliment I've never been given before. I am not so very unhappy to dance with you either. Darcy frowned. Oh, do not become offended, she added. I hate a gentleman who is too easily perturbed. The dance separated them, and Darcy was happy for the opportunity to regain his composure. When they reunited, she immediately leapt upon a different subject. You will have a delightful time at Netherfield. Charlie will be the best of hosts, sending you both out on entertaining adventures day after day, and forgetting everything of importance to comfort, while Caroline will ensure the whole house runs smoothly. She's quite skilled at ensuring things run smoothly. It was impossible for Darcy to not smile at that impression of his friend. He promised hunting, billiards, and the occasional chance to read. A chance to read? Not the Charlie I know. But if you must, you can always appeal to Caroline to bother him enough to give you a chance for solitude. Darcy frowned. He would not intentionally appeal to Caroline for 1,000 guineas gold. Miss Elizabeth added, Caroline was delighted when Bingley took the estate. She has longed to have a chance to actually use those skills of management and decoration that were drilled into us at school. Were they? I'd never noticed schoolgirls to be particularly talented in any such direction. Then they attended the wrong schools, Miss Elizabeth said decidedly. Darcy fell quiet, thinking of Georgiana and the evident defects in her character and education. He had sent her to the most expensive education, to the best recommended school, with the best recommended fellow pupils, and she had hated it, and promptly allowed herself to be seduced by a practised rake upon leaving the school. Miss Elizabeth did not interrupt his reverie. It was odd to dance with a woman who did not force her nattering on him when he was in no sound mood to receive it, and to Darcy's surprise, he found himself beginning to like this Miss Elizabeth. Darcy at last said, I do not approve of schools. Should I have a daughter, she shall wholly be raised at home where I can observe her closely at all times. I like that notion. The woman smiled at him. But I hope you will be a sweet father. The way you look right now, you terrify the girl into eternal silence. Darcy grunted. Pursed lips, shaken head, and Darcy gained the impression that, in contrast to his own opinion of her, Miss Elizabeth rather disapproved of him. She then leapt into a story from her school days that took up the next several minutes, the chief point of which seemed to be to provide a chance to put Miss Bingley in a good light as the hero of the story who saved the weeping peasant child from the otherwise preordained consequences of his own stupidity, while not being bothered to an excess by the damage to her own dress. Novel experience. Darcy was fairly sure that rather than advancing her own cause with him, this woman seemed to be assiduously promoting the interest of her friend. He rather approved of that, despite the fact that he approved of Miss Bingley in no way beyond the ordinary. The story completed, conversation lapsed into silence, except for the music of the inferior local band. Alas, Darcy knew he ought to find a further topic of conversation, but nothing rose to thought. Near the middle of the second dance of the set, she suddenly exclaimed, And why are Jane and Charlie dancing together again? She wrinkled her nose. I have no notion what they could be thinking. She is the most beautiful woman in the room, Darcy said offhandedly. It is Mr. Bingley's usual habit to dance twice with such a girl. Charlie and Jane? No. Then she laughed, her eyes lighting up delightfully. Mr. Darcy, you do not say that to another woman. No. While I am dancing with you, I am to be the most beautiful in the room, not anyone else. Ah, my apologies. No. You must make more effort than that if you wish my forgiveness. Even though her delighted eyes did not suggest any actual anger towards him, he felt quite uncomfortable. It was as though he was being laughed at. He had always hated such a sensation. but she was so interesting. He found it hard to say anything in reply while looking at the sparkling eyes. "Well, Mr. Darcy?" "I meant merely to say that I judged that the general population, and specifically Mr. Bingley, would name her such. I did not mean to imply I prefer her to you." "Very good." She smiled at him. "I do not at all. She is not to my taste. Miss Bennet smiles too much." "Smiles too much?" The woman grinned at him delightedly. "You also are not supposed to tell me that you dislike my sister's appearance. You are an original, Mr. Darcy. You are not at all what I expected you to be." He flushed. "I hope I have not disappointed you." No, I like you far more than I had expected." "What had you expected?" Now it was Miss Elizabeth's turn to flush. "Oh, I assure you that I have only heard good things about you. Caroline and Charlie sing your praises like you were God, or the King, or St. Francis. It hardly would be possible for you to be such a paragon as I was promised. However, you said that you liked me more than you expected." "I do not like paragons. I expected you to be a paragon, but you've got odd manners." "I do not," Darcy replied haughtily. "My manners are unobjectionable and properly bred. I make it a point to not do anything out of order." She laughed. "Except you've no sense of how to manage a conversation with a woman. I like that in a gentleman." "I know exactly how I ought to behave." Her smile was bright, and left Darcy yet more convinced that she was laughing at him. The dance was soon over, and Darcy fell into a silence, as he was not quite sure what to say next, but certain that whatever he would say would have again been not quite right. However, he simply could not keep his eyes from following Miss Elizabeth Bennet around the room for the rest of the night. Chapter 4. "Oh, I hardly know. I can hardly tell." Caroline pressed her hands against her cheeks and shrugged sweetly at the same time. No, I'll not say that. I must remember that my certainty will draw him to me, so I can hardly tell if he is yet enthralled with me." With that, Caroline smiled and nodded firmly. The tall, elaborately arranged pile of hair atop her head swung back and forth ponderously. When they'd entered Lucas Lodge, the big hairpiece had been nearly knocked askew by the doorframe. Elizabeth really wished she could carry off such a style the way Caroline did. It was quite impressive. But even when Caroline's maid, Aliette, had fixed up her hair in a similar way, Elizabeth had been quite dissatisfied, finding herself to generally prefer her ordinary locks, and perhaps some flowers woven into the hairpiece. "I perceive no partiality towards you and Mr. Darcy," Charlotte said to Caroline. "He listened to your teasing presently with every appearance of composure, politeness, and resistance to your charms." Now, Lizzie exclaimed. "No one can resist Caroline's charms. That is a lie." Except, unfortunately, Charlotte was one such person. Elizabeth knew perfectly well that Charlotte did not find Caroline charming. "That is the way he is," Caroline said. "He is a reserved man." The expression that crossed Charlotte's face had a meaning clear enough to both the other girls. She thought that Caroline had determined to make the idiot of herself. "He is. Even with his sister, you can only see from his eyes how fond he is of her. How can the rest of us know what he thinks?" Charlotte shrugged. Complete impassivity and apparent insensibility hiding deep feelings? "I do not doubt the possibility. I have shown myself to my best effect with him," Caroline added, "and he shall see that eventually. In fact, over the past days he has softened towards me." Caroline looked at Elizabeth, her bright eyes serious and a bit begging. "He has, truly. Truly he has. Not merely imagination. Then he has, Charlotte said sharply. There is no possible chance that you might have allowed your hopes to move in front of your expectations. You are not the sort of woman who might play the fool for a man, dangling her string out in front of him when it is wholly unwanted. There was a flash of something angry and a bit ugly on Caroline's face, and Elizabeth felt that anxiety go through her that she always seemed to have when her two best friends were in the same conversation together. Why couldn't Caroline and Charlotte like each other more? No doubt it was because Elizabeth liked both of them quite well enough for two people. Throwing her arm around Caroline's shoulder, Elizabeth said, There can be no doubt that any man who any of us thought worthy would eventually come to love us. I assure you for my part, that is not, Charlotte began. In any case, we're friends. Our goal is to encourage each other, not discourage each other. I am as sensible of the importance of a good marriage to an eligible man as any woman possibly could be. Charlotte said in a manner that said clearly that she looked down on both of her younger, prettier and richer friends who were likely to be immune to the travails she had experienced in her pursuit of a husband. But we must be sensible. Oh, Elizabeth forced a laugh. That is all you mean. Lena, I must inform you that Mr. Darcy is not, in fact, sensible. Caroline half smiled. You know I'd prefer you not to call me Lena. You'll never guess what he said to me about Jane when we danced. His judgment, in a word. She smiles too much. Charlotte rolled her eyes, but Caroline leaned forward, wide-eyed. No, he said that? About Jane? With a frown, she added, Janie does smile a great deal, doesn't she? And she appeared particularly happy at the assembly. Elizabeth laughed. You have missed the point. It was a totally absurd thing for a man to say. Do I smile too much? Caroline pressed her hands nervously against her face. Is that why he has not returned my attentions? Because I smile too much? You certainly do not, Charlotte replied snappishly. An excess of smiling will strike no one as one of your defects. But if Mr. Darcy does not like to see women smile, I smile a great deal when I am near him, and it would shock me astonishingly if Mr. Darcy has simply waited for marriage because he wished to find a woman who principally frowns at him, Charlotte replied. But yes, the way you look now. Yes, frown at him just like that. Just that way. It will have a salutary effect on his matrimonial tendencies. Caroline glared at Charlotte. For a moment Elizabeth was frightened that she would snarl at Charlotte in her own drawing-room. Instead, Caroline gritted her teeth, coldly inclined her head, and walked away to stand in a corner of the room and pretend to study the bookcase. Charlotte shook her head and glanced over to where Mr. Darcy stood across the room, speaking to Sir Lucas. He seemed to be glancing in their direction, but looked away immediately upon them noticing him, noticing them. She is most fortunate that the travails she shall go through will be of her own making, but I think she'll manage to find them. You can see as well as I do that Mr. Darcy shows no sign of preference for Miss Bingley. Elizabeth glanced back at the gentleman. His eyes had returned to them, and he once more withdrew them to pay attention to Sir Lucas. Perhaps he'd watched something of their conversation. A conversation about him. There ought to be a rule which required women to at least on occasion discourse about some subject other than the men and their hopes of marriage. Those discussions always ended in disaster when there was any chance for disaster to end them. I think, Elizabeth said sharply, that he is merely shy and has difficulty displaying his true feelings for all the world. Like Jane. That was unkind of you, how you spoke to Caroline. Charlotte sighed and turned her hands over in a way that seemed to say, What do you expect of me? But Yes, it was unkind. With a nod, Elizabeth went over to the corner where Caroline stood, making every pretence of studying a bookcase. Elizabeth squeezed her arm. With Charlie's library, you must be desperate to find something to read, but I can lend you one from my own fine stock. No reply, just a grunt. It was clear from the look of Caroline's eyes that she was trying to hold back tears. Elizabeth determined just to stand there next to her and wait. The terrible thing was that Elizabeth thought Charlotte was right. Mr. Darcy had no interest in Caroline. But Caroline would need to learn that on her own. Elizabeth knew very well from their years of life together that when her friend got a decided idea into her head, it was no easy matter to dislodge it, and that she did not take kindly to dissenting counsel. The chief point, in Elizabeth's view, was that she needed to be near Caroline to comfort her when she finally realized. And besides, it was not an impossibility. Perhaps Darcy might realize Caroline's virtues and find himself, to his surprise more than anyone else's, falling in love with her friend as she deserved. After a while, and without looking away from red leather-bound books in the bookcase, Caroline said, I ought to not be so annoyed. She is just a small woman of small faith, small fortune, and smaller hopes. She is 3 inches taller than I am, Elizabeth replied, hoping to make a joke of the whole. It is the lack of hopes which makes her spiteful, Elizabeth sighed. Charlotte is a dear friend of mine as well. I hardly see why. Small hopes, small apartments, small pinch face, and she hopes to pinch everyone else into the limited scope she might have with her life. Caroline made a brittle laugh. To denominate this handful of rooms Lucas Lodge. What ridiculous pretension. Caroline. At last Caroline's eyes were alight with something other than bitterness. She smirked at Elizabeth and then sighed. I can deny you nothing. I shall try. Politeness amongst savagery. I will try my best, but I find her annoying. However, Caroline then took Elizabeth's hand and embraced her. For you, anything. Elizabeth embraced Caroline back. Elizabeth sighed. You annoy her as well, so equality of disdain. And that is the central point we all seek. Equality in our connections. Oh, I so hate it when my friends do not like each other. There's nothing worse than that, and nothing worth that. That really is what I want above all else, for my friends to be happy and pleased with each other. Before Caroline ventured upon a reply to that trite sentiment, Elizabeth's own foolishness, since she needed some form of stupidity to maintain equality with Caroline's hopeless enthusiasm for Mr. Darcy, Charlotte approached them again. She hesitated, pressed her tongue out in her cheek, and then shrugged. Miss Bingley, I confess I ought to have been a little more in sympathy with the pain that a fear of disappointed hopes can give. I myself have known such emotions. I am not in fear of disappointment, and I will not allow myself to doubt since— And now I am glad that we are all friends again, Elizabeth said, touching both Charlotte and Caroline at the same time. And it is time for the discourse to turn to a far less interesting subject than men. What do you both think? Is it like to rain tomorrow again? However, Elizabeth's determination to discuss the weather rather than the weather was interrupted when the man whose weather was under consideration approached them. Upon them seeing Mr. Darcy's closeness, he augustly inclined his handsome head and made the appropriate mumblings of greeting. I had no intention to interrupt your conversation, ladies. No, never, Caroline exclaimed, smiling at him, and then suddenly frowning as she continued. I'm quite always happy, she said with what Elizabeth thought was a grotesquely silly frown, to see you. Caroline stopped, and she had an odd expression on her face, clearly wishing to smile, but also perhaps thinking that she ought to frown. Poor sweet dear goose. She was quite too tied to Darcy's opinion to think clearly. Only a man. In Elizabeth's opinion, her friend ought to make no excess of effort to catch him. Unless Mr. Darcy was wholly insensible, it was impossible for him to miss Caroline's preference for him, and while Elizabeth assiduously hoped that he would one day begin to look with favour upon her friend, that was a matter of his choice. So Elizabeth took the lead and said gaily, "You observed us earlier in conversation. No, you cannot blush and hide it. I noted your attention. Did we not all express ourselves with proper enthusiasm? My dear Caroline especially?" "I hardly can settle whether it was proper enthusiasm that you displayed, as I was not privy to the subject of the conversation. But the three of you were quite intent." Both Elizabeth and Caroline flushed, while Charlotte raised an eyebrow and smirked at the other two girls. Caroline looked down, clearly unable to come up with a proper way to continue the conversation without revealing that the subject they had been so intent upon had been her interest in him. Elizabeth patted Caroline on the arm and said, "I merely teased my dear Miss Bingley here upon how she certainly must tease Charlie into throwing us all a ball. One for everyone in the neighbourhood, and the new regiment of officers. But I suspect you would not enjoy such an event half so much." "Hardly, but that does not mean your enjoyment should be curtailed." "No," Caroline spoke, looking at Darcy and now smiling again. "I would far rather have my enjoyment be curtailed than yours." "And it would be ungentlemanly," he replied stiffly, "if I were to wish anything but the opposite. So we are at an impasse. It shall then fall to Miss Elizabeth to determine whether we apply to Mr. Bingley to have a ball." Elizabeth laughed. "That will not do." "No, not at all. You already know my opinion, and that it is contrary to yours. But do you not admire Caroline's circumspection upon the matter?" Darcy looked at Caroline, who blushed and smiled. "I hardly want anything while you are with us but quiet evenings amongst the domestic circle, with other dear friends added at times." So saying, she smiled at Elizabeth. "Even these rooms are in my view quite too crowded, with too many people. But then the roof is not very high. That always makes a room appear smaller." Charlotte's face tightened in a way that showed Elizabeth that her friend was wholly aware of the not particularly veiled deprecation of her family home. So much for unity and accord. Hail, we welcome you both. Discord and disunity. Oh, why couldn't everyone she liked very much like each other? Silly goose-like desire. And it really was not a matter of importance to Elizabeth that all of her friends liked all of her friends. She was wholly capable of enjoying their company separately. Caroline's mild rudeness still annoyed. "Not everyone," Elizabeth smiled a little too brightly at Caroline, "was blessed with such success in their line of business as our fathers." Caroline flushed and slightly tilted her head towards Darcy. "Of a certainty not." She then bent to Elizabeth's ear and whispered passionately, "Do not remind him." "An excellent suggestion," Elizabeth replied aloud, "and I shall make an effort to respect that request in my every future speech." She looked sideways at Mr. Darcy. "And I am most impressed with you." "Oh, that is the first time I have heard such praise from you." "Come now, come, you are so insensible. If you were a smitten gentleman, you would tease us both desperately till we told you what secret confidence Caroline and I just shared." "I, on the other hand, believe myself to always be a respecter of female confidences." Elizabeth elbowed Caroline. "That will not do. Not at all. Caro, you must tease him till he begs you to tell him what you said to me." "Tease Mr. Darcy?" she said wide-eyed. "On such a matter of proper behaviour? It is impossible." "Impossible to tease Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth looked at him and shook her head. She studied the gentleman. He was tall, wore a fine fashionable green wool coat, broad shoulders, and that perpetually serious and sensible look upon his face. He studied her back. Fine, serious eyes. But did he ever smile? Or laugh? Elizabeth dearly loved a laugh. Caroline would be most fortunate if she succeeded in fixing Mr. Darcy's attention, even if he did not laugh nearly as easily as Elizabeth thought a man ought. Elizabeth said, "I have never met a man before who cannot be teased. What a strange fate. Caroline, you must make some attempt." Both Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy observed Caroline with some interest. She turned redder at being placed upon the spot, and then she exclaimed with wide eyes that she kept tight on Darcy, "Mr. Darcy, I admire you beyond all words for being able to keep your curiosity in check. But it is truly the case that I do not wish you to know what I said to Eliza." Darcy regally tilted his head at her in response to that. With glances between the two of them, Elizabeth ruefully shook her head and suppressed the urge to giggle. It had never occurred to her that it would be so difficult to shape the conversation in a manner which would display Caroline to the best light. But Caroline's personality seemed to be wholly different, and an odd combination of superciliousness, desperate desire to please, and caution around Mr. Darcy. He did not make Caroline behave as her best self. An idle thought crossed Elizabeth's mind, that it would be a terrible pity to spend one's whole life with a man with whom one could not behave as one's truest, deepest self. Elizabeth also deeply hoped that she had not harmed matters for her friend. The silence stretched, and Darcy said, "What secret matter amuses you so, Miss Elizabeth?" No. It is Caroline's secrets which I enjoin you to discover, not mine. In any case, behold, the piano is open. Caro, I must have you play." Elizabeth looked at Darcy. "She has improved enormously since we were in school. You must wish to hear her play." "Of a certainty," he said, bowing. "No," Caroline replied, flushing, but also smiling at Elizabeth with gratitude. "My dear Eliza, you know how little I enjoy performing and putting myself forward." What a humbug! There was no one Elizabeth knew who more enjoyed putting herself forward than Caroline. But Elizabeth loved that her friend could honestly delight in her own powers. It would be an awfully stupid and dull thing to develop any talent so fully as Caroline had with her music, without taking pleasure in the admiration and joy of others. "Your modesty does you full credit," cried Elizabeth. "However, you must give way. I enjoy your performances too greatly to permit this opportunity to hear you play to pass me by. You have no choice." Elizabeth led all of them to the piano and ordered Mr. Darcy to the stool next to Caroline to turn the pages for her friend. There. That was a gesture of promoting flirtation that had every promise of success, and one which had as proof of its value that it was oft employed to good effect in novels. Elizabeth leaned against the wall, next to the painting that Sir William had commissioned of him making a speech to the king when he was mayor, to listen to the music. Caroline had always been the best amongst all the pupils at school in perfecting her accomplishments. She took delight in impressing Mrs. Castle and the masters brought in to instruct them in the various arts, and Caroline had improved her play even further since Elizabeth listened to her last. That practice, inspired by Miss Georgiana Darcy and Caroline's hope of impressing Mr. Darcy with her excellent taste in music, had gone to good. Elizabeth closed her eyes to just listen. Caroline had selected a popular sonata from Beethoven, and each note made Elizabeth's heart leap. She absently bounced her finger up and down in time to the music, and hummed along to the primary theme. The rolling and falling piano notes were as beautiful, sublime, and elegant as falling rain from a cloudy sky, or a column of smoke rising cheerfully from a red brick chimney on a snowy evening. Tears came to Elizabeth's eye. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. The endless, almost but not quite repeating gentle arpeggios of the piece. Elizabeth lost all sense of her place, and she only opened her eyes again when Caroline began the livelier second movement. Elizabeth was thus surprised to discover that while Mr. Darcy sat next to Caroline Bingley, his eyes and attention were directly wholly on her. Their eyes met, and her stomach felt fluttery. There was a shock in her chest, and she felt pale and faint. With a giggle that did not stop her from perfectly maintaining her play, Caroline knocked her elbow against Darcy's side to remind him to turn the page. He sharply looked away from Elizabeth and did so. Elizabeth flushed and told herself insistently that Mr. Darcy's study of her face and person was no sign of attraction. And she certainly was beyond a doubt in no way attracted to Mr. Darcy. Caroline was in love with him, and he certainly had no interest in her. Not when Caroline was so much more proper for such a stiff and reserved man. Such a quiet and unsociable man who nevertheless had the most eligible fortune. He was not at all to her liking, neither in manners nor in mind. But in Elizabeth's dreams that night, she lived that intense moment when their eyes met a dozen times, and Elizabeth woke the next morning restless, energetic, and with an ache in her breasts and loins that she only half understood. Chapter 5. One day, about a week later, Elizabeth received a letter from Caroline that had been hurried over by one of the Netherfield footmen. My dearest Eliza, I had the shock of my month this morning when I found that Mr. Darcy's cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, had joined our party overnight. I half jumped out of my skin when I came down in the morning to find him and Darcy already lingering over their coffee, even though it was only 8 and breakfast had not properly been served. He is to remain for some unspecified duration. Charles had invited him to freely join us any time he wished. Is that not very like Charles? To invite everyone without consulting the comfort of anyone else in doing so. Colonel Fitzwilliam has been assigned himself to, some duty involving the training of the militia quartered in Meryton. I cannot help but think that his chief aim is to merely be hosted in a fine estate, without the annoyance of dealing with his father, the Earl. I, beyond any doubt, am delighted by a happenstance that might provide pleasure to Mr. Darcy, but for my own part, I consider it likely that he will make the company too crowded. And the first proof of this supposition, my brother and the gentlemen are to dine with the officers, and they have taken the carriage. My suspicion is that we shall not see them till quite late in the evening. If you and Jane are not so compassionate as to dine today with Louisa and me, we shall be in danger of hating each other for the rest of our lives. For a whole day's tete-a-tete between two sisters can never end without a quarrel. Come as soon as you can on the receipt of this. Yours ever, C. Bingley. Upon reading this note, Elizabeth immediately handed it to Jane, remarking to the table, "The gentlemen have been so gauche as to leave Caroline and Louisa alone, without the carriage."
"Shocking!"
Mr. Bennet laughed.
"Out to dine? Gentlemen dining with other gentlemen? Where shall it end?"
"With noise, drink, smoke, and billiards, no doubt. Apparently Mr. Darcy's cousin has joined them. The son of the Earl," Elizabeth replied. "The fear, though, is what will happen with the ladies in their absence." Mr. Bennet grinned across the table at Mrs. Bennet.
Another eligible gentleman in the neighbourhood. I told you we have no need to go to London."
"Oh, Lord, that does not signify at all," Mrs. Bennet said placidly. "I could always convince you to take me up to town, if I really wanted to go."
"At this rate," Mr. Bennet replied, "there will soon be 20 such eligible gentlemen."
"It would be a great burden on you if you were forced to visit them all," Mrs. Bennet replied unperturbedly. "But it does not signify for us, as my excellent husband has ensured that none of my daughters need worry about how well she shall marry." And Mrs. Bennet gave her husband one of those glowing looks of approbation, the acquisition of which had likely been Mr. Bennet's aim in teasing her so.
It was all for the purpose of advancing the progress of the sciences, arts, and manufactures of England,
Mr. Bennet said with some satisfaction. His lady replied, "Just so, dear. Pass me the butter, would you?" Jane put down the note and said, "We are to go over to see Louisa and Caroline." Mrs. Bennet stood from the table and walked over to the window, and with a frown replied, "Seems like to rain. You must take the carriage." Joining her by the window, Mr. Bennet put his arm around his wife and said, "Don't you think it would be better if we send them by horse? Then, if it does rain, they will be trapped there until the gentlemen return. 3 eligible fellows. 2, if we admit that we know Charlie too well to be impressed by his fortune. One of them is the son of the Earl. The Earl, note you. Not an earl, but the Earl." Elizabeth laughed at her father. "I am not certain that was actually Cara's phrasing." She held out her hand to Jane to take back the note. With a laugh, Mr. Bennet said, Now, Lizzie, since your mother will not do the duty of a woman desperate to marry off her daughters, I must take the part. Do you not wish to marry the son of the Earl?" "It was how Caroline wrote it," Elizabeth said with a laugh. "The Earl. Apparently the rest have left the kingdom. But I believe from something I heard once that he is the second son, the one who went into the army."
"Oh,"
Mr. Bennet airily waved his hand.
"Nothing about it, then. Of course you do not want to marry him in that circumstance. Only the heir will do for you. You may have the horses for the carriage, then, though they will be dearly needed at the farm."
"Are you certain, Papa?" Elizabeth replied. "You have 5 daughters. Surely one can be wasted upon the second son of the Earl, if the horses are so badly needed today, that is." "Of course you will go by carriage," Mrs. Bennet said, clucking her tongue. "If you were caught in the rain, you or Jane might catch cold, though it would be Jane. With your constitution, I never worry about you." "I would not," Jane replied, laughing. "I do not get sick any more often than Lizzie does." 20 minutes later, the carriage had been hitched and brought around. Elizabeth and Jane sat opposite in the amply sized, well-sprung vehicle. Papa had made the purchase a few years before when he returned to Hertfordshire, after he sold out his interest along with managing the sale of Charlie's portion in their manufactory after Uncle Bingley died. This visit was very much in a way Elizabeth visiting Caroline and Jane visiting Louisa. While Elizabeth and Caroline were the same age, Caroline had been born only 4 months before Elizabeth. There was a gap of 5 years in age between Louisa and Caroline. When they had grown up together, Jane and Louisa were the closest of friends, like Caroline and Elizabeth were, while Charlie served to be the happy bridge between both groups of girls, dragging them into scrapes, messes, muddy ponds, and games of sardines. He had the most charming way of managing their parents of all of them. And it was a consistent fact that when Charlie was the one making their excuses for ruined dresses and annoyed neighbours, that the punishment was milder.
Mrs. Bennet's wisdom in ordering them to take the carriage was proven when they had not been on the road a full 5 minutes, before the threatening grey sky proved that its threats were not idle, and that its soaking bite was worse than its tin-coloured cloudy bark. Jane looked out the window of the carriage and pressed her hand against her head. I confess that I am happy that I need not ride in that weather. I have a slight headache today. Upon arrival, they rushed into the entry hall. The footman held big round umbrellas over them as they ran, and as soon as they reached the safety of the house, all the girls embraced each other. I'd have had some anxiety for you both when this rain began, Caroline said to Elizabeth with a laugh, if I had not known that you'd use the slightest touch of clouds as an excuse to take the carriage rather than riding. My wisdom is boundless, Elizabeth replied, grinning. She had been made to learn to ride, and ride well, but she never preferred the exercise. And yet I did not mean to compliment, but rather to censure, Caroline said. A decision must be judged by its quality, not by its outcome. The four of them went to the drawing-room and happily engaged in general conversation about general subjects for half an hour. Louisa pronounced her opinion on their new visitor, Colonel Fitzwilliam, that he was a very officerly man, and that she did not mind at all what friends of Charles and Mr. Darcy joined them. From Caroline's sour expression, it was clear that Louisa meant to distinguish herself from her sister, who had such an objection. Before Elizabeth could pursue further her curiosity about Colonel Fitzwilliam, a son of the Earl, Jane began to appear very pale and ill. At the expression of concern from the others, she confessed herself to not feel wholly well, and then she soon admitted a headache with more than usual severity. They all encouraged her to lie down and drink some tea. The tea, more than the lying down, had a salutary effect on Jane, and gave her the strength to follow her disclosures of weakness with the avowal of a sore throat. Close upon this came the final revelation when Louisa placed a comforting hand on Jane's forehead. "Oh dear, darling Janey, you're quite fevered." Elizabeth worriedly pressed her own hand on Jane's forehead, and was relieved to find that while her sister certainly was feverish, she was not burning up with heat. The offer of a bed was immediately made to Jane, and it was easy to convince her to attempt to rest. The other three remained in Jane's bedroom and spoke to each other quietly, to ensure that the invalid would have anything she wished, until the time became advanced, heading towards when Elizabeth and Jane would have otherwise left. Elizabeth and Caroline stepped out and returned to the drawing-room, and Elizabeth said slowly to her friend, "Perhaps we ought to leave presently, since—" No, we cannot send dear Jane home. Not until she feels better, by far. And you must stay with her, too." Elizabeth smiled and took Caroline's hand. This had in fact been what she had hoped Caroline would say. "Thank you." With a smile, Caroline added, "It will be so very like it always was. We must play cards and maybe sardines or blind man's bluff." Elizabeth laughed. "I am not sure that we could make up a sufficient number for a good game of either without Jane and—" "Well, yes, we must see Jane better first. But promise that you will be in no great hurry to leave after Jane has recovered." "Now that would be like it always was," replied Elizabeth, her eyes smiling. "All four of us, 5 including Charlie, in one house." Caroline lowered her voice. "I have an additional incentive for being happy that you are to be here. Mr. Darcy's cousin did not just come for the morning. He is to stay here for the next few weeks. And—" No, I'll not marry him just to encourage Mr. Darcy in his marital ambitions." Caroline laughed. "Lord, no. I would not push him upon you, not even if it would aid me. He is quite horrid. This is the son of the Earl, With a flush, Caroline waved her hands. Not every well-bred man is well-bred. I must disagree. The statement is tautologically correct. Caroline frowned at her, hands on her hips. Eliza, you always insist that a word can contain multiple meanings. Not I. Grinning, Elizabeth raised her hands. Score, a veritable hit, a proper round of grape shot. But what then do you hope me to do with this Colonel Fitzwilliam? Distract him. For God's sake, carry on about him, flirt with him. Convince him to find a new object of his empty gallantry. The whole time we were at breakfast he hung about me, talking and talking. I could not stand it. Not while Mr. Darcy watched us. What if Mr. Darcy gains the notion that his cousin has a serious interest in me? Can you imagine? You hope for me to make a pretense of interest in this horrid colonel? Just a little. I know his sort. He is a second son, and if he is to marry at all, he must marry well. Any woman with a dowry of at least 20,000 will do. But even with that much, and his salary as a colonel, hardly enough together to support a wife in proper style. Hardly enough. Ah, and is that the chief element of his horridness? He hopes to marry without sufficient money set aside for the task. Of course not. I would be quite the snob if I disliked every man who hoped to marry better than his deserts. He is horrid because he refuses to... Oh, I can hardly describe it. You shall see when you meet him. It was as though the words summoned forth this devil. With a clatter dampened by the mud and ongoing rain, the carriage returned, and with a cavalcade of footsteps and a gust of cold air, the gentleman entered the drawing-room. Mr. Darcy led with his long stride, followed by Charlie and Caroline's hated Colonel Fitzwilliam. Elizabeth only had the opportunity for a brief first impression of him. Middling height, not particularly handsome, a widow's peak advancing into his hair. But his fine red coat, his wide shoulders, and the legs showed off by his white buckskins were muscular and thick. There was a peculiarly intent way that he looked over the room as he entered, scanning every corner before he turned to smile with a pointed smirk at Caroline. Elizabeth's observation was interrupted by Mr. Darcy bowing to her.
Miss Elizabeth, I had not anticipated the pleasure of seeing you here today.
His eyes, what dark and intent eyes. Elizabeth's colour rose as she curtsied to him. Our intention had been to leave earlier.
I am sorry to hear it.
Oh, Charles! Caroline exclaimed, but it was clear to Elizabeth that she was principally speaking towards Mr. Darcy. Our poor Jane is sick with the flu. She felt ill during her visit. She insisted that she was well enough to take the carriage back to Longbourn, but I told her that was nonsense, and not to be borne. She must not think of moving, not at all until she is better. I'd do anything to care for her. Elizabeth did not provide permission to herself to smile. She really was grateful to Caroline, and she knew that Caroline's affection for Jane was as authentic as Elizabeth's own affection for Charlie or Louisa. But her friend also hoped to appear all that was kind, accommodating, caring, and desirable in a woman before the object of her affection. Charlie exclaimed with real concern,
Jane is here, and sick. Has the apothecary been called? How does she go on?
He looked up towards the ceiling, as though he could see through the fine wood panelling to the bedrooms above.
And in what room have you placed her? Is it warm enough? Mr. Morris told me that there was a hint of a draught in the west wing when I took the estate.
Calm, Charles. Rolling her eyes affectionately, Caroline patted his shoulder. She is in the east wing. The room is very comfortable, and with no draught, and Jane is resting. A maid is there with her to ensure the fire is kept up, and to bring her anything she needs. Don't fret." Charlie actually wrung his hands together. That wasn't an invention of fever-brained novelists. Elizabeth had thought that no one in the harsh light of reality did that, or at least that it would only be women who would do so. Colonel Fitzwilliam said to Caroline with a fine baritone, "Excellent display. You show every sort of caring for this friend. I admire a caring woman excessively." Something in Colonel Fitzwilliam's voice made that statement into a joke. "Now, do tell, this Jane, is she particularly pretty?" Caroline's cheek twitched as she stared back at Colonel Fitzwilliam. Charlie also glared at Colonel Fitzwilliam, almost as though he was jealous of a man asking after Jane. "A foolish question. Forget that I was ever so silly as to ask," Colonel Fitzwilliam added, with a laughing look around the room. "Any girl taken sick is always pretty. But introduce me to your friend." "Oh, certainly," Caroline said with considerably more enthusiasm. She looked at Elizabeth with that speaking look that desperately begged, "Keep him from talking to me." "Eliza, Colonel Fitzwilliam, the son of the Earl of Matlock. Colonel Fitzwilliam, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, the daughter of Mr. Bennet of Longbourn." "One of the famed Bennet sisters," Colonel Fitzwilliam replied enthusiastically. "I had been given the impression that each of you were fine-looking women, but now I perceive that report has failed reality." "And she also has a dowry of £20,000, Caroline added in a biting voice. Colonel Fitzwilliam grabbed Miss Bingley's hand and squeezed it. "My dear creature, to hear such information delights me. I am so rarely surrounded by such bounteous bounties of female fortune. I am a simple soldier who is used to being surrounded by women who were only bounteous." He smirked in a manner that made the comment wholly lewd, and yet failed to quite cross the bounds of propriety. Elizabeth giggled, unable to stop herself. Darcy said, "Really, Richard, we are amongst ladies, not your soldiery companions. Simple man, simple man. You know me to be a simple man. Miss Elizabeth, I apologize for not falling prone immediately before the charms of your person and fortune." "That presents no difficulty," Elizabeth replied, amused despite herself, though she now began to understand why he annoyed Caroline so much. "I am no demanding mistress. You have at least another 3 minutes to fall prone before me, though delay beyond that, and I may despise you forever." "Well, then," he studied at the rug, as though he were seriously considering sprawling on the ground to continue the joke. "But Jane," Bingley exclaimed, "are you certain that she will be well? Poor girl! How can we have fun here and speak so jocularly while she is ill? Would it not be better to immediately call a physician from London, just in case? I would far prefer to have wasted the fee than to have done less than everything for her." Caroline and Elizabeth exchanged a look, but Darcy spoke first. "Bingley, the ladies have observed her already, and they are sensible persons with excellent judgment. If they think there is no purpose to calling a London physician, nor any reason for concern, then there is not. You will merely serve to make yourself and the others anxious if you insist in such a way." Charlie sighed, and he rubbed his face. "I shall go look in on her, to ensure there is nothing else that might be done for her comfort." Elizabeth said, "You really ought not." "Whatever do you mean?" Charlie replied, ingenuously. Catching Caroline's eye, Elizabeth nodded in a way that told her friend that it was her duty to make the first attempt to explain to Mr. Bingley the propriety of the matter. "Charles," Caroline said, "Jane is an unmarried young woman who is not your relation. It would be wrong to go into her bedroom, even with the maid present, and—
Oh, nonsense! I've never heard of such stuffed humbug. This is Janey. We grew up together. I assure you, we spent an infinity of time together as children, in private bedrooms and everywhere else. Now, I will go and ensure she is well."
So saying, he swiftly departed the room, ignoring Elizabeth's sputtered attempt to catch his attention again. Caroline laughed as she and Elizabeth hurried after Bingley to ensure that what little propriety that might be maintained would be. In private bedrooms and everywhere else. I can hardly believe my brother is such an innocent as to say that. Oh, Elizabeth replied, he thinks of Jane as a sister, that is all. All? That is all? Caroline replied as they bounded up the stairs, following Charlie. I begin to think Charles is not the only hopeless innocent. Nonsense and impossible. They could not possibly admire each other. We are all in essence siblings. Charlie admiring Jane. No. The two found Charlie in Jane's room, with the flustered-looking maid standing to the side, while Charlie possessed her vacated chair in Jane's hand. He spoke to Jane quietly in a low and soothing voice, while she looked back at him with bright and shining eyes. Her face was fever-flushed, and the skin damp with sweat, but despite that, Elizabeth thought there was a fair amount of happiness in Jane's expression as she softly replied to what Charlie said. If she had seen anyone but Charlie and Jane behaving in such a way, she would have suspected an attachment. But since it was Charles and Jane, that was obviously impossible. Caroline and Elizabeth stood side by side, statues, maintaining a respectable female presence in the room as the two talked. The whole thing was quite disgusting and boring, though Elizabeth was happy to see Jane happy.
"Oh, she is exceptionally pretty."
Colonel Fitzwilliam's voice sounded behind them from the doorway. With a little jump, Caroline exclaimed, "Gah! Have you no sense of propriety?" So saying, she shoved the officer out of the room, physically pressing him out with her hands. Colonel Fitzwilliam smirked as she did so.
"No, none. Simple soldier. How many times must I explain?"
He did, however, allow himself to be pressed out. Jane asked in a hoarse voice once Caroline closed the door behind her to keep Colonel Fitzwilliam away from the sick room. "Who was that?" "Mr. Darcy's cousin," Elizabeth replied. "A most ridiculous man." Jane looked at Bingley again, and she said with glowing eyes, "I am always grateful to see you, but you both ought to go. My illness may be catching." Bingley softly smiled at her.
"Janey, promise, if you need anything whatsoever, I'll get it for you."
"If you must climb the Alps and fight tigers even," Jane replied with a warm smile. "But be gone with you and let me sleep." Once they were in the hallway, Bingley angrily sniffed.
Whatever was Colonel Fitzwilliam thinking? Looking into the bedroom of a sick, innocent, helpless lady? A perfect angelic creature? It is wrong, improper. Do not believe his act. He is no simple soldier. That man always knows what he is about. I like him, but I cannot wholly approve of him.
Caroline has enjoined me to pester him as much as possible," Elizabeth replied, hiding her smile about how Bingley complained about Colonel Fitzwilliam's impropriety while ignoring his own. "So I shall punish him amply." Bingley nodded, glanced back at Jane's door, then nodded again.
"Good."
Chapter 6. It was an almost torturous sensation for Darcy to watch Elizabeth assiduously pursue his cousin's attention in the drawing-room that night.
Surely she did not admire him. He hardly could express why, but he had not imagined that Elizabeth might be the sort of woman who would be charmed by Colonel Fitzwilliam's facade, nor had he imagined that Colonel Fitzwilliam would pursue Miss Elizabeth. The fire had been kept too warm all night. That must be why her cheeks often glowed red. She was too clever, too sensible, too passionate about listening to music for his cousin, and too prone to laughter, and too excellent at finding a perfect turn of phrase. Sadly, Darcy could not wholly convince himself that there was no chance that Colonel Fitzwilliam would like Elizabeth. She was, in fact, precisely the sort of woman who every man would like and admire. No matter who they were, no one could fail to be drawn by the liveliness of her bright eyes, the dancing expressions of her smiles, the way she laughed at Colonel Fitzwilliam's quips, or the intently challenging way she sometimes argued with Darcy. A flower, like those ridiculous scented flowers grown at too much expense that Miss Bingley littered the whole of Netherfield with. Primarily, he knew, so that she could prove to him that she was perfectly capable of keeping a comfortable set of apartments. If he had any interest in marrying, Darcy would begin to think himself in some danger from Miss Elizabeth. But of course he had no such plans, not while matters with Georgiana were still so unsettled. And besides, Elizabeth's family was too close to trade for it to be accounted a brilliant match. Yes, he could be in no danger of falling in love with Elizabeth, because £20,000 chiefly derived from trade was simply insufficient for his Darcy pretensions. He still found himself irresistibly drawn to the conversations between Elizabeth and Colonel Fitzwilliam, even though Miss Bingley determinedly tried to distract him with her play of being the perfect host who would do anything for him. He did not sleep well that night, and he woke with a gritty taste in his eyes. The next morning found Miss Bennet to still be quite ill, feverish, having slept poorly, with sore throat, stuffed head, aches and chills. Darcy quite hoped that he would not catch sick from her either, but he supposed he should not worry very much, since the apothecary had been quite insistent that he saw no reason for alarm. Not that apothecaries, physicians, philosophers, or philanthropists understood the mysterious workings of the human body well enough for a sane, irrational man to put much reliance on their judgment of the likely course of an illness. Darcy chiefly took his expectation that Miss Bennet would be well from the simple point that colds and flus were frequent, unnecessary, if unfortunate, part of experiencing civilized life and regular communion with other humans, but they were infrequently fatal or possessed of serious consequences. Bingley, however, was quite distracted, and he paced the drawing-room for 20 minutes after the apothecary left, muttering, "Poor Janie! Poor Janie! I do hope she gets well quickly. Are you all really sure that we should not call a physician from London? Physicians make everything worse," Colonel Fitzwilliam said decidedly. "Everything. Never call one if you do not mean to die." Bingley's boot stamped loudly on the floor as he continued to pace. "But if there was something he might do, and he did not, I would," Colonel Fitzwilliam replied. "Jove, you are as flush as any gentleman I've ever seen with interest for that girl. For my part, she is the prettiest creature I've ever seen, excepting, of course, other equally pretty creatures. No wonder you wish to see her well cared for." "No, it is not that. Come, good fellow, you grew up with her, did you not? Can you not admit that she is pretty?" As he said that, Colonel Fitzwilliam poured out a second cup of coffee for himself. The enticing aroma filled the room and drew Darcy to the table to make his own second cup. Bingley flushed, paused, and paced again. "Do you both really think she will recover without a physician?" More likely without one than with one. Colonel Fitzwilliam repeated his dictum about them. I'd never trust any doctor who isn't ready to saw my leg off at the drop of a hat. Oh, Bingley shook and grimaced. I do not wish to imagine Jane's leg being sawed off. But you wish to imagine her legs? Colonel Fitzwilliam waggled his eyebrow. I'll not hear you say anything about Jane. Colonel Fitzwilliam raised his hands. Greatest respect to her. But I'll admit it, you do think she's pretty. Jane is the most beautiful angel in the world, and you'll not bother her. Bingley growled at Colonel Fitzwilliam, who laughingly raised his hands. So you do not think of her only as a sister? What? Do not be absurd. I think of her as Jane. She is simply Jane. Darcy was beginning to realize that Bingley's attitude towards the eldest Miss Bennet was in fact different and more intense than how he thought of the pretty women that Darcy had seen him flirt with before. Such a match was a sensible one. Jane was a dear family friend who he had known for so very long, and the daughter of his father's old business partner. Such a marriage would be to the satisfaction of everyone, were it to occur. Darcy grabbed a sugary lemon tart from the table and went to lean against one of the window sills to watch the two of them argue. In response to Bingley's glare, which was considerably more determined than Darcy was used to seeing his friend ever act, Colonel Fitzwilliam said, Well, then, it appears I am to have nothing to do with Miss Bennet. Pity, though. Sick girls are always the prettiest. Everyone says so. But I suppose I'll have to content myself with bothering Miss Elizabeth, even though she seems to radiate good health. More's the pity, but I think she is more to my taste in any case. Bingley laughed at that, showing that his defensiveness only extended to one of the Bennet girls. Lizzie is too clever for you. I like clever women. Darcy felt a sort of anxiety, and he looked at Colonel Fitzwilliam, who had his ordinary mocking grin. Did he actually mean to take a serious interest in Elizabeth? She really couldn't like him. Colonel Fitzwilliam was losing his hair. But Darcy knew that his cousin was a confident, vigorous man with a sort of easy charisma. There was a laughing reply from Bingley that Darcy barely heard over his mounting anxiety. Miss Elizabeth is a great reader, Darcy suddenly heard himself saying. He was pressing his neatly trimmed nails into the palm of his hand. The lemon tart he'd just eaten mixed acidly with the strong coffee. You hardly could get along very well with such a person. Ah, simple soldier, you mean? But even the simplest soldier might wish to have some touch of higher thoughts and interests to enliven his life. Darcy frowned. It would be a reasonable match for his cousin. He ought to be happy at the thought of his cousin fixing on someone to at last marry. He should not feel a gaping anxiety that verged on terror at the thought of Elizabeth marrying someone else. Colonel Fitzwilliam looked at him in a peculiar way. He added in a far more serious voice, I do not think that Miss Elizabeth has any interest in me, though she is a very fine woman. No, no, Darcy said. He stood and with effort unclenched his jaw. You must not judge yourself beneath your deserts. She spoke chiefly with you all last night. That sort of persistence must mean she has some interest in you. Tilted head, two clever eyes, his coat finely fitted around wide, muscular shoulders. Darcy hated the way his cousin made him feel transparent, and as though he had no depths to hide his thoughts within. Bingley laughed. I don't know about that. Lizzie seemed to simply enjoy herself, and you as well. Nothing there, I think. Not that I would be offended, Colonel Fitzwilliam, if you and Lizzie made a match of it. I'd be rather happy about it. I just don't expect it from last night." "Oh?" Colonel Fitzwilliam raised an eyebrow. "See, Darcy, Miss Elizabeth has no interest in me. Nothing is clearer than that a woman speaking to a man does not mean that she is in love with him. For example, Miss Bingley spoke to you even more persistently than Miss Elizabeth spoke to me, and I cannot imagine that she has any interest in you." Bingley coughed. Darcy flushed, and in response to the felt heat in his face, he sat up straighter and prouder. "I have not sought any interest from that source, and I shall not. I assure you that at present I have no intention to flirt, to prance, or to interact in any particular way with any woman. I certainly at present have no plans to marry, nor any interest in any particular woman." "Ah!" Colonel Fitzwilliam then replied, "I'd suspected that you had an interest in Miss Elizabeth. Something about how you looked at her. But in this case, I'll have no compunctions about monopolizing her attention if she throws them on me again." The worst of it was that Darcy could not even glare at his cousin, because that would simply prove his suspicions. The day was long and tortuous, as Darcy eagerly wished to see Elizabeth's face again, but she remained steadily in attendance on her sister. Elizabeth only came down from the sick room in the evening. Bingley leapt from where he'd sat at cards with Mr. Hurst, Mrs. Hurst, and Colonel Fitzwilliam. He exclaimed with real feeling, "How does Jane? Is she any worse in the last 3 hours?" Elizabeth shook her head and smiled. "Sleeping now. Still warm, but less than earlier." She then stretched her arms above her head, pulling the cotton fabric of her dress taut around her bosom, and tilted and turned her head about. "I've sat in one posture reading to her for too long." It was impossible for Darcy to not shift in place and orient himself towards her. He was suddenly aware of all his own aches and pains from sitting in one place as he had written his letter to Georgiana. Half consciously imitating her, Darcy also stretched, turning his torso side to side. "Join us," Mrs. Hurst offered to Elizabeth. "We just talked about switching the game to Lou. We can accommodate you and Caroline." "Please say yes." Darcy really would prefer if Miss Bingley would cease bothering him, so he could finish his letter to his sister in peace. As Elizabeth considered the offer, Colonel Fitzwilliam said to Caroline, "Come now, no more excuse that you cannot play cards because 5 is such an awkward number." No, Elizabeth said, laughing. "I shall not join. I much prefer to read a book." "You prefer reading to cards," Mr. Hurst said. "Singular." Elizabeth laughed while Miss Bingley stood up from the little stool that she'd brought to Darcy's side. "Elizabeth is a very great reader. I say she takes little pleasure in anything else. But she can, sometimes, manage to even enjoy a game of cards. I suppose I have no choice but to play to prove my breadth of talents." Grinning at them all, Elizabeth sat near Colonel Fitzwilliam. "And promise all that you shan't believe what Caroline says. I am not a great reader, and I have pleasure in many things." "Do not believe her," Miss Bingley replied. "She may take pleasure in many things, and there are few people better capable of finding joy in any situation than my dear friend. But she is without doubt a great reader. It is merely that she compares herself to Mr. Bennet, which makes her deny her greatness." "Papa is a great reader," Elizabeth replied. "I am merely a tolerable reader. Every evening at school she sat next to us while we played at cards and gossip, a novel or work of science in hand. Do not let Caroline fool you into believing I was a diligent student," Elizabeth said, taking up the hand of cards that Mr. Hurst handed out. "It was quite rare that I read anything which Mrs. Castle thought had any value. Caroline was the diligent student. She tired herself to perfect her drawing, her comportment, her music, French and Italian. I chiefly focused on diversion. Darcy smiled at Elizabeth. There was something wholly charming in this refusal of the praise and the attempt to put it upon her friend. He had seen Miss Bingley's habits, and Miss Bingley was by far too assiduous in her pursuit of that which would impress those around her to impress Darcy. With a very becoming flush, Elizabeth looked down and muttered again, "I assure you Caroline was the best of us. She is—" No, Caroline, you shouldn't join. I think 5 is the perfect number for a game of loo. More and it becomes awkward." Miss Bingley had sat back down next to Darcy, having avoided the card game once more. She looked at him, probably hoping to see if Elizabeth's praise of her had some positive effect on his opinion of her. It did not. Elizabeth was charming and natural. Miss Bingley was not. Colonel Fitzwilliam loudly clapped his hand against his thigh. "Miss Elizabeth, you have convinced me. There is no use nor point in speaking further with you this evening. Well, such a paragon of good breeding, good achievements, and decorous comportment sits nearby as Miss Caroline Bingley. Miss Bingley, do you not find me a paragon of deportment as well?" Darcy frowned at that. Whatever did he mean by disparaging Elizabeth? But rather than appearing displeased, Elizabeth's eyes brightened and she smiled warmly at Colonel Fitzwilliam. The green creature squeezed Darcy's chest. The reply of Miss Bingley to this praise was an annoyed and curt "No." "Hurt, cut to the quick," Colonel Fitzwilliam replied. He flipped over his cards and sighed dramatically. "Missed the trick also. I've been looed. Misery. You and the cards. I'm dashed to the marrow. Shot through. Like a fellow I know. Bullet landed right in his heart. Plugged the wound, and he was fine for an hour. But when the surgeon poked his finger in the bloody hole—" "Colonel Fitzwilliam," Miss Bingley angrily replied, "might you reserve your grotesque war tales for when the gentlemen are by themselves?" "Simple soldier, madam. Apologies, simple soldier," Elizabeth declared. "And as a simple soldier, you have overcrossed the lines of convention too far and must be punished." With a grin, Colonel Fitzwilliam sat straighter, and he flicked a finger in a mock salute. "Punished? I am in terror. And what shall my fate be? What unpleasant task must I accomplish for you?" "Ah!" Elizabeth smiled back at him. That green snake squeezing in Darcy's chest grew tighter. "You shall choose the next book for me to read. And what is more, I shall curse you to read to me aloud from it. Soon as the next round of loo is complete, it must be a good book, proper for the company." "Oh, no, madam. Such horror!" Colonel Fitzwilliam laughingly placed the back of his hand against his forehead. "Choose a kinder fate for the poor sufferer. But alas, I see you are without mercy and—" "Wholly without. I have no choice but to perform this low quest."
Darcy hated himself for the way that he seemed to be unable to either keep himself from half staring at their conversation, or to then properly say something to enter it. He was full of strong emotion, like he was not used to feeling in any way. Bingley laughed. "I'll wager you'll find no great success in my library. I've barely enough books to gain the name." "I am astonished," said Miss Bingley, "that my father should have left behind such a small collection of books. What a delightful library you have at Pemberley, Mr. Darcy." And it had returned once more, Miss Bingley and her endless efforts to appeal to him by flattering that which was his. At least this was a distraction from his attention on Elizabeth.
"It has been the work of many generations,"
Darcy replied.
without any feeling of enthusiasm for the subject, though ordinarily he loved to talk about Pemberley. Elizabeth had perhaps given him the key to Miss Bingley's character with that description of how dedicated she had been to her studies at their ladies' seminary. She was a woman who desired to pass any exams the world presented to her. No doubt she considered him in the nature of such an academic task. First, impress her schoolmistress and the tutors. Second, gain a reputation as an accomplished woman. Third, make a brilliant match. He would be a brilliant match, and thus she would make him match her whether he wanted her or not. Darcy had a resigned notion that she would continuously exert herself to catch him until he married another, and the matter became impossible. Maybe he should marry. Darcy's heart skipped several beats. He glanced at Elizabeth. Her tanned, heart-shaped face was upturned and dimpling as she listened to Colonel Fitzwilliam bantering back at her. At this moment, he desperately wished he had his cousin's facility for charming and flirting with women. He did not even understand how the two of them had settled into speaking so easily when everything Darcy said to Elizabeth was awkward and frustrating. But Darcy consoled himself with a soothing thought. What he had was vastly better than Colonel Fitzwilliam's easy manner and charm. Pemberley and the vast wealth of his estate. He did not speak much further that night, but he spent the entire time quietly contemplating Elizabeth in a less frenzied and a more calm state of mind than before. Chapter 7. Elizabeth confessed to herself as she arose the next day that she had been disconcerted by the way that Mr. Darcy's eyes lingered on her the previous night as she talked with Colonel Fitzwilliam, obviously for the purpose of keeping his attention away from Caroline. Not with any noted success, to be clear. The officer delighted in saying outrageous things, and he had a particular and determined delight in saying them to Caroline. But Darcy had been dumb most of the previous night, even by his ordinary standards, only speaking when directly spoken to. Elizabeth could not help but feel that he was displeased about something. It was unfortunate, but all of Caroline's efforts seemed to have as much effect on Mr. Darcy's attitude towards her as they did on the wall or vases of flowers. Rather less effect than Caroline would have had if she had talked directly to the window, because then at least condensation might have formed. Darcy did not like Caroline. That was what Elizabeth admitted to herself. Watching them spend 2 nights together in a small domestic circle was enough to prove that to Elizabeth, and it made her feel very sad. Of course he was in no way worthy of her friend, even with his excellent appearance and wealth. He was a cold man, and he had no interest in the honest affections of a woman who adored him. Caroline ought to think no more of him, and consider herself lucky. As for her part, Elizabeth was glad that he probably disapproved of her. But rather than continuing to abuse Darcy in her thoughts, as she knew she ought to as Caroline's friend, this question caught Elizabeth's mind and stuck like honey and jam. Just what did Mr. Darcy think of her? He was quiet. He did not flirt. He looked at her with that serious, studying eye that she would assume was disapproving in anyone else. But Mr. Darcy was such an odd, quiet man. He certainly paid far more attention to her when they were in the room together than he did to Caroline. She had no compelling reason to think that he disliked her, but if he liked her, why did he not flirt with her? Most gentlemen knew well enough to flirt with the women they liked. Of course she did not want Mr. Darcy to like her. That would be simply awful, as Caroline loved him. Simply awful. Yes, it definitely was a good thing that he definitely and definitively disliked her, and that those intense stares could not signify anything more than absence of mind, and a studied desire to mark out her every defect. Elizabeth certainly preferred to believe that. The next morning, Mamma came shortly after breakfast with Kitty and Mary to visit the recovering Jane, and after visiting the invalid in her sick room, the group returned to the drawing-room. As soon as they sat down to the richly scented tea and ample cakes provided by Caroline, Mrs. Bennet announced that she was wholly satisfied with the girl's improvement, and that she thought that Jane would likely be able to return home in another day or two. Mary had sat down on the edge of the couch and rather rudely pulled her book of sermons out to start reading. It was not surprising, though. Mary usually acted as though she were among family at the Bingleys. When Mamma announced that she thought Jane could soon come home, Caroline looked at Elizabeth with those "please stay here" eyes. While Elizabeth was now convinced she could not help Caroline's hopeless case with Mr. Darcy, still, for reasons she could understand and easily articulate, and due to some she could not, was happy to remain longer at Netherfield. Elizabeth said to her mother, "We would not want Jane to relapse in the carriage." "Oh, nonsense. People don't fall sick again just because they are in the carriage for 20 minutes. "But she would be exposed to the cold." Charlie nervously chewed on his lip. Much better if she remains here until she is completely well. Even longer, perhaps." Mamma patted Charlie on the cheek. "Sweet boy. Well, if you both insist on staying longer, you can stay here at Netherfield as long as you want, though I miss all of you." With a roll of her eyes, Kitty said to them, "It is hardly fair. It is quite too quiet at home when I'm the only one there. And Papa just sits reading all day from his books without you there. I miss Lydia. I wish she'd been brought out of school with me." "When she's 16, Mrs. Bennet said. Louisa and Caroline looked between each other. Elizabeth knew that neither of them was particularly fond of Kitty, who had always been a slightly annoying creature who thought that a world dominated by older siblings was unfair. Charlie cheerfully clapped Kitty on the shoulder. "If you wish to stay here also, I've rooms and rooms and rooms. You can have 3 of them." Kitty's eyes widened. "Oh, no, not Netherfield. You'd give me a room in the draughty wing." "No. "Oh, well," Charlie shrugged. "Mr. Bennet does miss you and Jane," Mamma said. "He has begun making sketches of machines again, and he mumbles about maybe establishing another business. He won't, though, not without poor Mr. Bingley." Darcy looked sharply at Mrs. Bennet. "In trade? Again?" The disapproval in the tone was clear to Elizabeth. "One cannot simply read all day. Or Mr. Bennet can, and I enjoy seeing him so happy with his books, but it is no surprise to me that he sometimes wishes to be active again." "No matter what Mr. Bingley has said on the matter," Darcy replied stiffly, "it astonishes me immensely that any gentleman with a substantial estate of his own would decide to spend such a great amount of his time directly involved in trade." "He always enjoyed it," Elizabeth said. "Besides, how else was the construction of all those machines to be funded?" Mr. Darcy replied non-committally, and Elizabeth was not sure whether she should despise him as a snob who despised her father for his involvement in trade, or not. Mamma knew her choice. She frowned deeply at Mr. Darcy. "It astonishes me that you've such a narrow acquaintance. Oh, by the way," she said to Elizabeth, "Mr. Collins is coming to visit next week. That cousin of your father's, the one who will inherit Longbourn." "Mr. Collins?" Elizabeth said with some surprise. "I shall be quite interested to meet this almost mysterious cousin. Do be cautious around him. Like as not he hopes to marry one of you, and he is at present only the vicar of a modest parsonage, whatever his hopes may be.
Mr. Bennet makes fun of me by saying that he shall be able to throw us all into the hedgerows when he should die. But that is quite nonsense, as I will be very well provided for. Longbourn is not a half part of your father's income, you know. Do not fancy these people who look down upon fortunes made in trade. I have always said that a man in trade is quite as respectable as any gentleman with an estate. More respectable, I think, since they are useful sorts, unlike some. She glared at Mr. Darcy, looking rather like a peevish old cat. "Mamma," Elizabeth said, feeling an odd anxiety at the thought of her mother embarrassing herself. "You quite misunderstand Mr. Darcy. Quite. That was not what he meant at all." She flushed as she looked sidelong at Darcy and shifted on the velvet fabric of the couch. Charlie also noticed the tension, and he jovially laughed and exclaimed, "I am a wholly useless and idle sort of fellow. I did not learn the business in any way, and I do not worry myself much over Greek or Latin, though I did learn to dance quite admirably." "Oh, Charlie," Mamma exclaimed, smiling at him, "you always make a laugh about yourself. But you are a quite useful fellow. Everyone loves to have you near in conversation. And you do not need to worry yourself away with business, because your father and Mr. Bennet did so for you. There is no sense in the son worrying himself to an excess when his father already did so." Mrs. Bennet then launched into one of those lines of reminiscence about their days in Manchester. Elizabeth felt, and not only on Caroline's account, more than slightly embarrassed to hear the tale bandied about in front of Mr. Darcy. "I assure you," Mamma began, "that we had enough worrying over business for several generations. Have you any notion," she said, speaking to Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam, "what it was like in those years? After my dear husband set up in trade with Mr. Bingley, Mr. Bennet's father cut off his allowance. He said it was a shame before the family, but Mr. Bennet simply wanted to see those machines made. For him it was always a matter of advancing the arts and sciences of England as much as the fortune. We were quite narrow in those days. I am impressed with your husband's fortitude in acting so," Colonel Fitzwilliam said. "As a dependent son, I am always keenly aware of what might put me beyond the good graces of my father. Though your husband had to his advantage of the entail, so he knew that he could not be separated forever from fortune." "Yes, yes," Mamma cried. "There is no legal arrangement I admire so much as an entail, even though it will take Longbourn away from us one day. I always advise my friends to establish one if they might. Mr. Bennet took everything he had from his mother, and a great loan from my father to make up his part of the capital. My brother also contributed a little, but he earned a greater portion back by managing the London contacts for our business in addition to his own. We lived only off the income from my funds, a little less, in fact. Mr. Bennet always found some cause to give £1 here or there to some workman, or to smooth some small matter over when the working capital was overrun." Charlie sat on the corner of the blue Chesterfield sofa next to Mamma and flung his leg over the side. He said, "Papa loved to talk about those days, and how he put in everything he could beg, borrow, or steal from my grandparents, his friends, and random persons on the street." "Quite right, quite. We lived, all of us, in that small house in Manchester. We were right on top of each other, sharing a maid-of-all-work between me and Mrs. Bingley. It was quite ridiculous. We were so young. I was quite angry for the first months at Mr. Bennet for taking me north and placing me in such circumstances, but I began to find the fun in it. I hardly realized it at the time, but those years were the happiest in my life. I am wholly happy now, but there was something about being surrounded by a young and growing brood, The way that Mr. Bennet worked all day, each day, and then he'd talk to me at night about the business and his worries. I hardly understood a half of what he said, but I tried to listen. When you marry girls, you always must get your husband to speak to you. The best men often are rather quiet if you do not put yourself to some effort to draw them out. That speech struck Elizabeth a bit oddly. It made her think of Mr. Darcy. And she then tried to compare Mr. Darcy and her father, and while in surface ways they were not at all alike, perhaps there was a similar cleverness, and maybe even a similar tendency to be amused by others without showing it at all. Caroline said with a blush, "Oh, I certainly shall delight in nothing so much as listening to my husband when I marry."
For my part,
Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed and stretched his legs out in front of him, "I'd find it a terrible bore to have to constantly listen to myself talk. I'd much prefer the nattering of a woman. Tell the rest of it. How did you get the dowries of all your girls so packed with fat?"
So packed with fat, Mamma giggled. I'll need to remember that.
Our life became easier after Mr. Bennet inherited Longbourn. He let out the estate and put almost all the money into the enterprise, borrowing against his expectations even, but business was expanding and we moved into a much bigger house. 2 maids and a cook, though no footman. Manservants are so dear in the north. The mills and canals, the mines and factories, they hire them all up at good wages. It is quite a good thing for them, but makes keeping up one's consequence harder. Kitty had just been born, and Lydia followed soon after. I love nothing so much as that house. And the yard. Charlie grinned. He always enjoyed hearing these sorts of stories about their childhood. I shall always remember the scent of the apple trees during the summer. I'd barely started school when we moved into the larger house. I remember my delight at having my own room. I'd had to share with Caroline and Louisa before.
Don't talk about that, Caroline said, her colour high. She looked at Mr. Darcy, who listened intently to Mrs. Bennet's story. He was studying Elizabeth again. Those same dark, serious eyes. She felt a flutter in her stomach that could not be attraction. "I am not ashamed that my husband made his fortune through determined work, cleverness, and by advancing the progress of the manufactures of England," Mamma said to Caroline, using one of Papa's favourite phrasings. "I would be ashamed to be ashamed of it. Caroline, you should be proud of your father. They were such excellent partners." Mamma looked again at Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam, whose attention to the story seemed genuine. It was wholly new to them. "Mr. Bingley could sell a stone to a rock wall, and he could borrow £1,000 from the worst miser in England. On good terms. Managed all the workmen perfectly. I'm afraid my husband has no talent for dealing with anyone beneath him. Tries to treat every workman or clerk like a student who could be convinced through Socratic dialogue. But those machines Mr. Bennet designed, he'd talk to gears and pressures and lathes through the whole of it the first time we danced. I hardly paid any attention to what he said. He looked so handsome and fine in his green coat." Mamma sighed with a misty-eyed smile. "And he had such thick black hair then, and lovely hands. It was his hands I noticed first. Put me quite beside myself. All the other girls envied me for having caught the eye of Squire Bennet's only son." "Mamma!" Kitty squealed with annoyance. "Don't tell us about how handsome you found Papa." Mary looked up at that squeal, and then nodded in agreement with Kitty before she buried her nose in her book again. "Lord, he still is a fine-looking man. Men are like wine. They become more delightful with age. And women as well," Colonel Fitzwilliam said to Mamma. "As you prove. By Zeus,
I perceive that you are handsomer today than you ever might have been." Mamma blushed at the raillery, but she smiled. "Oh, I once was very beautiful, but I am nothing now. When a woman has 4 grown daughters, and a 5th nearly so, she ought to give up thinking of her own beauty." "I believe that is because," Colonel Fitzwilliam replied, "very few such women have so much beauty as you. Miss Bingley, would you not say that Mrs. Bennet is as lovely as any unmarried girl of 25, such as yourself?" "I am 20, cried Caroline without delay. "Ah, my compliments then. You show that maturity and perfection of beauty that is only usually found in those older." Elizabeth studied the Colonel. She honestly could not tell if he in fact admired Caroline, or if he was merely teasing her out of habit and amusement at her annoyance. But she had a sudden certainty that it would likely be wholly better for Caroline if she shifted her attention towards a gentleman who in fact paid her attention. Caroline glared at Colonel Fitzwilliam, wholly unmollified by his response. Mr. Darcy said to Mamma, "But tell me, was Miss Elizabeth born at that first house?" "Let me think. No, she was a year old. It was in the year 92 that Mr. Bennet and Mr. Bingley signed the articles of incorporation for their company. I remember it must have been 92 because it was the year when this long war with France first started. We were there until the year 96, both couples and all the children in the same house. Everyone running around underfoot, and everything such a mess of noise that you cannot imagine. It was a delight. Lizzie insists she cannot remember that house." "I do, the room at least, with Mary and Jane also sleeping together with me," Elizabeth said. "We were not so poor anyways then," Miss Bingley insisted to Mr. Darcy. "It was only that all of the income was added into the paid-in capital. We really were not as poor as Mrs. Bennet makes it sound." "Well, of course not. Mr. Bennet had the promise of Longbourn. Though your father would have been ruined had the business failed, he'd put all his capital, and all he could beg or borrow from friend or foe, or relation, into it. Between them they raised more than £20,000 as working capital. The cost of those large machines, and also the wall. There was no guarantee matters would work. But I bored you all sufficiently." She rose and embraced Charlie. Thank you, for caring for Jane and Lizzie." "There is nothing," he replied fervently, "that I would rather do than care for Jane." Mamma patted him on the arm. "I know. Also, soon as Jane is better and Nichols has made white soup enough, I shall throw a ball here." "Are you sure that we should have a ball?" Caroline said nervously. "There is at least one here who would consider a ball a punishment rather than a pleasure." "Do you mean Darcy?" Bingley exclaimed, looking at his friend and grinning. "He may go to bed if he chooses, before it begins. But to hold a ball is a settled thing." "Would it not be better," Caroline replied, "if balls were carried on in a different manner? It surely would be more rational if conversation instead of dancing were made the order of the day." "Much more rational, my dear Caroline, I dare say, but it would not be near so much like a ball," Mr. Bingley replied, laughing at his sister. Mr. Darcy, for whom this display was intended, observed Caroline with what Elizabeth perceived as a detached curiosity. He said nothing. However, Colonel Fitzwilliam said, "I am convinced. You are a singular woman, preferring conversation to dancing. I've never met such a woman, and now, in response, I must beg, before anyone else has the opportunity, for your first 2 dances at the ball. Except to please you, I shall forgo the pleasure of dancing, and we shall stand in a corner of the room and talk to the music."
Poor Caroline. Elizabeth could not keep from smiling, but it was also her duty to rescue Caroline if she could. "No, no," she exclaimed. "Colonel Fitzwilliam? It is not my place. I know it is not my place. The man asks and all. But might you open the ball with me instead, and reserve the second two for conversation with Caroline?" Colonel Fitzwilliam looked at her with some surprise, but what Elizabeth chiefly noticed was that Mr. Darcy intently stared at her, his face a deep frown. Elizabeth added, "Most unusual, of course, but allow me to explain. You see, the instant Mr. Bingley announced the ball, I had this image fill my mind. Some certainty that the cousin of Papa's who will visit shall be a fat-toed clergyman who falls in love with me the instant he sees me and begs for the first two dances. I'm afraid he shall step on my foot again and again till I'm in such pain that I must sit out the rest. 'Tis a ridiculous worry, I know, but I need the promise of some gentleman who can dance creditably if I'm to face my meeting with him when he visits." Darcy's stare was as incredulous as ever. Elizabeth flushed with embarrassment. What a ridiculous speech! She looked down, but Colonel Fitzwilliam studied her, and then he grinned. "Of course, Miss Elizabeth. No fate could be worse than having your foot stepped on by a clergyman. I'd far rather face French grape-shot and musketry. The first two are yours. Dear Miss Bingley," he added in an ironical tone, "I know how deeply this loss has pricked you in the heart. But please console yourself, for you shall still share the second two with me. But then, I've no notion of who could dance the first two with you. Your brother?" "Not me." Charlie raised his hands. "I've promised them to Jane." "Already?" Elizabeth exclaimed. "Already," replied Bingley. "She has no need for such consideration. You know Jane's dance card fills every evening." "I was aware." Bingley grinned rather wider than even his ordinary course. "It was for that reason that I've already secured her hand." "Darcy!" Colonel Fitzwilliam winked at Elizabeth. "It falls upon you. You are not engaged yet for the dance." "Certainly not," he replied coldly. "Then I insist you dance with Miss Bingley for the first two." The way that Mr. Darcy looked at his cousin was intense and not kind. In a wholly uninflected voice, Mr. Darcy said, "Miss Bingley, it would deeply honour me if you were to dance the first two with me." "Oh, of course. That would delight me as well," she replied and curtsied. Caroline looked at Elizabeth with glowing eyes and pink cheeks, and she mouthed, "Thank you." "It is not fair," Kitty exclaimed. "Not fair. Both Jane and Lizzie have dances already secured, and I do not." "I am at your service, Miss Catherine," Charlie replied gallantly, "for any set except the first two and the last two, both of which have been promised to Jane." "Oh, that is not so bad. Then I shall take the 2 with you." "You may inscribe it into your card, dear madam, and I will be there." "Oh, Charlie," cried Kitty, "you always joke. Of course you will be there, for the ball is at your house." "I am not at all unhappy," Mary said, "to not have a dance partner already established, for I wholly agree with Caroline, and I think that balls would be far preferable if conversation rather than dancing were to be the order of the day." "And I yet insist," Charlie replied, "that it would then be not so near like a ball. But if dancing is the order of the day, we must endure it. Mistress Mary, quite contrary. Might I beg your hand for the 2/3? She looked at him consideringly with pursed lips, quite living up with her expression to the appellation of Mistress Mary quite contrary from the nursery rhyme. "Oh, very well, but only because I must dance with someone." "I shall take the appropriate joy." Charlie said, in my superiority to no one. Chapter 8. Darcy's hand cramped as he resolutely focused on the fine scratchings of his pen on paper. The sound of a pen scraping across paper had always been one that he found pleasant and relaxing. "Oh, how even your lines!" Though he did not show it on his face, Darcy winced at the voice at his side. No reply was ventured to Miss Bingley. He'd had half a night of peace earlier, when she'd been ensconced in conversation with Elizabeth and Miss Bennet. Miss Bennet had recovered sufficiently to be piled under blankets and placed by the fire. The room was rather too warm from how high Bingley had piled the fire, and Darcy wondered if the recovering invalid was actually able to enjoy that much heat, or if she also sweated in it. Bingley now talked eagerly to Miss Bennet while Elizabeth read a book, one leg tucked under herself. Darcy had developed a sixth sense that always informed him of exactly where Elizabeth was, what she was doing, and how attractive she appeared while she did it. She united intelligence, cleverness, womanly charm, a fetching liveliness, excellent eyes, excellent figure, and clear loyalty to those she cared for. Further, she had a possible fortune, almost possible connections, the intimate relationship with the Bingleys offsetting her unfortunate uncle in trade, and an acceptable, if only barely, family. Day by day Darcy knew himself to be in more danger from her. Bored and without the welcome distraction of conversation with her bosom friend, Miss Bingley had turned to her other favourite occupation, annoying Darcy. She sat next to him, leaning forward so that she could display her bosom to him and watch him write. Darcy had a decidedly uncomfortable feeling, almost like some small bug was crawling up and down his torso beneath his coat at how close she was. But still, she was not close enough to violate norms of politeness. It was halfway impossible to think with her there, constantly waiting to say something else as soon as he forgot about her presence. What had he been about to write? Darcy scratched his jawline with the bristly feather on the back of his pen. Ah, yes. He began writing again, and once he mentally fully engaged with the task, Miss Bingley added, "And you write so many letters. I would hate it if it fell to my task to write that many letters of business." "Then it is fortunate," Darcy replied, not quite able to keep the sharpness from his tone, "that it is my fate to write them rather than yours." "Don't believe her," Elizabeth said in a half-absent voice, without lifting her face from her book. "She is an excellent correspondent. Caroline will write reams and reams when we are apart." Elizabeth's white fingers were wrapped around the cover of her book. He'd like it if she wrapped those fingers around his arms and shoulders. With a shake, Darcy once more applied himself to his letter. "Oh, are you writing to dear Georgiana? Do tell her that I miss her exceedingly, and look forward to that duet we promised each other when next we meet." "I added your salutations to her already in the previous letter I wrote to her. Perhaps you ought to write your own letter to my sister?" "Oh, of course." Miss Bingley sat a bit further back from Darcy. Colonel Fitzwilliam arose from where he sat playing a game of piquet with Mr. Hurst. He stuck his head between Miss Bingley and Darcy and stared intently at Darcy's hand as he continued to write. Both Darcy and Miss Bingley turned to stare at his singular behaviour. Go on," he said to Darcy when it was clear that Darcy was not, in fact, continuing to write. "Richard, whatever are you doing?" "I only wish to see the marvel. From how intently Miss Bingley stares at you as you write, I was sure there must be something most singular about it." Miss Bingley flushed red and stood up from the chair. She made a harumphing sound and walked over to sit next to Elizabeth. Go on. You need not be shy. I'll just watch. Colonel Fitzwilliam added. Darcy glared at his cousin. His cousin grinned at Darcy. With an annoyed sigh, Darcy pushed the stool back, shoved the paper half off the desk, stuck the quill in the inkpot, and said, "Do you want another partner at cards?" "Oh, certainly not. Not you, at any rate. Miss Bingley, would you be my partner in a round of whist?" "No." "Well then, Hurst, another round of piquet, eh?" "If you wish to hazard your money, I'll happily take more off," that gentleman replied. "Grab the other decanter of port, would you, while you are up? We've drunk through this. That's a fine fellow." Colonel Fitzwilliam rolled his eyes, but rejoined Hurst for the card game. Darcy sighed, and he stared at the ceiling for a while, stood up, stretched, walked back and forth 2 or 3 times between the little desk and the fire, aware as he did so that both Miss Bingley's and Elizabeth's eyes followed him. He settled back down to continue his letter. Hopefully, Colonel Fitzwilliam had managed to give him enough peace to complete his letter. However, 10 minutes after he had sat down, he heard Miss Bingley's voice saying, "Eliza, would you join me for a turn about the room?" With a murmured response, the 2 girls began to walk, very elegantly, about. That dress fit Elizabeth perfectly, and the way it swayed around her legs. She had quite a perfectly formed bosom. With a half force of will, Darcy kept himself from quite staring at her. But her thrown-back shoulders, her lovely rich hair, the locks bouncing about her cheeks, her chin, the way she smiled at Miss Bingley, and how she dimpled as she talked to her friend about whatever matter they discussed. It was hard not to stare at that vision of loveliness. Miss Bingley unfortunately noticed his attention on the 2 of them, and she called out, "Mr. Darcy, would you join us in a turn about the room? It is quite refreshing." "Not at all," he replied. "I can only think of 2 reasons why you both have determined to walk around together, and in either case I would be in the way." "Oh, whatever do you mean? Why have we determined to walk about?" Miss Bingley and Elizabeth asked together. "The likeliest reason is that you wish to share confidences with each other, and I would merely be in the way." "You would not at all be in the way," Miss Bingley replied. "Eliza and I can always speak to each other when we wish." Elizabeth laughed merrily. "Ah," Darcy replied. "I ought to finish my letter." But the way Elizabeth's dimpled smile watched him was an incentive to abandon that letter and join them. Miss Bingley pouted. "Oh, you'll not escape so easily. My curiosity is not satisfied," Colonel Fitzwilliam exclaimed from the card table. He slapped his hand on his leg. "And the second reason that occurred to you as to why a lovely pair of women might promenade the room?" Darcy flushed. "Did I say I had a second reason?" "You certainly did." Was his cousin trying to embarrass him? Yes, tell us." Miss Bingley eagerly studied him. "Do tell us your other notion." Eliza, you must also encourage Darcy. I'd like to know as well. My curiosity is aroused. Mr. Darcy, if you do not wish me to quite annoy myself with speculation all night, you must tell me." That bright, dimpled smile. Nothing for it. Darcy sat straighter, put the feather pen back in the inkpot, and aware that his cousin was watching him, he said with a confidence he did not quite feel, "My other notion was that you both were aware that your figures appear to best advantage while walking. And if that was your intent, I can admire you better from here." Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed and clapped his hands. Bravo, cousin. Better than I anticipated ever hearing from you." Miss Bingley giggled. "Oh, no. Horrible. How could you say something so shocking?" Elizabeth also smiled, dimples still out. But she was not flushed with any sort of extra awareness at hearing him praise them.
Did she possibly think that his words had been principally aimed at Miss Bingley? "Eliza, how shall we punish him for such a speech?" Miss Bingley asked. "Tease him, annoy him. Surely with an extra 4 weeks of acquaintance you must have learned some method by which he might be teased." "I swear to you I have not. Tease calmness, self-possession, and evenness of temper? It is impossible." Colonel Fitzwilliam choked on his port and started coughing and chortling with laughter. Miss Bingley glared primly at Colonel Fitzwilliam. For his part, Darcy sat straighter and desperately tried to focus on his own confidence in himself to keep from blushing. "Well then," Miss Bingley said with asperity, "how would you tease your cousin?"
"Me? Oh, do not ask me. I have the advantage of a family relation, and having been his slightly older companion in childhood, I saw Darcy fall into one too many muddy creeks and streams to respect him."
Then he laughed again.
"So very self-possessed. Bingley, remember that time I had to shove him to disrupt his aim at snooker? And he still won the game."
"Charles, you didn't," Miss Bingley said, horrified. Darcy could not repress his smile this time. He noticed Elizabeth studying him as he grinned and said,
"Of course I won the game. I am immune to, what did you call them? Unconventional stratagems. I'd say fraudulent tactics."
"See, Eliza," Miss Bingley said, "we cannot laugh at him without a cause for it. Mr. Darcy cannot be teased." "Mr. Darcy is not to be laughed at," cried Elizabeth. "That is an uncommon advantage, and uncommon I hope it will continue, for it would be a great loss to me to have many such acquaintances. I dearly love a laugh."
"Miss Bingley," Darcy replied, "has given me more credit than I could possibly deserve. Any man, whether as wise as Socrates or Plato, or as good as Christ himself, may be rendered ridiculous by a person whose first object in life is a joke."
"I hope I am not such a person," Elizabeth replied.
"I certainly am not," said Colonel Fitzwilliam. "A joke is only my third or fourth object in life. However, I assure you that I can laugh at my cousin."
"And what is the matter which you laugh at Darcy based upon?" Elizabeth asked.
"His ridiculousness." Colonel Fitzwilliam winked at Darcy.
"His ridiculousness?" exclaimed Elizabeth. "I have not noticed him to be ridiculous in any way."
"You do not know him so well, and I think one must have a certain frame of mind to find him ridiculous. If you see him as I do—"
"I certainly do not," Miss Bingley exclaimed fervently. "I can imagine no one less ridiculous than Mr. Darcy." Darcy sighed and rubbed at the back of his neck. He really wished that she wasn't the one who was determined to defend him.
"And that," Colonel Fitzwilliam said, "shows how you, Miss Bingley, despite your lily loveliness, are wholly and entirely ridiculous yourself."
Miss Bingley flushed. Elizabeth said, "But how can we tease Mr. Darcy? Colonel Fitzwilliam says he is ridiculous, but all the evidence that he has provided for such a claim is that Darcy was once a child. That is hardly a compelling argument. In fact, it is a ridiculous argument, from a ridiculous man." Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed as Elizabeth continued. "So we are left with the conclusion Mr. Darcy is a man wholly without flaws or defects, and he admits it himself." Darcy smiled. She was teasing him.
"I did not admit it."
"But you do not deny it."
Darcy sighed. "I have faults enough, but I hope they are not of understanding. My temper is unyielding. I cannot forget the follies and vices of others so soon as I ought, nor their offences against myself. I am not easily moved by every attempt to assuage my feelings. One might call my temper resentful. My good opinion once lost is lost forever."
"That is a failing indeed," Elizabeth replied soberly. The dimples were gone. Implacable resentment is a failure indeed, and one worse than I imagined. But it is not of any use to me, as I cannot laugh at it. "Do let us have a little music," cried Miss Bingley. "Mr. Hurst, Louisa, you will not be bothered if I interfere with the card game?" The conversation was then broken up, and Darcy could not be unhappy about that, for he was no longer sure what the tendency of his conversation with Elizabeth meant. But he was sure from the way that she looked at him that she was unsatisfied with his answer, and his apparent tendency to hate everybody. The next afternoon they found themselves alone in Bingley's bare book-room. Darcy felt quite awkward. For the first minutes after she'd entered the room where he'd been sitting, he pretended to focus upon his own book, but he really was watching her backside as she frowned over the choices of possible books, glanced at him assiduously, not looking back at her, shrugged, smiled, and then picked one and settled in a chair. Some sensation, a fear of being judged by her, made Darcy speak.
"I wish you to understand, I do not simply choose to hate people."
She put her book down, and her intense dark eyes studied Darcy's.
"I mean to say,"
he added. "Yes?" She pulled her chair forward, closer to him. The legs scraped over the wooden floor. She was close enough that he could perceive a scent of rosewater. His stomach felt light and queasy, but in a good way.
"I fear you think that I am in some way cruel or arbitrary."
"No." She shook her head, curls bouncing about her cheek. "You are a man of understanding. You must confess to yourself that you sometimes can be mistaken, and you must retain some awareness that change and dynamism characterize the characters of men. What a man was once may be different from what he will be in the future. And beyond that, your speech seemed to lack that Christian charity we all should display."
"Men rarely change."
"That is not true. I see so much adaptation, shifts, little bits and pieces of the unexpected in the actions of individuals. You never can completely know a person. They will always surprise you." Darcy frowned. He would be a fool to argue with Elizabeth when he admired her, and was beginning to consider making an offer to her. He ought to find some way to simply agree with her, to maintain her good opinion of him. What he said instead was,
"That is a horrible notion, to be never able to predict or rely upon others. I could not stand to believe in such a world."
Elizabeth studied him. Her dark eyes, often flashing with mischief, were now very deep, hard to understand, but he thought there was sympathy in them. You cannot really love someone if you cannot accept and tolerate their faults.
"That is not what I meant to say. You are a fool if you love someone without any care or concern for what they do. The behavior they have shown before is your best guide to what the future will be. And if you insist on loving such a person, they will abuse your goodwill and your good nature again and again. They will smile at you, charm you, smile at you again, and you'll believe them, believe that they can still be trusted. And then again. And then they will spit in your face when you finally cease to give them everything they beg of you. And then they will seek their revenge when you did nothing to them." Wickham. He still did not actually know if Wickham had taken Georgiana's virginity. She said he had not. She certainly was not pregnant, but Darcy had no way to actually know. He saw once more that image which had haunted his dreams for months. The dueling field, Wickham's grinning face, the crack of a pistol, one of them dead. He'd loved Wickham so much. They'd been so close. Elizabeth placed her hand on Darcy's arm. He briefly placed his hand over hers, and then with a flush both of them drew back from the other. "You are not speaking in generalities, are you?" she said soberly. Darcy shook his head. "That
one person proved thoroughly unworthy of your regard is not a reason to mistrust everyone.
I do not mistrust everyone.
Oh, she waved her hand about. That was not what I meant. Their eyes met. Darcy felt a spark in his stomach, and his heart leapt. She flushed and looked down. You must be willing to forgive your real friends. You are right. Sometimes someone who you believe to be a friend might prove to care nothing about you. But a real friend, a true friend, such a person is worth anything. Darcy said nothing. He shifted in his chair, feeling uncomfortable, because he still disagreed. Elizabeth raised her eyes and said to him, looking closely into him, You do not need to. It is not important that you think in this matter the way I do. You were hurt.
No, I wasn't. He didn't hurt me.
Then who?
Someone who it is my duty to care for.
Darcy gripped his fist together, pressing the left hand so tightly into a fist that the knuckles went white and hurt.
I do not know why I am speaking about this to you. I begin to hint at things that ought not to be told to anyone.
I understand, and I will say nothing of this conversation.
I thank you.
The two of them pulled backwards from this perhaps too intense conversation. Darcy picked up his book again, and he pretended to read it once more, but his mind was full of the memory of Elizabeth's scent and eyes. She smelled like a garden in spring. However, presently Elizabeth put her book back down on the small table beside her and said, You must surely be careful in coming to resent a person, since you are so steadfast in refusing to let go of your resentment once it is present.
I hope to believe that I exercise sound judgment in all such cases. I do not believe myself to ever be hasty, but a man is seldom his own best judge.
She nodded and picked the book up again. They did not speak again for the next 10 minutes, and then they were joined by Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, and there was not another occasion when Darcy had a chance to privately speak with Elizabeth before she left Netherfield with her sister the following day. As Darcy stood next to Mr. Bingley and Miss Bingley as they waved at the departing carriage, he recalled how she had touched his arm in sympathy the day before. That way she looked at him, the way she smelled, and the way her laugh sounded. Jove, he was in love with her.
Well, that's a pity. Beauty and brilliance, and we are abandoned by it,
Colonel Fitzwilliam said. Darcy's jealousy rose up again as his cousin clapped his hands together twice.
Miss Bingley, I'll require you to try twice as hard to entertain me, since there are only 1/3 as many pretty girls.
Miss Bingley stared at his cousin, and Colonel Fitzwilliam winked back at her. To Darcy's surprise, Miss Bingley giggled in an authentic way that he'd never heard her laugh before. She asked him, You are certain you will not miss my Eliza?
Miss Eliza? Of course I shall miss Miss Eliza. Beauty and brilliance. And her sister is an attractive creature as well. But we'll see her in the town, I am sure. Bingley, we will see them all in the town. You may depend upon it, and everyone shall be at my ball. Another week or 2 will be ample time to put everything into preparation. Well then, no great loss. I've already achieved my real aim, and I shall dance first with her at that ball.
Colonel Fitzwilliam turned to Darcy and laughingly said,
I am certain that you are even more eager than me for your dance. Already promised to the lovely and ravishing, and one day to be the queen of all our hearts, Miss Bingley.
At this, Miss Bingley looked at Darcy with that eager gaze she always showed. Darcy bowed stiffly.
It will be a delight.
That night, Darcy found it difficult to sleep, and after pacing his room a few minutes, he went downstairs to the kitchen to acquire some meat and cheese and a bit of bread for a quick snack. However, when he reached the kitchen, he was surprised to hear the sound of a woman crying.
He softly stepped around to see if it was a servant who he might aid in some way, but then to his shock, her face half illuminated by a candle she'd set on one of the counters, was Caroline Bingley, sobbing. Darcy, startled, and with an intense sense that he was intruding, immediately withdrew. Thankfully, she gave no sign of having noticed him, and he was able to retreat back to his bedroom and return to sleep. Miss Bingley had been unable to sleep, her mind running around and around about Mr. Darcy, and thoughts and schemes to attract him, plans for her coiffage and dress, everything. After a long while she determined that if she wished to look her best, she must force her mind elsewhere and actually fall asleep. Fortunately, from childhood, Caroline had found that a glass of warm milk always sent her right to sleep. It was too late at night to politely awaken one of the servants to work the stove, but Caroline had never forgotten how to safely light and use a stove. After all, she'd had to learn during the straitened circumstances of their childhood. As she lit the stove and poured her cup of milk and placed it on, Caroline remembered that time when Elizabeth had made fun of Lady Amelia after she revealed that she had no notion how the hot water for tea was actually prepared. And it was sort of funny, but Caroline had then felt ashamed of herself for knowing. If it was proper for the daughter of an earl to be so isolated from labour that she literally did not know what a stove was, then Caroline wanted to be like that too. But ignorance could not be regained. It was like a snowflake which, once it had melted, could never be reformed in precisely the same way again. With a sudden shock of fear, Caroline wondered if Mr. Darcy would horribly judge her if he saw her heating her own milk. After all, he must expect the sort of ignorance in his bride that Lady Amelia had been bred to have. This was why gentlemen like him despised connections with trade. They connected people with things that signaled poverty and lack and limits and the need to work for success, while a proper aristocrat was nearly a god, with no limits except for the king and, Caroline supposed, any dukes of his acquaintance above him. For a moment, the only thing which stopped Caroline from waking up a servant to heat her milk for her was a certainty that Elizabeth would judge her harshly if she woke a servant for something as pointless as warming milk for her when she could do it perfectly well herself. And Caroline suddenly saw in her mind's eye that thing that had been there constantly, and that she'd been trying as hard as she possibly could to not see. The way that Mr. Darcy looked at Elizabeth, and she started sobbing. It was as though she knew Darcy did not care for her, and that he never would. Caroline wrapped her arms around her knees, forgetting about the boiling milk, and just cried and cried. After a while, she thought she heard a noise, and a minute later she shook herself up. She couldn't see into the darkness around, but she grabbed her candle and peered out into the door. No one there? Maybe there had been a servant, and maybe they had seen her. A deep shame flushed through Caroline. She extinguished the fuel in the stove and stirred the steamy milk around and around. It was too hot to drink. Caroline stared at the flickering flame of the candle, and then she growled angrily. She was not beaten. No one, not even Eliza, would take Mr. Darcy from her. Caroline squared her shoulders and lifted her head high. Caroline loved Elizabeth, but she'd always known that she was a bit more diligent as a student, a bit better liked by Mrs. Castle and the other masters at the school, and just a bit more capable of making friends with the better sort of connections than Eliza. If their life was a novel, she would be the protagonist, while Elizabeth would be the dearest friend of the protagonist. It was impossible that in the end, while not even trying, Elizabeth would gain the prize that Caroline wanted more than any other she'd ever sought. Besides, Elizabeth wanted to help her, and she trusted her dearest friend. Elizabeth would not try to steal Mr. Darcy. Because of Elizabeth, she was going to be able to dance with Mr. Darcy for the first dance of the Netherfield ball. That must be a sign. He would stand across from her, holding her hands. And this time, at last, he would really see her, really see how much she loved him, and he would finally realize that he loved her. She would, however, need to send to London for a new dress. But her size had not changed at all, and if she offered enough money, her modiste would come down for a day for a final fitting. Caroline would not despair. One day soon, she would be Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Chapter 9. The entire day after she returned from Netherfield Hall with Jane, Elizabeth had a vague guilt. She'd gone to Netherfield with the full intention of encouraging Mr. Darcy's attention to turn towards her friend, and instead she'd had that conversation with him. Though she tried quite hard, it really was impossible for Elizabeth to not suspect that the gentleman was attracted to her. Why else would he seem to care so much about her opinion about his opinions? Or maybe he simply was a disputatious fellow who wanted to argue the correctness of his philosophy about everything, and then somehow fell into a self-disclosure that Elizabeth found that the more she knew him, the better she liked him. He certainly had ample flaws. The next afternoon, Mr. Collins's arrival promised to be a useful distraction from these thoughts. The actual man was as ridiculous as his letter, which Papa had eagerly shared with Elizabeth after her arrival back home. There was a great deal of entertainment to be had at dinner as she ate her potatoes, soup, and roast in watching Papa bait him into saying particularly ridiculous things, or listening to his transparent proclamations of intent to marry one of the Bennet girls. Except for Mary, whose preferences Elizabeth could not honestly pass. She was confident that none of them would have any interest in him. However, that night in bed her mind returned again to Caroline, and the question of whether there was anything she could do to help her friend. The weather was turning cold, and Elizabeth had buried herself under a pile of blankets, and she wrapped her arm around a second down feather pillow to help her sleep. Unlike Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth was not inclined to judge her friends for their faults. Caroline was stubborn to an extreme, so the crises that she would face when she finally admitted to herself that Mr. Darcy would not turn his eye towards her was likely to be delayed. But Elizabeth had never seen Caroline fail to gain a goal that she had assiduously pursued and deeply desired. She did not know how her friend would react, but she suspected it would be unpleasant to all. Little bits of feather poking out of the pillow scratched at Elizabeth's arm. She rolled over to her other side. If only Caroline was a little more reasonable and persuadable. Of course, she would not be Caroline then. Elizabeth smiled to herself in the dark. The cold air bit at her face. Elizabeth closed her eyes, and she promised herself again that she would always support Caroline. They ought to convince Bingley or Papa to take them all to London once Darcy had abandoned Hertfordshire. The sooner he left, Elizabeth was convinced, the better it would be for Caroline's heart. Yet part of her hated the idea of him leaving, and her never seeing Mr. Darcy again. But when they went to London after he left, she could tramp up and down Bond Street with Caroline, chattering endlessly to distract her friend from her unhappiness. They would visit the booksellers, look in at all the modistes, watch plays in Covent Garden, watch the Queens of Fashion parade up and down St. James, and generally have a fabulous time. There would only be a few small parties, since town would be mostly abandoned, but there would be enough company to break Caroline out of the melancholy that she would be sure to fall into. Also, she would meet other men more deserving of her love. Having settled this plan in her mind, Elizabeth fell asleep, twisting and turning in bed. But as she slipped into unconsciousness, It was thoughts of Darcy that returned to arouse and bother her. That brief touch of his hand covering her hand, the way his lips looked, the pained glow in his eyes as he told her something very true about himself, and also the bushiness of his sideburns, the smooth, healthy appearance of his skin, the way that he always wore the finest coats, and how they always fit him perfectly, and his thick, dark hair. Above all, his serious eyes. Such an odd, serious man. When she awoke, sweaty and with her legs all tangled up in the bedcovers, Elizabeth was again not quite sure what she had dreamed of, but she was sure that Mr. Darcy had figured in those dreams prominently. Caroline's. He was Caroline's. Even if he did not want Caroline, Elizabeth would win no profit in thinking about him. After she dressed, Elizabeth half stumbled down to the breakfast room, with rather more tiredness than she usually did. Delicious coffee, rolls and ham were laid out. They always had excellent coffee present on the table, as Papa had a particular fondness for the beverage. Papa already sat at his breakfast, a newspaper neatly folded by his side, abandoned in favour of a recent issue of the Proceedings of the Royal Astronomical Society perched in his hand, that he was rereading because he had not been wholly persuaded by a paper published in it. However, Papa seemed to have some difficulty focusing on what he was reading, as Mr. Collins determinedly and unceasingly spoke. Mr. Collins eagerly looked up at her entry and said, "Loveliest cousin, sit down. Do sit down." Instead of responding, Elizabeth poured her coffee, adding cream and sugar. She half growled at Mr. Collins, and as Papa was not reading it, she seized the newspaper from beside his plate. Papa glanced away from the journal he was reading. "No, please, or may I?" Elizabeth swatted at his head with the back of the paper, and he laughed. "Nothing of note happened today. Loveliest cousin, you ought to show more respect for your honoured father." Mr. Collins used that term for her again. Elizabeth winced inside. He added, "You read the newspaper? I hardly think that it is the place of a woman such as yourself to interest yourself in the doings of the great and the public." Elizabeth stared at him, like he was a rather strange specimen, and then she spread open the paper on the table and took a sip from the rich coffee. "Have I told you about the fine parsonage I have?" Mr. Collins said, after a moment of being disconcerted by Elizabeth's rudeness. Elizabeth sighed, and she refolded the paper. "You spoke a little about it last night." "It is the snuggest and finest place in England. 3 guest rooms. We have an excellent garden. Hedges all grown round. My patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, spent a great deal of effort on it. She advises me on all matters. There is no woman who is more kindly condescending than her, nor any woman who is a greater ornament to her exalted rank." "You certainly did," Elizabeth replied with a smile, "already speak about the great virtues of your patroness. You hardly need to repeat anything about her." "Oh, but I must. For her virtues are such as to bear a great deal of repeating. Without her patronage I would be nothing, or nearly nothing. It was my great fortune that I encountered her, and so shortly upon the completion of my education. Soon as I'd taken orders, let me tell you how I met her, and oh my," Mr. Bennet said, rising. "Look at the time. I really must hurry to the library. I have important business to manage." "I will come with you then," Mr. Collins said, "for I must learn all about the management of this estate." Mr. Bennet stared at him. Seeming to perceive a question in that silence, Mr. Collins added, "For one day, perhaps one day very soon, you shall be deceased, and shall face the Almighty, before whom all our secrets are laid bare.
and it will be my duty to manage this estate and to ensure the comfort of all those connected with it."
So saying, he turned to Elizabeth and bowed solemnly to her. Does he mean to marry me? If the notion was not so obvious a scheme, Elizabeth would have laughed at the ridiculousness of it. At least this was a man, at last, who proved easy to understand. Precisely what every woman wished. Papa retreated from the room without replying in any significant way to Mr. Collins's memento mori, or threat of death, if one was inclined to interpret him liberally. To Papa's disappointment and Elizabeth's relief, after giving her what she thought was supposed to be a longing look, but which in fact seemed more indicative of constipation than affection, Mr. Collins followed her father to the book-room. A little later that day, all the sisters determined to walk out to Meryton, and seeing his opportunity to rid himself of his increasingly unwelcome guest and interlocutor, Mr. Bennet encouraged Mr. Collins to go with them. As they donned their shoes, Mamma came up to Elizabeth and said, "Dear, I should mention to you, Mr. Collins seems to have designs on your hand." "On me?" Elizabeth sighed. Suspicion sadly settled. Until now, Elizabeth had had hope. There always ought to be, in the heart of every woman, hope. Or it was like Caroline insisted. If she harmonized her thoughts correctly with the spiritual forces governing the world visible, that is to say, if she simply maintained in her heart the conviction that Mr. Collins could not possibly be indicating an interest in her hand, he would then cease to exist, like the elves had ceased to exist once people lost their belief in them. Or maybe he might cease to bother her. Mrs. Bennet nodded. "He came to me this morning and said that his patroness, she sounds like exactly the sort of aristocratic lady who I cannot stand, the sort who sneers about fortunes from trade, had sent him to Hertfordshire to find a wife from amongst his cousins. I told him that I would not interfere in any way in the choices of my children, but that I thought you were unlikely to be inclined in his direction. But he said some nonsense about how every woman of sense would be attracted to him." Mamma giggled. "Him! But in any case, he seems fixed upon pursuing you." Elizabeth laughed. "I shall manage, and I thank you for the warning. It seems I was right to beg Colonel Fitzwilliam for the first dance at the ball Charlie has planned. My only surprise is that he did not pick Jane as the partner of his future life." "Oh, she was his first choice." Mrs. Bennet waved her hand. "But I told him that she is likely to become engaged." "You did?" Elizabeth laughed, half shocked. "Mamma, you should not lie." "I didn't. Don't you see that—" "Oh." Mamma now looked sly and patted Elizabeth on the cheek. "Dear Lizzie, you shall be quite surprised. Not you too. I assure you Jane and Charlie cannot possibly be considering making a match of it. Not possibly." Elizabeth paused to assure herself that she still felt confident in this assertion. Not possibly. She could not imagine possibly ever having a desire to marry Charlie. But Jane had always been inscrutable, sweet, with odd tastes. On the walk into Meryton, Mr. Collins hung next to Elizabeth. He was a most determined talker and an accomplished walker, and gradually Elizabeth's patience with the persistently boring words began to run out, and she found it increasingly difficult to attend to him. When they reached the house of Elizabeth's aunt, Mrs. Phillips, Kitty suddenly exclaimed, "Denny! There is Denny! Auntie has a very handsome friend with him. Hello, Denny! Denny!" After calling out to him in that way, Kitty flushed, turned to Elizabeth and Jane, and with a deep blush said, "Oops! Ought not to have called out so loudly. Mrs. Castle would have caned me." Jane smiled sweetly.
You do not need to worry about that any more, but you ought to be more sedate. Denny and his friend eagerly crossed the street to join the girls and Mr. Collins. His friend was in fact exceedingly handsome, surpassing Denny in appearance and manner by an equal extent to how Denny surpassed Mr. Collins. He had a smooth, smiling face, bright, cheerful eyes, and excellent sideburns. Introductions were made all around, and the gentleman, who was revealed to be a Mr. Wickham, happily smiled to meet them. To Kitty's delight, they soon learned that the gentleman had already been enrolled as an officer in the regiment, and he was thus to don the red coat, and remain quartered in Meryton for the next months, along with the rest of the militia regiment. Elizabeth found her conversation with such a charming man a welcome distraction from both Mr. Collins's dullness and the unsettling thoughts she'd had of late about Mr. Darcy. Mrs. Phillips saw them from where she sat, and she threw open her upstairs window and called down to tell them that Mr. Wickham was very welcome to also come to the card party that she was throwing tonight. Quite the country town sort of open behaviour. Elizabeth smiled at her aunt. Her mother was also often like that as well, especially when she had been spending a great deal of time with her sister. While Mrs. Castle would have despised Mrs. Phillips as vulgar, and Caroline certainly had a bit of that distaste for the vulgar as well, Elizabeth could not help but be charmed by the openness and authenticity of her relation. Despite that, Elizabeth was glad that Mr. Darcy had not been present to see either Mrs. Phillips' display or Kitty's. In the midst of this conversation, Mr. Darcy and Charlie came through the town on horseback. Upon seeing each other, Mr. Darcy and Mr. Wickham both stopped and stared at each other. Mr. Darcy's face was cold and harsh, with an edge to it that Elizabeth had never seen before. For his part, Mr. Wickham went red, and then he half awkwardly took his hat off to acknowledge Mr. Darcy. Darcy responded to that gesture of respect with nothing but a cold glare, and then he turned around and went back the direction he'd come out of town at a gallop. On seeing his friend take off in such a way, Bingley, startled from where he'd been talking to Jane, exclaimed to them, "All invited to the ball! Cards to be sent soon!" And he took off after Darcy, shouting, "The deuce! Old fellow, what's bothering you?" Elizabeth turned back to Mr. Wickham, half hoping that he would immediately explain to her this extraordinary occurrence. But instead he was quite quiet. After another minute, he and Denny made excuses and hurried off. Elizabeth shrugged. Nothing to it but to ask Charlie what the whole thing had been about next time she saw him. Except Elizabeth had an unhappy notion that Mr. Darcy would not in fact reveal very much about the situation to his friend, and she would be left, perhaps forever, in this state of curiosity. Oh well, but if Wickham was at the card party tonight, perhaps she could finagle the story out of him. To Elizabeth's good fortune, not only did Mr. Wickham attend Mrs. Phillips's card party, already wearing the red uniform of the service, but she was the favoured woman to whom he turned his gaze and steps upon entering the room. His bearing and appearance was superior to that of anyone else in the room. However, Elizabeth could not help but have a strong sense of reservation about him. Despite the clear flaw in his character shown by not falling in love with Caroline, Elizabeth had found Mr. Darcy to be a sensible man, and further, he had insisted that he was cautious in determining to dislike a man. He clearly disliked Mr. Wickham. Commonplace trivialities began their conversation, common comments upon the weather, commoner comments upon the neighbourhood, less common compliments to the regiment. Wickham floridly smeared flattery as thick as butter upon Hertfordshire, Meryton, the regiment. Elizabeth herself, rainy days, sunny days, and all that he saw, but especially the charming society of the neighbourhood, exemplified by his present partner in charming conversation.
Elizabeth was not immune to the pleasure of being marked as a charming part of a charming society, and she did smile prettily back to Mr. Wickham. She flushed a little at his flirtation. However, the chief part of her mind was caught up in seeking some unobtrusive conversational gambit that she might use to ask him about his connection with Mr. Darcy. But to her delight, Mr. Wickham began the conversation himself. He first inquired about the distance from Netherfield to Meryton, and then asked how long Mr. Darcy had been present at the estate. "Oh, about a month," Elizabeth replied. "He is the owner of what I have been informed is a delightful property, with a particularly delightful set of gardens and large library in Derbyshire." Elizabeth could not help but smile at her memory of Caroline's enthusiasm for Pemberley. "Yes, his property is a clear 10,000 a year," Wickham said as he expertly shuffled a deck of cards, playing little tricks with the deck in the way he combined it together again and again. "And though I am partial to it, I honestly believe there is no finer house, nor park, nor estate in all of England than Pemberley. This may surprise you, given the very cold manner of our greeting, but I have been particularly connected with his estate since infancy." "You have?" Mr. Wickham seemed pleased at having elicited such astonishment in his fair interlocutor, but rather than immediately satisfying Elizabeth's curiosity on the head, he asked, "Are you particularly acquainted with Mr. Darcy?" "Oh, I hardly know," she replied. "We spent a week in the same house, and I danced with him twice, and I have conversed with him many times. But am I particularly acquainted with him?" She blushed, remembering that conversation in the library about his tendency towards resentment. "I hardly know." Elizabeth saw again in her mind Darcy's dark eyes, as he passionately spoke about how someone close to him had been hurt by a person he once trusted, and she felt a cold pit open up in the centre of her stomach. Suddenly, despite having no proof, nor any reason to think so beyond an odd intuition, Elizabeth felt completely certain that the particular man who had taught Mr. Darcy to never forgive was this Mr. Wickham. Suddenly she felt all the hardness of the wooden chair beneath her, and a tension in her muscles. It was as though an odious stench had begun to waft from Wickham, but she was sure it was her imagination. She repeated to him more quietly, "I hardly know how well I know him." "Ah!" Mr. Wickham did not seem wholly satisfied by that answer, but he then asked again, "And tell me, is he generally liked in the neighbourhood?" And now Elizabeth began to think she was accumulating specific evidence in Wickham's probing, to understand how Meryton thought about Darcy before he said anything that Mr. Wickham was the man who Darcy had appointed reason to dislike. She said in reply, "Truthfully, I do not think he is well liked. His manners are quite too high, reserved, and maybe shy." Elizabeth suddenly realized that Mr. Darcy was, despite everything, shy, and somehow that made her like him a great deal more. But she would not say that to a man who was his enemy. He makes an effort to appear to be the high gentleman, and those who fancy themselves as not quite so high are not endeared by that. "Ah," Mr. Wickham said, seemingly relieved by what she had said. "It is unusual to see him not be liked everywhere he goes. Mr. Darcy has the ability to please when he chooses, and all the world is generally blinded by his wealth and consequence, and unable to see his faults." "He admits quite openly to his faults," Elizabeth replied. Mr. Wickham blinked at that statement several times. As they started another round of their card game, there was a low sound each time he slapped another card on the table. "I can hardly be expected to pronounce an opinion on him, or upon his flaws. I conceive of myself as having been treated poorly by him, But others might see the matter differently. In any case, I have known him since my earliest childhood. My father was the steward of his estate, and his father, old Mr. Darcy, was my godfather, and the kindest friend I have ever known. I can never say anything against Mr. Darcy, due to my memory of his father." "The godson of his father!" Elizabeth exclaimed. She carefully sipped from the wine that Mrs. Phillips had passed around to everyone. "Were you too close?" "Exceedingly so. But alas, as Mr. Darcy grew older and prouder, he no longer could stand to have as a close companion someone with such low origins as myself. And when his father sent me to university with him, so that I might study to enter the church, our relations became strained, and Mr. Darcy came to hate me. At the time I was only grieved to have lost a friend who was dear to me. Later, in his spite, he did me great harm." "Oh," Elizabeth said, "from what he has said, it would not surprise me at all to hear that he refused to forgive you once he had determined you had offended him sufficiently." "Precisely that. His father had wished for me to enter the church, and Mr. Darcy's father had meant to give me a fine living under his control, the parish in which Pemberley lies, in fact. But Mr. Darcy could not stand to see me living in such close proximity to him. So he refused to give me the living when it fell vacant. And thus, when I ought to be well provided for as accorded my education, I am left to shift for myself. But I do not complain. This regiment is the finest body of men I have ever known, and I am determined to be tolerably happy, no matter what causes for complaint that I might have." "Shocking!" Elizabeth exclaimed. She frowned. "He truly did not. But if your father had specified in the will that you were to have the living, there would be little that he could have done." "Well, Mr. Darcy's wishes were clearly stated, and well understood by his son. There was enough ambiguity in the language of the will as to give him sufficient legal excuse for denying me the position." "I am surprised that he could do such a thing, yet if this Mr. Wickham was the man who Darcy had angrily spoken about when they talked in the library, she could in such a case imagine him being willing to disregard his father's wishes to avoid being forced to live in close proximity to him. Yet I can believe it of him." She shuffled through her cards and laid 2 down on the table. The room suddenly was cold, and Elizabeth was not sure what she felt about these revelations, especially since, as she reminded herself, she ought in no way trust Wickham's word. Darcy's dark eyes. Wickham said, "I assure you that it is a wholly true tale. Seldom has there been a son less worthy of his father." "What a surprising story," Elizabeth replied. "Might I inquire, if it is not a delicate matter, what precipitated this break in your relations?" "I can hardly say. He did not like my habits, and I did not like his. But I truly believe that it was chiefly because he preferred companions with more wealth and influence than I could boast. But further, he was jealous. Yes, he was jealous. I was his father's favourite. I could entertain and amuse his father in ways that he could not, and he could not stand to be second in any way." Elizabeth pressed her tongue hard against her teeth in thought. "And Darcy's other childhood companions? You must then have known his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam." Wickham paled. Colonel Fitzwilliam? Is he also at Netherfield?" Now this was interesting. "Oh, yes, but just for the past week. He is present to do some task that involves training the regiment." "Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam?" "I believe that is his Christian name. Is his presence likely to have any great impact on your plans?" No, not at all." And then, as if he had been summoned forth by conversation about him,
like the devil famously could be, Colonel Fitzwilliam entered Mrs. Phillips's already crowded supper-room, followed by Bingley, who apologetically waved to Mrs. Phillips. "Apologies for showing up. We said we wouldn't come, but Colonel Fitzwilliam wanted—" That gentleman, though, only had eyes for Mr. Wickham. He bared his teeth and stalked forward towards them, a delighted glow in his eyes, and Elizabeth had a shivery sense that this was a man who was capable of violence without an excess of compunctions. "Ah!" Wickham hissed as he sat stuck in place, like a rabbit before a snake. Elizabeth looked at him in shock. She didn't have any idea what that word meant, but she knew it was one of those words which gentlemen were really not supposed to use around ladies. Colonel Fitzwilliam's smile hid nothing of his predator nature as he pulled a seat up next to them and sat down, arms loose and relaxed. "Hello, Miss Elizabeth. Making the acquaintance of my charming old friend here." "You do not frighten me," Wickham said stiffly. "You know I can injure you as much as you can injure me." The Colonel stared back at him. His eyes were cold. Elizabeth was rather shocked to see this wholly different version of Colonel Fitzwilliam. She was used to the continual teasing warmth that Colonel Fitzwilliam showed towards Caroline, his cousin, and to a lesser extent herself and everyone else. "I know things. You know that I can tell people about them." The raptor's glare continued. "You will not do anything to me. You would not be willing to risk it." A slow, cruel smile crossed Colonel Fitzwilliam's face. "I'd like it if you tried to defame us." What little confidence Wickham possessed seemed to dissolve, and he shrank into himself, like a small little rodent who just hoped that the hawk had not seen him. "Well, well, well. Entered the militia, have you? Ready to defend merry England with your life and your blood? You might join the regulars if you really don't mind being shot." Wickham went paler. "Easier also to run from the militia. No worries about desertion charges when you run from the battles defending our coasts that the Navy ensures do not happen. Are you intending to stay here? Permanent, like the neighbourhood, do you?" "Very much." Wickham's voice cracked. "Oh, well." Colonel Fitzwilliam stood and he looked round at the room. Many of the officers had come to see Mrs. Phillips's card party, and Colonel Fitzwilliam was clearly pleased to see so many redcoats. He sharply clapped his hands 3 times and then shouted, "Officers of Forces Regiment, attend to me." Somehow he silenced everyone, man or woman, in the room by a force of personality. "So this sweet fellow," he put his hand familiarly on Wickham's shoulder, "is joining you all. Might do him a bit of good to be part of a decent regiment of men, though he has always been, in my experience, a worthless sort of fellow. I want to warn you all, don't play cards with him. He cheats, and when he can't cheat, he loses and does not pay back the debts. Don't trust him with your money, your lives, or your women." Colonel Fitzwilliam then looked at Elizabeth's portly uncle, Mr. Phillips. "You there, you know most of the local shopkeepers, the generality of people?" Without waiting for a reply, he said, "Make sure every shopkeeper in town knows that they should not trust Mr. Wickham's money unless they can see it. Even then, they probably ought to bite the coin to make sure it is real. He'll also try to seduce every tradesman's daughter, and he'll not take any responsibility, not even if they threaten to shoot him. Be cautious around this fellow, but who knows? Maybe in this new profession he'll turn into a worthwhile, useful sort of man. You are a fine company of men, and you shall set him an excellent example." After he said that, Colonel Fitzwilliam nodded to Mrs. Phillips. know it must be deuced annoying to have your party interrupted like this, but I'm a simple soldier who knows nothing of niceties. My apologies." He inclined his head to Elizabeth. "Miss Elizabeth, I eagerly look forward to sharing the first dance with you at Bingley's ball." He finally looked at Mr. Wickham. "If you try to insult our good name, I will hear. Even after I've left, I will hear. And I'm not a kind and forgiving soul like Darcy. I hope you do, till we meet again." The officer then marched out of the room without speaking to anyone else. Everyone stared around, and then everyone began eagerly talking. Elizabeth looked back at Mr. Wickham. He breathed hard, and the cards he held from the game they'd played while speaking had been crumpled together. Chapter 10. As inclement weather had prevented the normal, easy interaction between Elizabeth and Caroline, they did not see each other for the 5 days preceding the ball at Netherfield. Thus Elizabeth hurried with more eagerness than usual to enter the ballroom, fully anticipating a night filled with pleasure and interest, even though she would be required to dance the second sprightly set of the night with the heavy-set Mr. Collins. Fortunately, when Charlotte had braved a break in the rain to run over and visit, she'd taken sufficient pity on Elizabeth to engage the clergyman in conversation and gain his hand for the third dance of the night. So for at least one set after her first with Colonel Fitzwilliam, she would be free of his bothersomeness. "Caroline!" Elizabeth exclaimed. "So lovely! What fine silk and lace!" Her friend turned side to side to show off the newly made dress, the papilotte curls, and the bit of colour from rouge in her pale cheeks. Elizabeth looked at her friend with delight. "I ordinarily do not envy you for your pale skin, but tonight you look exquisite." Caroline's eyes were bright, and she glowed. She embraced Elizabeth. "Just from London. I was very unhappy that you were not able to come by to see me fit for it." The glow from hundreds of candles hanging down from chandeliers, the murmuring of the crowd, the first achy chords from the violins as the band warmed up, the slight chill on the air of the ballroom that would turn into heat from the exercise and presence of so many guests. A ball, a single glorious word in which the greatest happiness in all the world could be packaged. Colonel Fitzwilliam stepped up to them, and with an intrepid look at Caroline, he said in a considered tone, "I do not know, Miss Bingley, but I prefer you without those curls." Caroline groaned and rolled her eyes. "You always say such things just to be contrary." "No, no. Besides, I heard them tell of a girl who set her hair on fire while ironing them in. Horrid story. Quite the sort of morbid tale of wounds you expect from battlefield exploits." He shivered. "I may be a brave man, simple soldier, all that, but I'd rather—" "Face the grape shot of the French?" Caroline laughed, and Elizabeth was glad to see how high her spirits were. "I believe the chances of mortal wound are higher with the French than with the iron." "Rather, I would say," Colonel Fitzwilliam replied, "that I would rather face the bayonets of a French brigade, alone, without even the singlest man to support me. They're iron also, you know, those bayonets. Alas, such loveliness will be danced with first by Mr. Darcy." He placed his hand on his forehead and sighed theatrically. Caroline rolled her eyes once more, but Elizabeth thought she could perceive that her friend had reached the point of accommodation with Colonel Fitzwilliam's tendency to absurdity, and that she was more than a little pleased by his attention. For her part, it was impossible for Elizabeth to not take Colonel Fitzwilliam at least a little seriously after watching how he had dealt with Mr. Wickham. "Miss Elizabeth," the officer added, "I hope you are most sensible of what joy and happiness this dance with you shall cost me."
Yes, but you have the second dance with Caroline. Elizabeth said that with arched eyebrows and a dimple. You'll not allow yourself to die of disappointment in the next half hour, will you? What a lovely creature you are. Your mind is as beautiful as your... Darcy approached them. He glowered at his cousin, and Elizabeth wondered why. Perhaps he really was unhappy to have a ball held at the house where he was residing. He bowed stiffly to all three of them. Miss Elizabeth, Miss Bingley. Mr. Darcy, Caroline replied with a smile. Elizabeth said, Does my friend not look better than ever? A flower and a gem. And what is more, Colonel Fitzwilliam added with an exaggerated leer, a woman. Elizabeth slapped her fan on his arm, since Caroline was too busy hopefully staring at Mr. Darcy to do so herself. Be civilized. Simple soldier. Can't help it. If I were married to you, Elizabeth replied, I would beat you till you cease the act. Married to me? Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. That would be worth the endless beatings, for I shall never cease to be naught but a simple soldier. Darcy stared at the two of them with a deepening glower on his face. Was he jealous? Elizabeth could not help but like that idea, and she smiled at him. But before she could decide what to say to Darcy, the music began, and Colonel Fitzwilliam took her hand to lead her into the line. Jane and Bingley opened the set at the top of the line, as Elizabeth was rather beginning to expect. Darcy and Caroline settled a little higher up into the line than Elizabeth and Colonel Fitzwilliam. There was a cheery glow in Caroline's face, while Mr. Darcy... Elizabeth sighed and shook her head. She could not read him, or rather she could, but wished that the reading suggested something different. The music began, and they went around and around in turn. Elizabeth began the conversation with Colonel Fitzwilliam with a laugh. My anxiety upon the matter of my clerical cousin proved well-founded. He is determined to marry me, and he did ask me to dance the first with him. With a grin, Colonel Fitzwilliam replied, But you do not yet know if he is fat-toed. Perhaps he is the finest dancer in the county. You know he is my aunt's parson. She might have advised him on how to dance. The famous Lady Catherine de Bourgh. You are connected to her? Elizabeth replied with delight. Is she everything I've imagined? Shall you wish me joy when I find myself serving as a fourth player at her card table? A role Mr. Collins has suggested several times I will serve elegantly in. I would delight more in seeing the two of you fight, Colonel Fitzwilliam replied, than in watching a regiment of the French be overrun by Spanish soldiers. Much further down the line they heard a squeal of pain, and when the two of them looked over, Mary was glaring at Mr. Collins while she gripped her foot in pain. Elizabeth winced. Oracle! From Delphi! Colonel Fitzwilliam exclaimed. Goodness! Goddess, proclaim my fate. Laughing, Elizabeth replied, It is no joke to me. I am obliged to partner him for the second dance of the night. If you wish, I might, accidentally step on his foot myself. Elizabeth snorted with delight. Do not say such things, or I might become tempted to take advantage of your simple soldierly nature. Grinning at each other, they paused their conversation as they made the square with another couple. Elizabeth glanced over to see how Caroline fared. She still smiled, but Elizabeth thought that despite the exercise, her glow had faded. Darcy did not smile. I wonder at it, Colonel Fitzwilliam said while they walked hand in hand further up the line to their next position, at your behaviour in this matter. You must know that there is no chance that my cousin will marry your friend. Elizabeth sighed and said in a quiet voice which would not carry, Now, say not no chance. Perhaps they shall meet again in 10 years, both matured and changed by their sufferings in the intervening years, and each widowed and free once more.
Do not laugh. Such things happen in novels every day. Colonel Fitzwilliam did laugh. So why then do you continue to push her case? What else am I to do? She is my friend. You might counsel her to abandon the effort, to spare herself the heartbreak that will ensue. The music now sounded sour. The horde of guests stank, and the heat oppressed Elizabeth felt all the pleasantness of the ball flee from her. Oh, please, do not speak about such unhappy things. You mean it is too late for her to avoid such heartbreak? Even were it not, my counsel upon that matter would do no good. Once Caroline has placed a notion in her head, she places her head down like a bull driving at the fence, and she will follow the scent like a stubborn terrier. She's always been like that. Elizabeth sighed. You care for her very much. Why? What do you mean? Elizabeth asked in an offended tone. Why? The two of you are very different. It surprises me that you keep such a close friendship. We are no more different than Charlie and your cousin Mr. Darcy. More similar, I would say. She is quite focused upon the consequence and position of her friends. You seem to care upon nothing of the sort. She's not overly fond of reading, while you have a book always in your hands. She is not... Oh, Caroline is the dearest of friends, and she does not care overly about her consequence. Colonel Fitzwilliam's gaze showed frank scepticism and cynicism. That is Mrs. Castle's fault, and maybe Lady Amelia's. Lady Amelia was our schoolmate, and Caroline was much impressed by her father, the Viscount. Caroline always liked to be at the front of our classes. She got into her head that she was always supposed to outperform in everything. I never had that notion. But why are you so attached to Caroline? Of course I am attached to her. But why? Do not attempt to play with me with such questions. It has always been the two of us, as long as I can remember. My earliest memories of the two of us playing together in the mud in the garden with toddler fists while the maid watched us. We shared dolls, shared clothes, shared the same house, the same tutors, everything. My papa taught us both to read. We'd sit in that library room with him on winter days too cold for outdoor play. For some reason I can scarce understand, he always insisted that the sound of child voices helped him to think. We'd waddle back and forth, and spin the globe, and eat jam and cake prepared by the cook, always very careful to not harm any of the books. And then we'd scheme up such fantasies. I was the princess, and she was the knight who would rescue me. Or I'd be the dragon, and she'd be the king trying to defend his castle. Or, oh, there was so much joy. And now you ask why I shall be devastated and why I shall cry with her when Caroline realizes the emptiness of her hopes. You ask me why I do not attempt to convince her before it is necessary? No, I do not wonder. Elizabeth felt odd, as though she were filled with anger. Every muscle tense, her heart racing, but her hands were cold. Colonel Fitzwilliam said soberly, She is fortunate to have such a friend as you. They continued in silence for some minutes, to near the midpoint of the second dance. Elizabeth asked him, And why do you pester Caroline persistently? What is your interest in her? Elizabeth had never seen such a thoughtful expression on the flamboyant officer's face. After due consideration, he said, I confess that I do not know. Do not know? Elizabeth replied with some stress. You cannot judge me as you would a swain who trifles with a woman without knowing his own intentions. She dislikes me, or at least makes a strong pretense of doing so. This brought a smile to Elizabeth's face, though she still had a leaden weight in her stomach from the earlier conversation. More pretense than reality, at least tonight. But my question is yet unanswered. She is very much like every other seminary girl, decorous yet mercenary, accomplished, yet useless, mouthing the same platitudes as every other creature, yet hiding vicious thoughts about her fellows. I will not listen to you insult her so. Do not grow so offended, Miss Elizabeth. That is not all that is present in her. The more closely I know you, the more I believe that it is your influence. Without an interesting friend such as you, I am convinced that Miss Bingley would be wholly worthless. But there is something there. It is subtle, and she hides it. But there is some core of value in her, something that makes her different, less predictable, less decorous, more wild, more interesting, and perhaps more useful than others of her type. The dance came to an end, and Colonel Fitzwilliam shrugged. Maybe I merely like her appearance.
Chapter 11. Caroline wished to talk over her dance with Mr. Darcy with Elizabeth. Unfortunately, she did not have the opportunity. Instead, Elizabeth had been approached immediately by her white-collared cousin for their dance. A boring, bloated, bothersome fellow, Caroline thought. Colonel Fitzwilliam approached her quickly for their dance, and as he had promised when he asked her for it, he led her to the corner of a room and had them sit it out in conversation. It was impossible for Caroline to keep from laughing, though she tried, as he loudly insisted that he was a simple soldier. Who could not forget that she had said she would much rather the order of the day be conversation than dancing? She'd seen enough of the officers dance with Eliza to know that he had no deficiencies on the ballroom floor. Colonel Fitzwilliam always had a quite odd way of behaving, but the fact was that while she thought him to be mostly unserious in the mixture of praise and laughing censure that he laid thick upon her, she had begun to rather depend upon him as someone else to converse with when Darcy's reserve defeated her efforts to draw him into conversation. However, once the next dance ended, Caroline had to smile at the way Elizabeth eagerly called out to her and rushed over, laughingly pretending to apologize for abandoning that bloated, boring cousin as she hurried away from him. "Caro!" she exclaimed. "How was your conversation? And you as well, Colonel Fitzwilliam? Did the two of you prove that conversation is in fact superior to dancing?" He said, "Beyond a doubt, exactly as Caroline said." "No." Elizabeth laughed. "Which was it?" "I believe," Colonel Fitzwilliam said, "that as we have only experienced together one of the options, we must test the other. Miss Bingley, which would be a convenient set for us to dance together?" Caroline rolled her eyes. "And if none of them are convenient?" "Then Miss Bingley, what is an inconvenient dance for us to despise together? I would suggest the supper dance." Some hopeful part of Caroline was sure that Darcy would ask her for either the last dance of the night or the supper dance. But, well, it would do him no harm to be told that he had to select a different dance. "The supper dance would be sufficiently inconvenient to me." "I shall see you then." Colonel Fitzwilliam grinned at her, winked, and walked off. "Eliza," Caroline immediately turned to her smiling friend, "did you observe me with Mr. Darcy at all? How did he appear during the dance? How would you judge his expression?" Elizabeth's smile slid away. She sighed. Colonel Fitzwilliam is a very distracting man. I hardly paid attention." A pouty frown. "You must have seen something." Caroline smiled. "It cannot be long. Have you considered, maybe, you seemed quite happy during your conversation with Colonel Fitzwilliam. You both were laughing and, Lizzie, you need not dissimulate with me. You can be frank." Elizabeth sighed. An icy sensation stabbed at Caroline's throat. Happiness itself was being attacked. "He will love me. It wouldn't be fair. I've shown him.
It wouldn't be fair. I've shown him how happy he would be. I've shown him he'd be lucky. The luckiest man if he married me. He'll have to marry me. I've shown him. You have. He has to see it wouldn't be fair. I've done everything I can. You know that I always succeed. Elizabeth put her arms around Caroline and hugged her. Caroline stiffly refused to bend into the embrace. When Elizabeth stepped back, Caroline said, "And my dress? Both you and Colonel Fitzwilliam admire it. I'm certain Mr. Darcy did as well. De gustibus non est disputandum. None of that Latin. Your father can use it, not you. You know what I mean." Eliza replied, "You are wrong. He will love me. I will marry him. You will see." Elizabeth's shoulders drew up, and she clenched her jaw in the way she would when annoyed. But then Elizabeth sighed, and the tension in her shoulders eased. She rubbed at her forehead. "I am only scared. Scared that you will... If you are wrong, it will be difficult for you. I refuse to consider such possibilities. Simply thinking that way will make it more likely to be true. That isn't how such matters work. Your certainty cannot change Darcy's feelings. It will be." Caroline ground her teeth together. "You will see." Heavens! Elizabeth clenched her jaw again. "Sometimes, Caro, you annoy me. Though I love you, sometimes you annoy me." The two girls stared at each other, and Mr. Darcy approached them. For a moment, Caroline's heart leapt to see him coming near her. He was so tall, so elegant, so perfect. Their eyes met for a second, and her heart leapt. He turned to Elizabeth.
"Miss Elizabeth, might I beg you to dance the next with me?"
"What?" She blinked at him. "I have another partner. The one after?" Darcy frowned, but he stiffly inclined his head.
"Yes, of course. That will do."
He bowed slightly to both of them.
"Ladies?"
The gentleman walked away. That damned man! How dare he speak to only Elizabeth and not her? How dare Elizabeth dance with him? Elizabeth nudged Caroline. "I had not thought. If you would prefer that I do not dance with—" "Of course not. He will marry me. Of course I want him to like my dearest friend. Because he will marry me." Caroline felt something surging through her that she was not familiar with. It was anger, unhappiness, and a sense that she might do anything. Her hands shook. Elizabeth opened her mouth to say something, but before she could decide what, the local gentleman who she was supposed to dance with next came up to her and pulled her away. There was no one who Caroline had agreed to dance with for this set, so she simply stood about. Mr. Darcy also stood about without dancing with anyone, but on the opposite side of the room. Caroline thought about approaching him. That would be ridiculous. He would approach her when he realized how much he wanted to be in her presence, like how he approached Elizabeth. She sat down and gloomily stared at the dance floor. It was shiny from the layer of wax that had been laid down. So many pairs of soft dance slippers, the excellence of the band. She'd brought a quartet straight from London. The smell of the hors d'oeuvres was delectable. The dinner would be a triumph. It was a very good band. Hiring them had not simply displayed her access to money, but also her ability to discover the reputation of various groups and to negotiate with them, and to arrange all the matters to the satisfaction of the musicians, and then to also ensure that the old ballroom was effectively and quickly refurbished. One of the violinists had a hair lip, and he also was known as amongst the best players in London. She would be good at being the wife of a man like Darcy. Elizabeth would just read and argue with him. No. She would not imagine Mr. Darcy married to Elizabeth. The sounds of merriment, too much punch being drunk, shouts and laughter, beautiful music, the feel of her nails biting into her fingers, a slight burn on her neck from where a mistake had been made with the papilotte iron. Fortunately, that temporary imperfection on her skin had been easily hidden by her hair. She smoothed her hands down her silk ball gown, trying to feel the luxurious satisfaction she'd felt when she'd donned it just a few hours ago. Caroline bit her cheek to keep from crying. The set ended. Caroline only noticed because she now had a new matter of curiosity. There they were, Elizabeth and Darcy. Two names that could not less belong next to each other. Darcy and Elizabeth. The sound was just wrong. Discordant, dissonant, despicable. Standing across from each other, Elizabeth glanced towards her, and Caroline looked away, embarrassed to be caught watching them. But she looked back immediately as the minuet started. Their conversation seemed to be awkward. Elizabeth flushed when she was spoken to, and she did not smile or converse as easily as she often did. Mr. Darcy was often quiet, steady, stately, stable. Caroline let out a breath. Maybe he didn't love Elizabeth. She stared down at her hands and at the wrinkled fabric of her glove. She felt sweaty and shaky. The steady rise and fall of the music pulsed through her, and Caroline imagined herself playing on the piano, swaying side to side as she performed a solemn concerto. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Caroline looked up again. Darcy looked at Elizabeth. He just looked at her. His heart was in his eyes, and love and desire echoed from it. How did Elizabeth not see it? Or did she? But Elizabeth still had that awkward, half-flush look, and it seemed to Caroline that her friend refused to meet Mr. Darcy's eye. He loved Elizabeth. She had known it already. Now she really knew it. He loved Elizabeth. It was too painful to look at, too painful to even think about. Caroline stood and hurried away from the room, only noticing as she went out that Colonel Fitzwilliam was ignoring his partner to look at her in concern. Darcy loved Elizabeth, and he would never love her. That was the simple fact. She had lost, and there was nothing that she could do about it. At this point, Caroline had the very great good fortune to be one of the residents of the estate at which this ball was held. She was not forced to seek some isolated corner, some seldom-travelled hallway, or a cold corner of a cold corridor. She simply retreated upstairs to her own warm and welcoming room. Caroline entered the familiar room, decorated to her own exacting requirements, and to the height of fashion, with a vase of fresh flowers sitting on her dressing table. She threw herself on her bed and sobbed. It just wasn't fair. It took a long time before Caroline calmed sufficiently to have proper command of herself. She pushed herself up from the bed and looked at herself in the dressing mirror. Ghastly and hideous. Everyone would know she had been crying, though her disappearance for what must have been an hour would be sufficiently suspicious. Caroline rang for her maid, a fine French woman who commanded a large salary and deserved every pence. When Aliette came up, she gasped, "Mademoiselle, your face? Oh, no, no. You must not go down like this. Oh, no." The woman splashed cold water over Caroline's face and on her wrists. "I shall need to completely scrub everything and put it on again. It shall not be so quick. I do not mind. How late is it?" "They are dancing the last before they sit down for supper." Ah, she'd missed her dance with Colonel Fitzwilliam. Would that gentleman despise her for it? Caroline sat in silence for a while, still stunned, like a rider who'd been thrown and fell badly. Wipe, wipe, wipe. All the rouge, foundation, and tears on her face were roughly scrubbed off.
Aliette began the steady work of reapplying the cherry juice to bring out the red in her cheeks. And an idea occurred to Caroline. She pushed the thought away. It would be wrong. The thought bowed, departed, and then returned with a villainous smirk. It now offered additional details, practical explanations, and schemes for how to make all the details succeed. Elizabeth would disapprove. But Elizabeth also was the reason that Mr. Darcy hadn't come to love her on his own. This time Caroline didn't push the dangerous thought away, but rather let it dance its own minuet in her mind. Chapter 12. After Elizabeth's dance with Darcy, she noticed that Caroline was not where she had been sitting earlier. There was a sharp jab of anxiety in her chest, but then she was approached by Mr. Gould, her next partner, and with a smile Elizabeth put her attention on him. However, she kept half an eye constantly out for her friend. Over the course of that dance, Elizabeth became increasingly convinced that she was not in the room, and had not been in it for at least half an hour, and that she'd left while Elizabeth was dancing with Mr. Darcy. Darcy had been... The simple fact was that Elizabeth had enjoyed dancing with him enormously. He'd been mostly quiet, but the way he looked at her made her feel something different from anything else she'd ever felt. And when he did speak, everything he said was persistently intelligent, interesting, and clever. His mind really was like that of her father in important ways, and he had an authentic interest in what she said. When he got her to start thinking about a book, or her opinions on the character of their neighbours, or anything else, he listened to her. Beautiful, dark, serious eyes. Caroline had watched them. Elizabeth was sure that Caroline had watched them. She needed to see Caroline and tell her. Elizabeth was not sure what. Unfortunately, Elizabeth had already agreed to dance each of the remaining sets until dinner. And so she spent the next hour being swung around and around by one partner after another. Each dance left her more anxious, more desperate, and more distracted. She noticed during the supper dance that Caroline was not there to dance with Colonel Fitzwilliam as they had agreed. That gentleman spent the whole set standing with Mr. Darcy and calmly talking with him. Soon as the supper bell rang, and they went to the other room that had been filled with tables, Elizabeth approached Charlie, who was smiling sweetly at Jane as the two of them eagerly talked. "Charlie, Jane, have you seen Caro?" Charlie blinked and shrugged. He looked at Jane. She also shook her head. "I haven't. Odd of her to not be dancing. Do you think she is well?" "I am sure she is," Charlie said. "If Caroline does not wish to be part of the party, she has no need to be." Elizabeth bit her lip. She went to Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Do you know where Miss Bingley was when she'd been meant to dance with you?" He opened his mouth with half a grin, and then he sighed and shook his head. "Poor girl. But perhaps she has realized at last the reality. To know generally is superior to labouring under a misapprehension." Elizabeth then asked Louisa, who had seen Caroline leave the room. She had in fact stood up and hurried from the room during the middle of Elizabeth's dance with Darcy, and she had not been seen since. Louisa's comment was, "My poor sister, she'll have to settle for a more ordinary gentleman. Perhaps you won't. Mr. Darcy seems enthralled by you." Elizabeth went pale. "He has no particular admiration for me." "Is that what you plan to tell Caroline?" Louisa clucked her tongue. "You both have always been quite silly together. Maybe you both will believe he has no interest in you until he makes you an offer." "He won't." Louisa clucked her tongue again. "I do hope—" A long sigh. "I have seen the closest friendships destroyed over a man. I do hope—" You two have always been like sisters. You certainly were closer to Lena than I ever was. Of course we will remain friends. What sort of nonsense are you speaking? Louisa patted Elizabeth's shoulder. With an angry huff, Elizabeth turned away. It was hot. So hot. She couldn't stand so much heat. Why did so many people have to make everything so hot? Why did there even have to be so many people? Everyone in the neighbourhood talked about how there were so many families who dined with each other, and how this was such an excellent neighbourhood, and how the Assembly Hall was one of the best in the nation. Lord, why did there have to be so many people? Elizabeth felt as though a pressure emanated from everyone around her, as though they were aware of her, judged her, and thought about her. She needed to get out. Out. With quick steps, Elizabeth went to the door to one of the balconies. The first two she glanced at were occupied, but the third balcony she found was empty. She grabbed a blanket that had been put there by the servants due to the cold of the night, and wrapped it around herself as a shawl and stepped out into the chilled night air. Her breath gusted around her in clouds of steam. Elizabeth pressed her cold hands against the grainy granite of the balcony railing. She panted and glared at the garden beneath her. She was all awhirl. It took several minutes before she properly calmed down, and the swirling in her thoughts stopped. The moon slowly moved. Calm. Peace. The night was beautiful. The moon was big, nearly full. The stars peppered the sky like diamonds on black velvet. The cold air had that barely perceptible smell of decaying leaves and dying autumn. Elizabeth spread her arms wide and the shivery wind blew through her. The air whistled. From the hall there was the faint sound of the music starting again. Elizabeth glanced into the room. The quartet stood on the dais, led by the brilliant, hair-lipped violinist, and Louisa performed on the piano. The music, the candles, the scene of so many dozens of people going about happily, the murmur of their conversation with each other. Elizabeth was stabbed with the sense of the beauty of the world, and her isolation from everything at this moment. The sublime. Elizabeth glanced upwards. A candle burned in the window of Caroline's room. Elizabeth folded her hands together underneath the blanket she'd wrapped around her and leaned back against the balcony. She would go up to knock on Caroline's door, and if her friend let her in, she would, stay with her. But for a little longer she wanted to just experience the peacefulness of the universe, of the outside, and of this awareness of the people and warmth inside, and the clear coldness here. The balcony door opened, and at first Elizabeth grimaced in annoyance at having her peaceful moment interrupted. But then she perceived that it was Mr. Darcy. He glowed in the moonlight. There were deep shadows of his eyes and a pale glow on his skin. He looked at her and swallowed. For a long moment Darcy seemed to be unable to move, staring at her. Elizabeth wondered what she looked like to him, wrapped in a blanket, lit by the candles from inside and the moon from high above. The wind blew around them. Darcy stretched out his hand and softly brushed it over her cheek. Elizabeth. Her heart pounded. He swallowed again. He studied her. She felt a shudder go through her body, and her stomach felt like it had fallen off the roof of a building and was hurtling towards the ground. Dearest Elizabeth. And suddenly his hesitance was gone. Dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, you must permit me to tell you how I admire and love you, how I have determined to offer you my hand, my heart, and my position in life. She did not know what to say as he continued. Every time we speak, I feel something in my chest, something that pulls towards you. I did not mean to marry at present, not for some time. But it would be impossible for me to travel away from this county without first begging you to make me the happiest of men. When we converse, you make me think. When I watch you move and talk and simply exist, I feel something significant, filled with meaning and powerful. It is more than anything else that I have ever experienced. You show kindness, loyalty, and cleverness. You are more desirable, more worthy, and more perfect than any other lady of my acquaintance. It is impossible for me to not love you. Please, Elizabeth, dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, I beg you, end my uncertainty and say that you will marry me. Elizabeth felt numb and distant, as though it was someone else speaking, and as though the cold wind had frozen her all the way through to her soul. I cannot. Forgive me, but I cannot marry you. He stared at her. The smile on his face slowly faded away. Elizabeth shivered violently in the cold breeze. Seeing that Darcy compulsively began to take off his coat to offer it to her, Elizabeth put out her hands on his arms to stop him. No, no. He gritted his teeth, swallowed. Darcy turned as though he were about to leave the balcony, and Elizabeth ached to see him go. But he turned back. So, is that all the response I am to expect? That you cannot marry me? Might I inquire upon the causes of such a summary dismissal? Elizabeth felt terribly sad. He stepped around in tiny circles on the balcony, his jaw tight, apparently unable to speak further. I do not mean to hurt you, Elizabeth said desperately. There was a real passion, a real feeling in his behaviour. I truly do not wish to cause any pain to anyone, Elizabeth added. I do not. I beg you to understand that I am not in pain. He bit out, each word sounding like the snapping jaws of a bear trap. She grabbed his warm hands with her freezing ones. I truly did not know that you felt so. Please do not be so unhappy. The dark eyes poured into her like the moonbeams. Elizabeth, loveliest, dearest Elizabeth, I love you. Please, I beg you, tell me there is a hope. A simple fact. He would not marry Caroline no matter what she said. Elizabeth tasted the look in his eyes, sweet like syrup, and warm and rich like spiced chocolate. Another simple fact. If she accepted Mr. Darcy's offer, Caroline would never forgive her. I cannot. My concern for the feelings of another makes it impossible. He pulled back from her, his jaw twitched. Then he growled. My cousin. Well might I have guessed that he would win the affection of the only lady I've ever loved. To see my hopes of happiness ruined, even though it means the happiness of a cousin who I love, is a hard... It is not a matter of... Has he asked you to marry him yet? You know he must marry well. If you did not have such a great dowry, he'd show no interest in your heart. Something of Elizabeth's sympathy for him was replaced by anger. She clenched her jaw and withdrew towards the door and said, Mr. Darcy, you overstep yourself. He stared at her and then he slumped into himself, as though the substance that usually made him reserved and full of pride had dissolved. Oh, useless, useless. Darcy pressed both hands against his face. All of it is useless. You make me act wholly other than my usual habits. I am generally a most calm man. He was wiping away tears. Tears pricked her eyes as well. I do not believe... I wish... Mr. Darcy, but it is impossible for me to marry you. He looked at her longingly. A deep breath, another breath, then another deep breath. He wiped his hand over his eyes. It was a kick in her gut to see his unhappiness and longing. She had a want that shocked her. She wanted to desperately wrap her arms around his waist and grip him with all her strength till he ceased to cry. Her hand rose to reach towards his face. I truly wish I could have given you the answer to make you happy, Elizabeth said. Oh, heavens! At such a time, nothing I might say will make it better. But you are a worthy gentleman. I believe that. Oh, if only everything were different, not so tangled. He made one of those stiff, regal inclines of his head that would not have been out of place in the manners of a king. Then, Darcy's voice cracked. Then God and the greatest of happiness go with you, Miss Elizabeth. Chapter 13. After this scene, Elizabeth could not return to the ball and pretend to be happy, or at least not to be miserable. But she also could not do as she had decided, and go to Caroline to comfort her in her disappointment. A disappointment whose totality had now been proven. Mr. Darcy had fallen in love with her? He had gone so far in his admiration that he had determined to marry her? Elizabeth had not expected such. She retreated from everyone, going through the familiar hallways to find the library. But then, as she was about to open that door, two things stopped her. The first was the memory of Darcy's intense eyes as they talked in that room about how he had been harmed and learned to not trust those who harmed him. She desperately hoped that he did not come to despise her for refusing him. The second consideration was an awareness that there might be some other person in the library, an awful creature who might even try to speak with her if she entered it. No, she did not wish to risk that. Elizabeth hid herself in a little closet that the baronet who'd built Netherfield had put in place, in accord with the latest fashion, so that servants could easily hide themselves away if one of the quality came through while they were cleaning the corridor. The entrance was hidden by a portrait, and there was a little eye-hole hidden by a thin fabric that allowed the servant to watch to ensure that nobody was there. She sat on the little seat inside the closet and wrapped her arms around her legs. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. Did she love Darcy? Especially now that she knew, beyond any doubt, that those serious dark eyes showed admiration when they gazed at her. Perhaps it was simply gratitude that made her feel this rising, twisting thing in her chest that begged her to go back, find him again, wrap her arms around him and kiss him. At the very least, she could easily come to love him. It was impossible for her to ever know if she could have married him. She never could because of Caroline's foolish infatuation. Did Caroline not realize that Darcy was a man who might choose for himself? Yet, heartsick as Elizabeth was, she could not betray Caroline. There was a noise, and Elizabeth saw Mr. Darcy come up the hallway, holding a note that he frowned at. He entered the library, leaving the door open behind him. He'd looked sad. Elizabeth felt again that she could love him easily, that she already loved him. Why, Caroline? It was just Elizabeth knew her friend too well. She would be too angry to ever forgive her. Not even if Caroline came up the corridor. When she reached the open door to the library, she stared at it, took 2 deep breaths. There was a fixed expression on Caroline's face, lips pressed together, pale shadows. Determination, like when she'd prepared at school for a particularly difficult task. The glittering candle caught her eyes. Elizabeth thought there was something in them that she'd never seen in her friend. And then she stepped through the library door, went into the room where Darcy still was, and she closed the door. Elizabeth heard nothing, not the sound of voices, nothing. She opened the servant's door and, closing it, stood next to the library door, filled with indecision,
and an eerie, anxious sense that something was wrong. Maybe there was someone else already in the room, but it was quite improper for the two of them to be hidden in the library together during a ball. It could hurt their reputations if discovered. Elizabeth decided she would join them, but her hand paused on the cold brass door handle. What if they had met here on purpose? Maybe Darcy, full of grief and anger over her refusal, would make an offer to Caroline, out of some sort of odd spite for himself and her. Elizabeth's blood ran cold. Several people were jovially coming up the corridor, talking to each other. With a flash of worry in her stomach, Elizabeth pulled her hand away from the handle as though it burned. She did not want anyone to see Darcy and Caroline closeted together in the same room. She hated the idea of people thinking that he might marry Caroline. A properly large group, Charlie and Jane, Mum and Papa, Sir William and Lady Lucas. Caroline's maid, Aliette, was with them, and she banged her hand against the wall as she went along in front of the group. Colonel Fitzwilliam trailed behind, watching the maid each time she slapped her hand on the wall with a quizzical, thinking expression. "Whatever is going on?" Elizabeth asked. Charlie shrugged. Apparently, Caroline wished to interrupt the ball to discuss something significant. But Elizabeth was confused. Had she also asked Mr. Darcy to come to the room to discuss whatever? He put his hand on the brass knob of the library door and opened it before Elizabeth could do anything. Everyone gasped at the scene. Elizabeth closed her eyes in pain. "Oh, Caroline, you fool." Somehow, despite appearances, Elizabeth was certain about what was happening. Caroline stood near the door, her hair wild and part of her dress undone, her arms around Mr. Darcy, holding him in place. He glared back at Caroline with the most fierce, brutally angry expression that Elizabeth had ever seen on a human face. All paused, all silent. Then Caroline shouted to Charlie, "Brother, see? You must make him marry me." Charlie swung his head back and forth, looking between them like a struck mule. Jane's eyes were wide as she glanced between everyone. Darcy stood tall. His piercing eyes studied the group. He briefly nodded to Colonel Fitzwilliam, who looked at Caroline with the same sadness that was in Elizabeth's heart. Darcy's eyes landed on her. His expression was as fierce as that of a deadly lion, and Elizabeth knew Caroline's attempt would fail. "He lured me in here with a note," she added, "and then he kissed me." Darcy's sneer was a magnificent thing. What? Charlie exclaimed. "Darcy, is that true? Even though my sister is infatuated, you can't—" Charlie's words stumbled and stopped under Darcy's glare. Caroline repeated the accusation like a demented mantra. "He kissed me. He kissed me. Look at my loosened hair. He kissed me." Sir William had an odd combination on his face of disgust and delight, glee and gravity. He rubbed his hands together while Papa and Mamma looked shocked. "Darcy, I say, upon my honour." Charlie drew himself up as tall as he could. "If you kiss Caroline, you'd best do good by her." "I did not. I will not. If you feel that you must defend your honour, I will be at your disposal tomorrow at dawn. Have your second make the arrangements with Colonel Fitzwilliam." Gasps. "No call for that," Sir William said, suddenly sobered. "No, let's not talk of duels. We never have duels in Meryton." "Of course not," Charlie said. "No need for that sort of talk. But Darcy, you need to— Everyone has seen this scene. Surely you see that something must be done." Darcy made no reply. His jaw tightened a little more.
I can't just let you kiss my sister without saying or doing anything. It just isn't done. You know that. No reply. Just isn't done. Darcy, you have to make this right. Caroline desperately looked between Darcy and her brother, and Elizabeth had a terrible fear of what she might say next in her desperation, now that her scheme had accomplished nothing but to tarnish the reputation of all involved. Surely Charlie would not challenge Mr. Darcy to a duel. "Charles, you must make him marry me. He kissed me. He knows what his duty is and that he has... Liar!" It shocked Elizabeth almost as much as everyone else to hear her own voice roar out. "You lie, Caroline. Liar. You said he lured you here with a note. I sat in the servants' closet and I saw him enter the room, frowning at a note. Then a moment later you came here and you entered the room after him. That is what happened. You lured him here for this scheme." Like how the flood swept away a dam after the top was overflowed, and the water rushed in to drown everyone, so it happened to Caroline's flimsy story. Sir William looked at Caroline with a vicious smile. For all his politeness, he had never liked her supercilious manners. More of the guests had gathered around the entrance to the library to see what had occurred. When they heard Elizabeth, they all pointed and whispered to each other. Mamma and Papa looked at Caroline with disappointment. Louisa stared at her sister with what Elizabeth thought was feigned shock. Charlie looked at Caroline with real shock, his mouth falling open. The only two in the room who seemed to have no sensation of surprise at Elizabeth's speech were Mr. Darcy, who looked at her with an intense, passionate, and deeply unsettling gaze that she felt in her soul, and Colonel Fitzwilliam, whose disappointed gaze at Caroline had not changed at all. "Damn you, Caro! You want to force my friend to marry you?" Charlie shouted at her. "Force him? Is it true?" No, Eliza, tell them. You are my friend. Tell them you didn't mean it that way. Eliza, why did you say that? You are my friend. You shouldn't betray me. Is it because you want him for yourself? Is it? Well, Eliza, answer me." Elizabeth could barely see through her falling tears. "I cannot help you do wrong." "Matters are now clear to everyone," Darcy said. "However, Bingley, if you still insist on a duel, I am still available. No, send my belongings to the inn at Meryton. The people there will send it on. Our connection is at an end. Goodbye." "No, wait! Darcy, let's speak further about this. Wait! Caroline, how could you? Darcy, not so quick. We're still friends, and we are not." He turned around and said to Colonel Fitzwilliam, "Richard, come, we're leaving." Colonel Fitzwilliam ended his frowning perusal of Caroline Bingley, and he flapped his hand dismissively. "Go along, Darcy. I'm in no mood at present to decamp in the middle of the night." "Richard!" Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed without humour. "You must go on without me, else you will ruin your dramatic exit." The two cousins stared at each other, and then bowing at his waist, first to his cousin, then to the assembled crowd, and finally to Elizabeth, Darcy took his advice and left. Charlie went after him. Darcy, no, I didn't mean to. I care greatly for your friendship, and you have lost it. Darcy, I shouldn't have believed Carol, but Darcy, she is my sister. Darcy, be reasonable. Don't leave so suddenly." The music in the ballroom had stopped, and amongst the giant crowd of faces staring at the white-faced Caroline from the hallway was the hare-lipped violinist. Why did you do it? Papa asked Caroline. She was shaking. She stared at her hands. No, no, no. Well? I don't know. Her eyes were painfully white, her face blank and helpless. I don't know. No, no, no. The way Caroline wrung her hands recalled Lady Macbeth. Out, damn spot. Out, I say. Elizabeth wanted to embrace her friend even though she had attempted evil. Papa, however, said to Caroline, God, by God, by... He could not speak, choking on his anger for a minute. Jove, if poor Thomas had seen such a thing, seen what you had become. I have only one consolation, and it is that my dear friend is already dead and cannot know what sort of deceitful, deluded, damned creature his daughter became. Lizzie, let us leave. Good day, Miss Bingley. Good day. He then grabbed Elizabeth's arm, and she did not resist her father as he dragged her out. But she looked back at Caroline. Caroline paid no attention to the crowd that wildly chattered at her, shouting insults, accusations, laughing, despising, scorning. Caroline stared at her hands, confused, shocked, opening and closing her fingers. Out, damn spot. Out, I say. Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him? Chapter 14. The next day, Charlie arrived at Longbourn early in the afternoon. He looked tired. Jane had sat near the window the whole of the morning, and upon seeing his horse coming up, she went down to greet him. Elizabeth thought of following, but it seemed an affectation to go down to greet Charlie when he was about to come up himself to the drawing-room. In any case, she had little motivation. Had the previous night really happened? Mr. Darcy's offer of marriage, those intent eyes, the way they filled briefly with tears. She had said, I cannot marry you because of the feelings of another. Did she now regret refusing him for Caroline's sake? Elizabeth did not think so. At least she hadn't had to make a second refusal. Mr. Collins had announced to her that morning that he was convinced that she had been too close to the sinful woman, and as such he was not entirely certain if Lady Catherine would accept her as the partner of his future life. And as a result he was incapable of making an offer of his hand until such time as he had spoken to his patroness. Elizabeth had nearly screamed at him over the coffee and rolls. She did not believe that she regretted her refusal to Mr. Darcy, merely she regretted the opportunity to have learned if she might have wanted to marry him. There was a very intimate look to the way Charlie took Jane's hand when she ran out to him, and in the way they smiled at each other. The two of them stood and talked for several minutes, ignoring the blousy wind that tried to catch and drag away Bingley's black beaver hat and Jane's blue silk bonnet. The two of them, after a while, came in and up to the drawing-room. Elizabeth had wrapped her arms around her legs, and she looked at them, sick in her stomach. Charlie, is Caroline... What has she said? Is she terribly angry with me? What is... I have no more notion of what she is thinking than the devil. I want no notion of what she is thinking, and I will gain no notion of what she is thinking. I saw her off by post-carriage, packaged her with her maid and a manservant shortly after dawn. I've sent her to Aunt Matilda, for her to have the control of that woman. For my part, I cannot bear the sight of her, nor the sound of her voice. Caro has likely ruined for ever the dearest friendship I had, though it was in part my own failing. I should never have believed her over Darcy for an instant. I know both their characters, and I know whose character is superior. But
You simply sent her off? It was better than she deserved. Another 3 months and it will be her majority, and none of us will have any obligation to her at all. I eagerly await that.
Charlie. He shook his head. Lizzie, she acted wrongly. And that was that. Charlie would say nothing else about Caroline, no matter how much Elizabeth asked. It seemed that he really was done with the matter. Elizabeth sighed. As soon as Papa came to the room, Charlie said to him, in a quite serious voice, very unlike his usual light tone, "Mr. Bennet, there is a matter I meant to speak about to you last night, but events intervened." "They did, but I am certainly at liberty to discuss any matter of business with you at present." He smiled warmly at Charlie. "I certainly am." Jane's eyes followed them eagerly as they left, and Elizabeth, even though she still thought it was absurd, thought she also knew what business Mr. Bingley wished to speak with Papa about. After 15 minutes, Charlie returned to the room and warmly smiled at Jane, who stood and went over to embrace him. She then turned to all of them and said, "Mama, Lizzie, everyone, Charlie and I have determined to marry." So Caroline had been right. Elizabeth suddenly felt rather like a fool to not have noticed the clear attraction between the two earlier. In no way had it been hidden. At least this was something to be happy about for them, even if Elizabeth really could not imagine Charlie as anything but a slightly obnoxious, teasing brother. The next morning, when Charlie came to call on Jane, and the rest of them, of course, but Elizabeth was not too offended by her firm conviction that Jane was a stronger incentive than she was, Colonel Fitzwilliam provided him accompaniment, as the officer wished to say his farewells. "I don't want to overstay my welcome," he said to them all, "even if I can't feel the sensation others describe of being in a place they ought not be. I always feel as though I belong, especially on the battlefield. I'm fully aware that at a certain point in time one ought to remove oneself from a situation." "Nonsense," Charlie replied, "only because, well, I confess it is odd. After all, the two of us never were as close as Darcy and I. But you still are a Fitzwilliam, so—" No. I cannot replace the Christian name Fitzwilliam with my family name variant." Colonel Fitzwilliam smiled at Elizabeth. "Miss Elizabeth, a hopeless situation. Hopeless. Besides, I've achieved the tasks that the General gave me to help Colonel Forster with. It is time for me to set off for other corners of the country." "We shall be sorry to see you leave." "Parting is such sweet sorrow. But I tell you, we shall meet again. At least if the French do not do for me. But I think they'll not succeed at that." He turned to Jane and bowed. "Miss Bennet, congratulations. Real congratulations to you. The two of you seem well matched, and Mr. Bingley is an exceptionally lucky man." "Thank you," Jane replied with her soft, sweet way. "Have you heard from Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth asked. "No, nothing. I would not expect to have heard from him. He is no doubt quite annoyed with me." Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. "Capital, cousin, but Pemberley has gone to his head, ordering me to leave a place. I dare say he's more than a little annoyed with me for damaging the dramatic exit. But I was not offended in the way he was." Elizabeth grimaced. Charlie hung his head and said, "You do not think he shall—" No, he will not forgive me. Nor ought he." Colonel Fitzwilliam said, "I wouldn't say that." "Oh?" Charlie's head shot up. "You think he will forgive me?" With a small shake of his head, Colonel Fitzwilliam dispelled that enthusiasm. "Oh, I suppose it won't make you feel better that I consider my cousin to be quite unreasonable in this matter. But, so it is. He clapped his hands together twice. "Miss Elizabeth, might I speak with you a little?" Elizabeth paled suddenly with her fear that Mr. Darcy's belief that the Colonel admired her was correct. As much as she liked and respected him, she was certain that she did not love him. But she also would be quite surprised if he made her a sudden offer, since he admired Caroline, at least a little. When they went out together into the wind-swept little wilderness adjacent to Longbourn, Elizabeth shivered. The gravel crackled as they walked over it. They did not speak for more than a minute, and Elizabeth felt a tension grow in her stomach with each step. At last Colonel Fitzwilliam shrugged. "You haven't had any further communication with Miss Bingley?" "No." Elizabeth shook her head sadly, though she felt a little relief when he opened the private conversation with reference to Caroline, since it probably meant that she would not be forced to refuse a second Fitzwilliam in 3 days. "I thought not." He looked up at the bare branches of one of the trees. "Your friend has now displayed what is inside of her. I was right. She is unusual for a girl of her age. The fact did not prove to her credit." "Caroline is not wholly bad," Elizabeth replied hotly. "She only made a mistake." "A serious one." Colonel Fitzwilliam shook his head and waved his hands, as though he wished to greet and farewell all the world at once. "I do not say she is wholly bad. Have I made such a suggestion? No, I think I did not." "How then do you consider her?" Colonel Fitzwilliam sighed. "Poor creature, I've seen men with similar stunned looks. On a battlefield after they killed a man in close combat. A sort of looking at the hands. Thus have I performed." "I thought of Lady Macbeth." Yes, precisely that. Ah, but he looks so much like my father." She was sincerely attached to Mr. Darcy. "Poor Darcy! And this follows upon the other struggles he has faced this year. He depended very much upon your soon-to-be brother. I've never seen him so down as he was the next morning in the yard of the inn. Gloomy, stiff, hand and coat, another holding the hat down. Gloomy, gloomy, gloomy. I confess that even after the events of the night, I was shocked to see him in such a state. But he was a dear friend to Bingley. Oh, if only they might reconcile." Colonel Fitzwilliam shook his head and grimaced greatly. "I know my cousin. I know he'll not forgive this. He is resentful of those who he thinks have wronged him." "None of this was Bingley's fault." Colonel Fitzwilliam shrugged. "I do not approve of that tendency in him," Elizabeth said with some asperity. "I am certain that he shall modify his usual habits of mind if only he knows of your disapproval." Elizabeth wondered if he would. But unfortunately she would never be able to make a trial of the question. The two continued in their paces around the Longbourn bushes, hedges and trees. A calico cat who lived in the stables ran across the cold ground in front of them to hide in a new hedge. "And Mr. Bingley is to marry your sister. They always appeared on the verge of such a declaration." With a laugh, Elizabeth said, "I always thought of Mr. Bingley as my brother. My judgment of likelihood wholly failed in this case. I was convinced that nothing could be further from possibility than them forming an attachment. I had great difficulty imagining that Jane could think of him in a different manner than I do, even though you grew up so close together. He's a fine gentleman, a worthy partner for any woman, despite some weaknesses." Elizabeth shrugged. "We grew up too close together. Maybe that is the difference. Charlie had been there since my very early childhood, while Jane and he were a few years of age when we moved to the north." The two walked around quietly again. Elizabeth somehow knew from his expression that Colonel Fitzwilliam was thinking about Caroline again. At last he grimaced and said, "Unfortunate, but there is nothing to be done about it." She made her choices, and they placed her in such a place. Poor girl. Poor girl."
After a few more minutes of conversation, the two finished their discussion, and the blowing wind and unpromising-looking clouds led them to return to the house. Elizabeth and Colonel Fitzwilliam shook hands and parted, and Elizabeth was sad to see him go. Chapter 15. In the week between Christmas and Sylvester, Jane Bennet and Charles Bingley were united in holy matrimony. A light dusting of snow covered the churchyard, enough white to give the day a wintry charm, but not to make every step a trudge through deep drifts. After the ceremony, Bingley and Jane took the new carriage back to Longbourn for the wedding breakfast. It was a large, well-sprung vehicle with wheels that were almost as tall as Elizabeth, and that had been burnished till they glowed. A fine liveried carriageman perched to the front drove it. Bingley had purchased the vehicle especially for the wedding. Elizabeth went with the larger band of onlookers back from the parish on foot. She soon arrived back at her home. Year after year, Longbourn seemed more truly her home than her memories of the big house next to the Channel and near their mills in Manchester. The school had never felt like home. And now Jane was leaving, and she had lost Caroline. At least she still had Papa. Longbourn was a fine red brick building, tall, with lines of windows looking out in each direction. There was a big extension on the south side that Papa had built to make a larger library. The oak door at front was framed by 2 marble posts. Thick lines of smoke rose happily from all the chimneys. The air was crisp, but there was no breeze. The merry band of well-wishers pressed their way into her house, and there were enough of them to fill the place up to bursting. Jane had been lovelier this morning than Elizabeth had ever seen her, the blonde hair hanging in curls around her face. Wrapped in a fine yellow silk dress that had been made specially for the occasion. Glowing red cheeks, besotted delight in blue eyes, and that graceful gaze, that longing, smiling, happy gaze as she'd looked into Charlie's eyes. Elizabeth hated that one of her emotions had been an intense pang of envy at her good luck and longing for the same happiness. Charlie had been equally delighted and besotted as he admired his bride. Elizabeth watched everyone go into Longbourn, and she pressed her blue kid gloves against her face. Papa stepped out the door, and he called to her, and she entered the house after him. Elizabeth had heard no word from Caroline, placed as an unwanted jewel in the hoard of her dragon Aunt Matilda. Perhaps this lack of a letter was because she would not forgive Elizabeth for her betrayal. Perhaps it was due to some delicate shame at her own actions. Or perhaps Matilda would not let her send a letter to anybody, even someone who had been so long a close connection as Elizabeth. That would be very like the old woman. No matter what the cause, her friend had not sent her a letter. No accusation, no apology. Not once in Elizabeth's life had she gone a full month without an exchange of conversation, in paper or person, with Caroline. Her closest friend was missing, and her heart longed after her. That evening, after Jane and Charlie had been feted, embraced by all, kissed by Mama a dozen times, shaken hands with by Papa 3 times, toasted with speeches totaling almost an hour in duration, and sent off into that first interesting and significant night of marital bliss, Elizabeth sat down at her little lady's desk in the drawing-room to write a letter to Caroline. Maybe it wasn't Caroline's place to break their silence and attempt to converse again. Elizabeth sat and scribbled out a very familiar, "Dearest Caroline," and then she got stuck. A bit of nibbling on the end of the goose-feather nub of her pen. Why was this difficult? Heavens! She'd refused an extremely eligible match for Caroline's sake, from a man who had featured more in Elizabeth's thoughts as the weeks passed, not less. She had done no wrong. Elizabeth had acted as God, society, and her conscience demanded. She had been a better friend to Caroline than Caroline had been to herself. And so Elizabeth was off, angrily scribbling down every resentful thought that had roiled and nauseated in her brain for the last month. What sort of relationship did you imagine you would have with Mr. Darcy? You fool! 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 Even had your plot succeeded, Mr. Darcy would have despised you for the whole of your lives. That estate you admire, those walks, the admiration of your friends, the envy of the world, was that all you hoped for? Cold compensation for a husband who hotly hated you, and who would know how to make his despite known. You foolish creature! How could you not see that this would end in tears? And Charles, you ought to have known simply from the observation of his excellent character that Mr. Darcy was not such a man as could be managed with such low tricks. He would refuse. You meant to make Charles fight his dearest friend. You meant to force a man who had no fondness for you into a marriage. What possible consideration could have driven such stupidity? You betrayed your brother. You betrayed me. You betrayed Christianity itself. You betrayed your own humanity, the gentility in your blood, your breeding, your every friend, all who had an interest in your well-being. You betrayed. You betrayed, not I. Not I. Not I. And did you not notice that Mr. Darcy preferred me? How did you not see that? Now that I know his preference, it was clear that he looked at me, sought conversation with me, while he barely offered you tolerance. All that could be done to forward a match between the two of you was done by everyone. By me, by your sister, even by Charlie, through inviting Darcy to stay in the same house as you. And how did you repay our efforts? With evil. You repaid us with the most scandalous, disgusting behavior ever known outside of a novel or a newspaper. You destroyed Charlie's friendship with Mr. Darcy. He has not once replied to a letter Charles sent him. And he declared he would have no further connection with the Bingley family. You did this. Caroline Bingley, you did this. And you hurt me. Yes, Mr. Darcy admired me, but I was not seeking to have him for myself. I do not know for certain whether I even would have accepted him. You had declared him as your property, and I respected that. I never sought his attention, and every time he gave it to me, I encouraged him to shift his attention upon you. You saw this with your own eyes. And then you accused me in that way, as though I had stopped you from trying to entrap a good, honourable, and decent man into marriage because I wanted to steal him from you. He was never yours. Perhaps he could have been mine. You stole that chance of discovery from me. I never was able to try falling in love with him, because you would not have forgiven me. You were determined to have things the way you wished them, and when that did not work, what was there left for me? Nothing. Damn you, Caroline. Damn you. Damn you. Damn you. And you now have the temerity to be silent and make me re-establish the connection if we are to remain friends. That is not right. You should damned write me first and apologize. Damn you. Elizabeth pushed the paper away and flexed her cramped hand. She gasped. Sweat had soaked the back of her dress. So it would appear that she was in fact a little angry at Caroline.
At least Elizabeth had profited from this writing exercise by becoming properly acquainted with a fact about herself that she had managed to keep from learning before. Hurt hand, tight jaw, she felt exhausted and sweaty, even though the fire was on the far side of the room. Elizabeth sighed and leaned back in her decorative bronze and pink chair. Only Papa was still in the drawing-room, tired from the ceremony, and in Lydia's case an argument with Papa attempting to convince him to let her come out now instead of making her go back to school after the holiday. Elizabeth's sisters and mother had retired. Elizabeth had been taught the same habits of propriety as Caroline and all the other girls in their seminary. She did not think she had ever in her whole life so much as thought, let alone written down, damn. As for speaking that word, she had never considered doing so since the day that 3 of them had all been made to rinse their mouths with soap by Mrs. Castle, even though it had only been Lady Amelia who had used the word, while Elizabeth and Caroline giggled at hearing it spoken by a schoolmate. Well, sounds and dash it all. Take the deuce and to the devil with it. Elizabeth carefully folded the sheet filled with her bile in half, and then in half again, and then she folded it once more. She went to the fire and deliberately tossed the sheet in, waited for it to catch flame, and then she stirred the ashes around with the poker until it was completely consumed. "Write a note to dear Caroline, did you?" Elizabeth looked at Papa in surprise. "How do you know?" He smiled. "I do not think you have any other correspondent that could make you mistreat paper in your desk with such thoroughness." Flopping onto the divan nearest Papa, she sighed and looked at him. He looked back with his usual sardonic expression, setting his book aside. "Well?" Elizabeth pulled at her hair. Mr. Bennet added, "If you mean to complain about why must matters be so involved and tangled, or why cannot all things be the way I wish they were, or some similar nonsense, I will make you read a very good collection of sermons selected by Mary for possessing the peak, the very greatest promise of being improving." With a startled laugh, Elizabeth replied, "What if I ask, why can I not be a child again? Or maybe 15? Would that be sufficient for such a fate?" Mr. Bennet laughed. "That would condemn you to reading a work of natural philosophy on the nature of time. Maybe Aristotle's Physics. You will learn that time can only go forward. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time," replied Elizabeth. "Dour sentiment," was Papa's smiling reply to the quote. "If you dislike the days going so fast, let's try this. Yon light is not daylight, I know it. Aye, it is some meteor that the sun exhales, to be to thee this night a torch-bearer, and light thee on thy way to Mantua." Papa laughed. "Let me rather try. Busy old fool, unruly sun, why dost thou thus, through windows and through curtains, call on us? Must to thy motions lovers' seasons run? Saucy pedantic wretch, go chide late schoolboys and sour prentices." With a flushed and half-startled laugh, Elizabeth replied, "Done. Hardly a proper reading material for a schoolgirl. And that is my actual response to why you cannot be a child, or 15 once more. You would not like to be so young again, not near as much as you think you would." "I would like it if matters between Caroline and I were so simple as they were when we were both 15. "A warning, dear Lizzie." Papa wagged his finger in her face. "Perilously close to begging for the world to become easier. Another such speech,
and it shall be the Reverend Fordyce's sermons for you."
Elizabeth stuck her tongue out in reply. "See how much like a 15-year-old I am?"
"Like a 5-year-old. At 15 you had long since ceased such displays."
"Ha! I do so like being a child."
"While I, however, prefer you at your present age."
"You do? You often talk of how happy those days were when we were all children, and you'd have us sitting in the library to play while you read, drew your sketches, and wrote." Papa replied,
"It's a pity you never learned to draw better."
"I'd learned it was a low practical craft."
"As for that, it is useful. Those were happy days. Not happier, since I'm very happy now, but more perfect in some way. I was stretching my abilities to their fullest extent. Success was not certain. I was surrounded by those who I loved. I worked daily with my dearest friend. Your mother was happy. She thrived under those circumstances of effort and privation, never complaining after she understood that our business scheme might work and gain security for all of us forever. And I was surrounded by my children, young, in need of protection and play, smiling and dear. There is some important deficiency in a child. What I mean is that now you are my equal. I still am the superior in experience, but that is not a difference of fundamental type. You are a rational creature, a creature capable of determining her own mind, making her own choices, and choosing her own companions. When you make mistakes, they shall be your mistakes, and you shall grow from them. Yes, I prefer you to be you, even though I do miss the sweet little child who loved to sit on my lap while I read to her."
Elizabeth felt her throat choke with some emotion, and she took her father's hand. "My dear papa."
"Did you note it? I shed a few tears this morn in Longbourn Chapel. I could never have been happier, nor more proud to see Jane make such a match with a boy who I've loved since he was 3.
"I saw," Elizabeth replied. "She never looked more beautiful than when she smiled at Bingley as he walked up the aisle to join her at the front of the room."
I suppose I now have my answer for you regarding the concern that prompted this whole line of conversation."
"Oh, I confess I begin to forget where we started," Elizabeth replied.
"You must decide. You must decide for yourself how you shall relate in the future to Caroline."
"That is wholly unhelpful." Elizabeth grinned at him. "For I knew that from the first." Papa smiled at her. He rose from his seat, ruffled her hair, and with a yawn, excused himself to bed. In the end, Elizabeth wrote a simple letter to Caroline. "Dear Caroline, I miss you. Still your devoted friend, E. Bennet." Chapter 16. It was only early in March that Elizabeth heard anything from Caroline, shortly after Caroline's 21st birthday. The response came in the form of Caroline coming directly from London to call. This was nearly her first action after achieving her majority, gaining control of her own fortune, parting with mutual satisfaction from Aunt Matilda, and heading straight to the capital to meet with her banker and establish matters for the regular payment of her quarterly income. When her carriage arrived, Caroline sent her card ahead, rather than coming to knock at the door. And this when it used to be a standing matter that she could enter their house without any announcement at all. Mrs. Hill delivered Caroline's card and the small folded note to Mamma, even though it was addressed to Elizabeth. There was a dismissing sniff from Mrs. Hill, who had never known Caroline except as the occasional supercilious visitor after the family had reoccupied Longbourn. "That sister of Mr. Bingley, the one who went bad, is waiting in her carriage for your response, Mum. Mr. Bennet. Might I send her off?" Lord, poor Caroline! Charlie said nothing about her coming. Dear, Mamma said to Papa, whatever shall we do? We must invite her in. It is quite cold today. It ought to be warmer in March. However, I do not know if it would be such a good thing for the younger girls to still associate with her. But what does the note say? Ah, Lizzie, it is for you. So saying, Mamma handed it over without hesitation. The creamy woven paper was familiar. It had a watermark of the Bingley family crest, a smooth feel beneath the fingers. It was the sort of paper that shouted about the woman who used it. I am possessed of an ample fortune. On the front, in Caroline's fine, drilled, practised and feminine looping hand was the words, "For Elizabeth Bennet." She opened it, aware of the little crowd, that is to say, Papa, Mamma and Kitty, all watching her. At least Mary was in the breakfast room, making her extracts. Dear Elizabeth, I only was given your note 3 days ago, when I reached my majority. Please, I miss you too. If you will still speak with me and see me, I am still your devoted friend as well. C. Bingley. Elizabeth rushed out. It was nearly the coldest March that Elizabeth could remember. Snow was still on the ground from an unexpected blizzard a few days ago, and Elizabeth felt her throat swell up with emotion when she saw Caroline stepping out of the carriage to greet her. For an instant, the two girls stared at each other, and then Elizabeth rushed forward to embrace her, and Caroline embraced Elizabeth. Come in, come in. Are you certain? Mr. and Mrs. Bennet do not mind? I can... Elizabeth grabbed her friend's arm and dragged her in. Come in. They all greeted her, even Mary, who, rather than cutting Caroline, as Elizabeth had been afraid she would, hugged Caroline and promised to copy out for her some of the best extracts she knew about godly behaviour. Mary added, seemingly aware that her sisters were looking at her with a little surprise, that forgiveness was, after all, the chief Christian virtue. And besides, Jesus happily spent his time with the disreputable women and tax collectors. Mr. Bennet laughed and said, Tax collectors do an important job. Without them we'd have been conquered by Napoleon. I'll hear nothing against the excisemen here. He then studied Caroline down the nose of his glasses. Dear girl, are you properly repentant? I did wrong. I don't know if that means enough, but I know I did very wrong, and Caroline stood very stiffly. That is satisfactory to me. He patted her on the shoulder. Poor girl, you've learned a hard lesson. Mrs. Bennet said several times how happy she was to see little Lena again, and also that she could not like Mr. Darcy at all. Not after he cut relations with Charlie over a matter that was not his fault. The more Mamma said that, the more miserable Caroline began to appear, so after a while Elizabeth begged, Enough of that. Caro, you must be exhausted after such a trip. Are you staying in Meryton or with Charlie? Caroline shook her head. I came to you first, and I do not believe he wishes to have anything to do with me. He will if I have anything to say about it, Elizabeth growled. No. I am very aware of how wrongly I acted. I am too, but I hurt my brother, his honour, his standing, everything. I don't deserve to be acknowledged by him, not by anyone. I don't deserve your kindness, and Caroline started crying into her hands. Elizabeth put her arms around her friend, and suddenly the drawing-room emptied out as Mamma shuffled everyone else out of the room to give them a bit of space and peace. I'll send Mrs. Hill to bring tea and biscuits, she said as she closed the door on them. Caroline slowly stopped crying, and she was wiping her face with her handkerchief when the tray of tea was brought in. Elizabeth poured and served the tea for both of them, while Caroline started speaking. Aunt Matilda would not give me any of my correspondence, nor allow me to send any letters.
saying that she would be party to no clandestine schemes during my remaining with her. Elizabeth laughed. What did she anticipate you would do? Whatever it was, I had not the heart. Aliette was dismissed immediately, though I gave her a small wallet full of guineas. I do not even know what the number was, and promised to re-employ her upon reaching my majority. Aunt Matilda intended that she be sent off with no references, and to be left without resources for her part as an accomplice in my crimes. I deserved all the punishment. Every time I become annoyed, I shared the downstairs maid for my toilette, and I believe she'd been instructed to pull at my hair. Surely Aunt Matilda would not be so petty. Caroline wrapped her hands around the pretty filigree blue teacup and just looked at Elizabeth. You were always her favourite. I think that drove her anger. I disappointed her. If I was her favourite, then her judgment was shown to have severe deficiencies, and so severity in response was called for. Elizabeth raised her eyebrows. You seem to have become as great a judge of character as I am. With a small, choked laugh, Caroline flushed. Not a worthy trade for what I lost from my soul by acting out such a crime. But still a praise I like. Charles sent me no letter. Elizabeth grimaced. Even after his marriage with Jane, he is in no mood to forgive you. My actions were far worse in regard to him than with regards to you. And that you are siblings does not soften it. We are nearly siblings as well. I never imagined Charlie to be the unforgiving one. Perhaps he will forgive me partially when I speak with him. You do not sound concerned about the possibility that he will not. I have said this so many times, but it remains true. That is nothing more than what I deserve. I have had months to do nothing but contemplate my own behaviour. I acted wrongly, and wrongly beyond the ordinary way. Elizabeth could not disagree, but she still took Caroline's hand and squeezed it. No need to repeat the bored statements of those older and wiser upon growth, learning from mistakes, and go forth and sin no more. They were already in Caroline's mind, she knew. Do you intend to settle in London? No. Caroline shook her head decidedly. I have no desire to be alone in the great city. If you would be willing to call on me from time to time, I think I shall take a house in Meryton, hire a companion and live in retirement for at least a year. A smile slowly spread over Elizabeth's face. I would like it very much to have you settled so near. You ought to try Pulvis Lodge. I believe it is still available to let. That house on the far side of Meryton. It is too large. I'm quite sure that on the income from 20,000 you can easily afford it. I do not mean to spend my whole income on myself. It is not— Caroline made an odd shrugging expression. I worried too much about income and how much I was worth and how much everyone I knew was worth, and I mean to dedicate at least half my income to some sort of good work. I shall look for some smaller house in the town, enough room for a companion and Aliette, and a maid of all work. Elizabeth laughed. I hope you do not intend to convince me to give up all of my book money for stuffing the poor box, and with a soft shake of her head, Caroline said, This is a personal dispensation, a personal need. Suddenly Elizabeth asked what had perhaps been on the top of her head the entire time Caroline had been in the room, even though it was not something that could have any practical consequence. Are you still in love with Mr. Darcy? What? No, I do not know. I do not know if I ever was in love with him so much as I was in love with the idea of him. But I adored him, but it was not— oh, how can I say this? Elizabeth waited. I paid little attention to him, to the flesh and blood, spirit and soul fact of him, the opposite of love as spoken of in the scriptures. And then when I saw how little attention he paid to me, Lizzie, I think he liked you very much, and I apologize that I kept any such possibility from flowering. He asked me to marry him. There was a bit of resentment in Elizabeth's voice, despite her best efforts. That night at the ball, a little before you tried to trap him. No! And you refused him? How could I do anything else? You are my dearest friend, and Elizabeth cut herself off. I would not do so again, not in such a case. You had no proper claim on him. I see today that respecting that improper claim was not wise of me. But, I should have told you. I knew all along that your suit was hopeless. You refused him for my sake. That is, Lizzie, you should not have. I am so sorry to see another harm I caused. I was not in love with him. I had refused to allow myself to think upon him in such a way. I have thought about it. We would have suited very well. That is my guess. But I do not know. I did not allow myself to fall in love with him, but I could have easily come to admire him. But there was no heartbreak, no love, no infatuation. He always looked at you. I seethed with jealousy, but I loved you so much that I could not admit that to myself. Not until I saw how he looked at you during that dance before the supper. I was not a good friend to you. Elizabeth laughed. I think that none of us, properly speaking, should look upon our behaviour with complacence. You ought. There is nothing in your behaviour to give you such disquiet as in mine. I will, Elizabeth took Caroline's hand, freely grant you the right to think with abhorrence, distaste, and far more dislike upon your own behaviour than upon mine. It would be ridiculous otherwise. But after the theatrical extreme of such a night, it would also be ridiculous if I could not find ample grist for the mill of thought in the event. I will then grant, Caroline said, that though I would have behaved abominably towards you if you had, and that it is in no way something that you should think about with regret, that were you perfect, you might have made an attempt to force me to admit to myself the impossibility of my hopes. However, as the Holy Book says, none are perfect but God. Further, if you should ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Darcy again, you ought to assiduously pursue the chance to discover what your true feelings might be. Perhaps the worst outcome of my behaviour is that I prevented you from forming a happy and advantageous marriage. No. I will take your advice. But you have no blame with regards to that. He would not have had enough interest in me to consider himself as having fallen in love if I had not been most pointedly disinterested in him. What a strange and perverse man, but I do admire him. And so I approached him in a manner which was perfectly aimed to repulse him. Caroline laughed at Elizabeth's description of Mr. Darcy. Yet he is so handsome and tall. The two grinned at each other. They fell quiet and leaned back into the sofa. Caroline took one of the lemon tarts, and Elizabeth ate a biscuit. That gloomy grey sky outside seemed to have a very happy countenance to Elizabeth. She could not dislike it any more. Yes, dark, windy, wet, and near freezing. Yes, the grey hid the sun, soaked the birds, and there were no fluffy white shapes to identify as France, a lizard, and a carriage careening down a cliff with people falling out of it. But it was a sunny day in Elizabeth's heart. She had missed Caroline. You intend to settle in Meryton, Elizabeth exclaimed suddenly. I am so happy. London is no longer to my taste, and I am not to its taste. You mean the scandal? In chief. Besides you, only Lady Emily wrote to me from amongst our acquaintances. Elizabeth winced. She has written to me with a long description of all the stories and how she has heard about you from 15 separate persons, and also how I fit into these stories. The general belief is that I did hope to steal Mr. Darcy from you. Gossip. It does not matter. It mattered to me once. It would have mattered a great deal to me. It is right that I am known as an untrustworthy person who will act wrongly. I gave certain proofs to that. I wish to be more like you, or at least to consider gossip as little as you do. Ah, now I understand why you intend to settle in Meryton. I must enlighten you. Elizabeth grinned. It is my unique twists of mind, and not my settlement in the neighbourhood, which has given me such a sensible attitude towards the attitudes of others. Caroline batted at her. You goose. I want to be near you. Charles as well, if he'll speak to me. But you are the one true friend I feel as though I have. That made Elizabeth flush, even though I declared you to be lying. A service, and one for which I shall be ever grateful. Imagine if Mr. Darcy had been obligated to marry me. He would have despised me. I would have faced that coldness every morning over bread and butter. Eventually, what liking I had for him would have been extinguished under that hatred. He is a determined man. I hardly can credit that I was such a dunce as to even wish to succeed in such a scheme. Such is what I wrote in the first version of my letter to you. Oh? I sat down to write, and then I found that every angry word that had been in my mind for the previous weeks flowed out, like steam exploding from a pot that had been too tightly shut. That letter was not fit to be read, and so it cannot be. I burned it immediately. I am certain I deserved every word, but I am glad I received the kinder, if simpler note you sent. The two girls looked at each other and embraced. Oh, I am so happy, and we will have such fun over the summer. Lydia convinced Papa to remove her from school 3 or 4 months earlier than he planned, so she shall be here in another 2 weeks. Oh, but did you know that Charlotte Lucas married my charming clerical cousin? No, not Mr. Collins. Poor girl! I never liked her, but she deserves a better man than him. I said as much to her, and in essence, she told me to mind my own business, and to not judge her for making a choice I did not need to. I must confess that her choices are far more limited than mine, and her situation in life is much worse, with neither much fortune nor any exceptional beauty. Caroline sighed and rubbed at her nose. I was a snob, and I should have been kinder and accepted that she had some wisdom. She tried to warn me, perhaps not in the kindest way, but if I had listened to her, I would be happier today. It is in general impossible to accept advice in such a case as that, which is why I made no great effort to give you any advice, not until near the end, and I was still in no fit state to take it then. Caroline grimaced, then shrugged. About Miss Lucas, I do wish we could have found a less Mr. Collins-esque man for Charlotte. Precisely, Caroline giggled. I must warn you, I have solemnly promised to visit Charlotte for at least a month over Easter. I'll keep it to just a month, or 5 weeks at the most, now that you are to be here in Hertfordshire. We will then keep the men of the post busy once more while you are absent. Caroline sighed. I am so happy you do not despise me. I do not deserve it, but I am very happy. Chapter 17. La, but Papa, I'm nearly 16. Please, 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 please. Just one assembly, while the officers are still here. Lydia sighed. The officers are all so handsome. Papa sighed as well.
with considerably more frustration and considerably less delighted longing than his youngest daughter. "I am hardly persuaded that you shall be ready to come out even when you are 16.
But Kitty and Mary both came out when they were 16. Unfair. Unfair. I won't have you treat me unfairly. I want officers and balls and parties. And parties and balls and officers."
"Well, I appreciate the palindrome," Papa replied. "The answer is yet no."
"Why did you have to keep me at that boring school for so long? Sit up straight, Lydia. Go not bother your nose with your finger, Lydia. Memorize all these boring kings, Lydia. And now that I'm done, I want fun."
"It truly astonishes the mind," Papa said to the other persons in the room, Elizabeth, Mamma, and Mary. Kitty fortunately missed this outburst as she was visiting a particular friend, Miss King, "that I could send 5 girls to the same school, each of them taught by the same Mrs. Castle, each managed upon the same model, with the same plan of lessons and quality of companions, and yet at the end of the time at school, their personalities are so wholly different."
Lydia groaned, and then she whimpered and looked up at Papa with eyes that were clearly intended to imitate those of a whimpering dog. "Please, please, please, Papa, please." Papa sighed and pressed his finger against his forehead, rolling the one spot around and around.
"Lydia, you will have some chance for society and even to meet officers, but only under the close supervision of your family and in small private parties. Here at Bingley and Jane's house and at your Aunt Philip's. Maybe we will allow you to come to parties at Lucas Lodge, as they are particular friends of long duration, but no public balls, not for another 6 months."
Oh, I am wholly miserable."
"And I am wholly unmoved."
"Mamma, make Papa let me go to balls."
"It is quite right," the woman replied, "that you wait a little. There is no hurry. You will have ample chances for society soon enough."
"I'd rather die than only be able to go to dinners here. It is so boring. And the house is so small. Papa, can we not build a big ballroom? I would love having a big ballroom above anything."
"No."
"But we've so much money."
"And I would prefer for some of that money to remain with us."
"Papa, please."
He sighed. "Lydia, another word upon this and you'll not be able to go to parties anywhere I cannot see you. Perhaps you ought not as it is." She was then silent, but she sat and pouted at her father with a gaze like that of a well-fed dog desperately begging for food. Papa sighed and looked at Elizabeth. "And so, Lizzie, you are planning to leave us, chased off by Lydia's pouts?"
"I wish to believe that I could hold the field against such, and in any case they have been principally aimed towards you."
"Perhaps I could visit Mrs. Collins and my cousin in your place."
"Papa," Lydia moaned, "why does Lizzie get to travel and have seasons and get everything when I can't even go to a ball?"
"Because you are 15 and not particularly sensible for that age, while she's 20 and particularly sensible for her age."
"Oh, you just hate me!" Lydia exclaimed, and then ran from the room and up the stairs.
Mamma sighed. "Poor girl,
I do understand how she feels. I was quite mad for officers at her age.
But I did not have enough fortune to make me a prey for the unscrupulous."
"The importance of reputation cannot be overstated," Mary said. "Once it is lost, it can never be regained."
I do not think that speech matches the occasion. Lizzie, I am glad," Papa said, "that despite her well-earned reputation,
You were once more friends with Caroline.
I am as well, Elizabeth agreed,
though it is a bit of a surprise that so soon after she settled in the neighbourhood, you were off to visit your other friend, the once Miss Lucas.
And our cousin, my near suitor.
Mr. Bennet laughed. Be honest with me. Do you ever regret him?
Mr. Collins? Not once. I am only surprised that Charlotte could make such a choice. But I cannot judge her harshly. Quite likely, if I had a dowry of only a bare £2,000, I would have leapt upon his offer as the only eligible one likely to come my way.
No, I am confident that you never would have.
You think, Elizabeth asked Papa, that the possession of money has such a small influence upon my character?
It has not had a large influence on mine. I merely reason with myself. There is still nothing I love so much as reading, thinking about mechanics, and my daughters.
Elizabeth smiled and embraced Papa.
I will miss you very much when you are in Kent.
And are you, Papa? Chapter 18.
4 months. Darcy had still not forgotten Elizabeth Bennet. The night of that horrific ball had been the most dramatic sequence of events in his life. He was refused when he offered marriage to one woman, and then less than an hour later, a different one attempted to force him into a marriage with her. It was no surprise that the event had left a deep impression on his mind. One early morning in April, he returned to his London townhouse after a ride around Hyde Park, full of thoughts and memories of Elizabeth. He'd woken up at 6 o'clock after a dream about Elizabeth, and then went out and around for a long ride. It was the spring season. The heavy verdure, the scent of leaves, the trickle of brooks, the large pond in the park. Everything made him think of the woman who had been the most beautiful, most kind, and most honourable amongst all whom he had known. Even the clatter of horse hooves made him recall that Elizabeth had been described to him as not an accomplished horsewoman. She had refused him. If he were at all sensible, he would stop thinking about her. He partly had. Not a single thought for at least a week. But Darcy's mind refused to stop this time. In the spring, town could be lovely. Tree-lined avenues, gardens filled with a profusion of flowers, rose bushes that he might pause to smell, and the birds twitting and tweeting. Of course, just a short distance away was the endless bustle, noise, crowd, and grasping commercial hordes of the main city. On his roundabout path to return home, he went down one of these streets and bought a bracelet for Georgiana that caught his fancy. The merchant wrapped it in a fine piece of paper, and he smiled at Darcy, asking if the piece was for his sweetheart. Darcy coldly did not reply. He realized how desperately he wished, once more, to have Elizabeth as his own, to have a wife, a companion of his life who he could buy gifts for. And then, not quite too late to participate in breakfast, he returned home. The groom at the neighbourhood stables took his horse, and with quick steps, holding the smooth-wrapped paper parcel, Darcy energetically stepped through the garden in the middle of the square, surrounded by a black wrought-iron fence and across to his own house. 3 steps up the stairs, and he opened the door without any ceremony. The servant standing there to respond to callers bowed to him, and Darcy made a small nod of his head in return. Are my cousin and sister still at breakfast? Ah, I hear them. Darcy hurried over to the breakfast room, from which the sound of Georgiana's giggles could be heard, as Colonel Fitzwilliam said something ridiculous about the French and his general superiority to the world. He opened the door and enjoyed the scent of freshly baked bread, ham, eggs, chocolate and coffee. Georgiana smiled at him and waved.
Richard just told me a most ridiculous story
about how you cannot lose at billiards.
No, what? Of course I can lose. I can't beat you. Georgie, I've played 1,000 games against him, and not once has he lost. Then why do you continue to play? Darcy asked. He wins 1 time in 5. We are close enough for the game to remain interesting, while distant enough for it to be clear who is the superior. Georgiana laughed and embraced him. Darcy then handed over the wrapped bracelet. I saw this and thought you might like it. She opened it and smiled at the bracelet. I do not deserve this. Nonsense. Darcy waved his hand. Nonsense. Of course you do. You have been so kind to me since... She sighed. I know that you are kinder than I deserve. Nonsense. Darcy shook his head again and embraced her back. Colonel Fitzwilliam said, Of course he is. He is an excellent brother and friend, though I've on occasion seen him to be less kind to people than he ought to be. Such as? Darcy replied sharply. He'd felt an odd sort of reserve and distance in his relations with Colonel Fitzwilliam since the weeks they'd spent together in Netherfield. The officer had disappointed Elizabeth, and after she had refused him for his sake, or at least so Darcy surmised. He did not actually know. Colonel Fitzwilliam waved his hand around. You say it yourself. Your good opinion, once lost, is lost forever. By Zeus, you know I'll not argue individuals in front of Georgie. So saying, he tweaked the nose of his cousin. Georgiana squealed, laughed, slapped his shoulder, and pulled away to study her new bracelet. I can, in fact, listen to the most shocking things. You can, but Darcy cannot. I have no cause to fear anything you might say about me, Darcy replied. I have no cause to fear anything you might say about me, Darcy replied. He quickly and evenly buttered a roll and took a bite of the freshly baked bread. You do not mean anything in particular, though. An idle thought of people we knew in Hertfordshire crossed my mind. Ah, and I see you grimace. See, Georgie, I told you that he could not manage such a conversation. Darcy was in fact grimacing. Once it had become clear that no engagement between Colonel Fitzwilliam and Elizabeth was waiting upon the proper time to be announced, Darcy had considered returning to the neighbourhood around Meryton to try courting her again, and asking her if it had been Colonel Fitzwilliam who she had loved, and if now that he had proven to be a flighty suitor, she might choose him instead. There were always 2 considerations that stopped Darcy from doing so. The first was a little pride. He had offered himself, and he would not offer himself again simply because he believed her to be unable to marry the man she preferred. The other more significant consideration was that her sister had married Mr. Bingley, and Mr. Bingley had demanded that he marry that woman. Darcy believed that he would never be able to think of that woman with anything approaching calmness of heart or mind. Oh, you mean Mr. Bingley and his awful, awful sister, Georgiana said. I do miss Mr. Bingley. He always laughed so much and was so friendly, and he made the room always seem a bit brighter. And then he tried to force me to marry his sister, Darcy growled. Suddenly he could not take another bite of his meal, and the food looked heavy, overly cooked and disgusting to him. I don't think that is quite fair, Colonel Fitzwilliam said. And see the grimace, Georgie. That is how your brother tells people that he does not wish a subject to be discussed. No matter how often he says that he will happily hear any subject, you can see the lack of happiness clearly. That I am not happy about the subject does not make me unwilling to listen to a discussion of it. By the gods of war, Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. Of course you are willing to war. To angrily rant and rave upon how you were mistreated, and how your behaviour is unexceptional in every way, and how there was no way that any reasonable man could have acted, except in precisely the way that you did. All this despite the simple point that I am a reasonable man who would not have cut Bingley so sharply and permanently." The reply from Darcy was a glare. Georgiana glanced between the two of them. She pressed her hand to her face and said, "Ah!" She flushed and asked, "You two are not really angry at each other, are you?" Darcy turned to her, and he shook his head. "No, I do not think so. You've seemed angry to me ever since I refused to follow you," Colonel Fitzwilliam replied. But then he flushed, looked at Georgiana, and said, "This is not an argument to have in front of you. It was not the matter of Bingley at all," Darcy replied. He saw it again like a flash of lightning, like a nightmare. Elizabeth's face in the strong moonlight. "The feelings of another make it impossible for me to accept you." "Oh!" Georgiana exclaimed. "There was a message for you, or about you, in my most recent letter from Anne." Georgiana and her cousin Anne de Bourgh had maintained a steady correspondence since Georgiana's near elopement with Wickham, as she'd been encouraged to write more to her relations by Lady Matlock. Darcy had always kept a careful distance from Anne, since the suspicion that Lady Catherine would do anything to make him marry her daughter, though of course not quite as much as Miss Bingley had, since Lady Catherine was in fact well-bred, had never quite left Darcy. He became still at being told that Anne had said something about him.
"And what is the message?"
Anne had no basis from his behaviour to harbour any hopes towards him. She shouldn't have any reason to say anything to him. "Oh, merely that an acquaintance of yours, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, is visiting. She actually visits her cousin, Mr. Collins. The parsonage is 10 minutes away across the park, so it sums up to the same."
"Miss Elizabeth?"
Darcy said in astonishment. There was a softening on Colonel Fitzwilliam's expression as well. He smiled and said, "I'd dearly like to see how Miss Elizabeth manages Lady Catherine's tirades." "Anne writes," Georgiana said, "that her mother likes Miss Bennet, but that she finds her rather impertinent, and wishes that her fortune had come from a more respectable source than trade, even if her father does possess a hereditary estate." Both Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. Colonel Fitzwilliam said, "That sounds quite like them both."
"How long is she to stay?"
Darcy asked. Georgiana picked up the letter again. "Oh, the dates seem to be not firmly set, but certainly until a week after Easter."
"Half a day's carriage ride away."
Of course, she had been half a day's carriage ride away before. In fact, she was now much further from London than she had been at Longbourn, but then it had seemed impossible to go to her, or to make an excuse to himself that would let him go. But now, there would be nothing simpler now than to simply announce a visit to his aunt, and go. When Georgiana left the breakfast table to go to the drawing-room piano for her morning session of practice upon the piano, she habitually spent at least 3 hours a day at the instrument. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam remained sitting in the breakfast-room over their coffee. After a while, Colonel Fitzwilliam said, "Hey, cuss? Not just Bingley. I suspect you judge his sister more harshly than her deserts as well." "I shall not," Darcy replied sharply, "hear any word spoken in her favour." "Zeus!" Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. "You are a man who'll not change his mind readily." Then he added with a sudden gloom as he sipped his cooling coffee, "Not that it matters. She earned harsh judgment. She showed herself to be the worst sort of woman imaginable. You have a very particular notion of the possible range of female deficiencies. What about that woman who promised for a fee to take care of the offspring of unfortunate women who could not raise them on their own, and then murdered them?" Darcy grimaced.
You hardly will put Miss Bingley in my good graces by convincing me that at least she does not murder babies. You are the one who reached for the heights of foolishness by naming her the worst sort imaginable. I merely pointed out to you that it was a fool thing to say. I know, Darcy replied sharply, that this is not the real point towards this conversation tends. It showed far more spirit than most girls have. If she'd been one who she tried to seem, a bloodless, bland creation of an excellent education, I'd like her less than half as much as I do. You never liked her, Darcy replied. He sipped at his coffee, which was now down to the dregs, infused with the dusty powder from the ground coffee. Colonel Fitzwilliam blinked at Darcy several times. You truly do not understand the subtleties of the conversations around you? You mean to say the persistent way you insulted her, teased her, and inserted yourself into conversations of hers where you were not wanted was a sign of affection? Affection perhaps indicates more strength of feeling than I had. Interest, certainly. Crazy man! Darcy shook his head in disgust. You shall show no interest in her from henceforth. That woman tried to force me into marriage through an entirely disreputable and dishonourable stratagem. Orders again? Colonel Fitzwilliam clapped his hands twice. I'll remind you that I merely stay with you from time to time because I like you, not because I am dependent upon your charity. Command your servants, or maybe your sister. Not me. Darcy sighed. He rubbed the back of his head. That was not proper. I apologize. Zeus! An apology from Mr. Darcy. Colonel Fitzwilliam then reached his hand across to shake Darcy's and added in a sober tone, I sincerely appreciate it when you can admit your own failings. And I do understand that you are so used to command that it is difficult for you to cease living in that mode. I have the General, my father, and others above me, and even so I from time to time forget myself and give commands to those not under my command. Darcy nodded and he grinned, starting to feel more at ease with his cousin than he had for months. Neither of us easily accept command. No, Britons never shall be slaves and all. The officer then reached across the table and grabbed a piece of ham that was left on Darcy's plate and stuffed it into his mouth. By the way, I have it upon the word of Miss Elizabeth that Miss Bingley was most sincerely attached to you. Darcy glared at his cousin. Hey, devil take it! Colonel Fitzwilliam laughingly added, I also promised Miss Elizabeth that if opportunity were ever to arise for me to promote the resumption of your friendly relations with Mr. Bingley, that I was to most assiduously— No. The puppy is probably lost without you, wagging his tail, looking miserably at every passing gentleman to see if they are his lost master. The puppy peed on my boots. Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed heartily. He raised his hands. One expects puppies to pee on your boots. That is why they are so wholly charming. There is nothing charming about pea-soaked boots. We would drown all of them if they were not charming. Richard. Darcy's voice was cold. A fool mistake in a moment of stress that he had never experienced before. That is not sufficient reason. My good opinion once lost is lost forever. Not a Christian attitude, eh? His cousin shrugged. But that's business you ought to raise with your vicar. You'll be able to explain yourself to Miss Elizabeth in person when we go to Rosings. What do you mean? Miss Elizabeth is there. You want to marry her. You do still wish to marry her, am I not correct? But what? How do you know that? How do you know that that is to say, Colonel Fitzwilliam grinned like a shark. Rather than knowing, I'd surmised, and you have now confirmed my surmise. But don't you admire her yourself? I had thought that you meant to marry her. She said. Darcy felt himself flush. Just what did she say? Colonel Fitzwilliam asked. Darcy stared at the shiny surface of his china plate, wreathed in flowers and delicate colours. Did he actually want to tell his cousin the story of the most painful minute of his life? And the answer that came back to him was yes. Perhaps he was too silent too often with those he loved, and perhaps that was not turning to his advantage. Without looking up, Darcy said in a slow voice, "As you surmised, I asked Miss Elizabeth to marry me. She refused me, and said that she could not marry me because her respect for the feelings of another made it impossible." Silence for the other side. Darcy looked up at his cousin, who had a sort of twisted smile. "And you assumed that it was me whose feelings made it impossible? And as for me, do I admire her? Greatly. But she is too clever by the half for me to marry. I'd like her as my cousin-in-law. Sensible woman. She'd manage you and spare me the worry. In any case, you'll do better this time with her, because I'll advise you. You hate visiting Lady Catherine." "Hate? Say rather that I view our visits with fond distaste. Now, what are you waiting for? Send Batty Catty that letter. The one saying you'll arrive, my august person in tow, the day after tomorrow." Darcy smiled with something like deep happiness glowing in him for the first time in months. "I dare say I will." Chapter 19. Elizabeth had spent 2 sleepless nights between when she learned that Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam were to suddenly visit their aunt at Rosings, a mere 10-minute walk across the park, and their arrival at that finely windowed and mowed estate. Did she fear that he would ignore her? Or did she hope that he would, and thus avoid all awkwardness? Did she hope that those sentiments which she had rejected several months before remained? Or was she wholly indifferent to Mr. Darcy's coming? They were both rational creatures. Elizabeth determined that she would meet him as nothing but an acquaintance who she was pleased to see again. Awkwardness was inevitable at the first meeting, but she trusted the haughty reserve of Darcy's manners and the steady cheerfulness of her own to keep whatever feelings they had from being visible to anyone else. Charlotte, Mr. Berg, Lady Catherine, not one would see a thing. Colonel Fitzwilliam likely would. He had clever eyes. Yes, Elizabeth was wholly more eager to see Colonel Fitzwilliam than his complicated and confusing cousin. Thus Elizabeth determined, after 2 hours of restless turning, that she was in fact wholly indifferent, and fell asleep. The second night gave rise to anxiety. What would Darcy think of her now? No regret allowed. She was Caroline's friend once more. Her sister had married Darcy's former friend, with whom he had ended all connection. Of course he would never think to renew his proposals to her, not after the shock of that night. Not now that her brother was the brother of the woman who had injured him in that way. No hope. Of course, she did not wish for a renewal of his suit. Elizabeth repeated that sentiment to herself multiple times, in different words, tones, and intonations. She would not see him for some days. They were to arrive on Tuesday, and Lady Catherine had only invited them to cards and dinner on Thursday. Ample further nights to roll about sleeplessly, thinking thoughts about the thoughts of a man whom she had already refused and whom she did not love. Or maybe she did. She wasn't sure. Was there a sillier, more thoughtless creature in all of England than Elizabeth Bennet? The question answered itself. No. She resolved to think nothing further upon Darcy and only as she had determined already, meet him as an indifferent acquaintance on Thursday. So saying to herself, Elizabeth picked up the pillow and covered her eyes with it, intending to sleep and think no more. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 sheep. What would Darcy think if I wore the green silk on Thursday? He'd like it. It was her best dress for the spring weather, fashionable and fetching. He once said something about green being a good colour for her complexion, and he always took his coffee without sugar, but with a surfeit of cream. She must remember what to give him if she had the opportunity to serve him coffee. With every likelihood it would be Mr. Berg who would be made to do the honours. He surely did not like her. But perhaps after the choice of his heart had refused him, he would turn towards family connections and greater wealth. No doubt that was the whole reason he had determined to visit Rosings. It was to at last court his cousin, and he was going to marry Mr. Berg, and she would have to watch him looking at Mr. Berg with that serious, nodding intensity. Those beautiful dark eyes. And then he'd smile at Mr. Berg, and Elizabeth's heart would clench, and she would imagine clawing the poor mouse-like Mr. Berg to bits. But she wouldn't say anything, or let anything be visible in her manner and eyes. But she'd go back home to this very bed and cry her eyes out the night after they announced the engagement. Oh, Lord, my dear mind, can you be quiet with these fevered fantasies? I am trying to sleep. But he'll be here, breathing the same air, in the same neighbourhood, less than half a mile distant. Tomorrow. Be quiet. As it happened, despite her conviction that she was not to see Mr. Darcy until Thursday, that gentleman and his cousin came to pay their respects to the ladies of Hunsford Parsonage within a half hour of arriving at their aunt's abode on Tuesday. Further, they brought along with them Darcy's young sister, Miss Georgiana Darcy. The alacrity with which they made the call surprised Elizabeth at first, but in the moment of reflection she had between when the maid announced their visitors and the entry into the room of the three, the dismayed thought crossed her mind that there was nothing more natural than for them to call early upon 2 friends. It was a dismaying thought, because Elizabeth had expected no such compliment to her and Charlotte, and therefore she had not dressed with any particular care this morning. Elizabeth had not examined herself closely in the mirror, but she was sure that she must have quite noticeable bags about her eyes, due to the difficulty she had sleeping the 2 nights previously. Ah! And what would he think when he saw that they entered the room? Elizabeth's eyes stuck on him, and his stuck on her. He nearly filled the whole doorway, towering above Charlotte's maid of all-work who stood holding the door open. He paused and seemed unable to move. But then at a grunt from Colonel Fitzwilliam standing behind him, Darcy hurried into the room, bowed over Elizabeth's hand, and made a formal request for information about how her father and mother did. Before Elizabeth could reply, Colonel Fitzwilliam bounded forward, first heartily shaking Charlotte's hand and then Elizabeth's. "Hello! Haven't seen you in months. Look better than ever. Tan and fine. Eh, Darcy?"
"Yes, certainly."
He studied her face, but his voice was restrained and his manner reserved. Teasing, twisted man. What did he think? Miss Darcy cautiously creeped into the room, following the 2 gentlemen. She was a lovely, well-formed girl, flaxen-haired and taller than any of Elizabeth's sisters. She had a shy, quiet smile, and a persistent inability to meet the eyes of anyone but her cousin and brother. Was it hope that made Elizabeth believe that Mr. Darcy was not wholly at his ease? He did ask, more than once, after her parents, and then again, even after she had answered. His gaze often looked towards her, and though he was attentive to his sister's needs as well, and it was clear that he worried for her behaviour in some respect, though Elizabeth could hardly guess why. As the course of the visit wore on, Mr. Darcy became generally silent, while Elizabeth engaged Miss Darcy in conversation, and Colonel Fitzwilliam turned his attention chiefly towards Charlotte and her sister Maria. Darcy watched her. Inscrutable, impenetrable, impossible man. She wished she could lean close enough to just smell him. 15 minutes saw the proper time for a call end, and Darcy at least had kept in awareness of the passage of time. Nearly on the moment he glanced at his watch and told Miss Darcy that they must leave. And just when the girl was beginning to loosen and actually speak more than a whole sentence at a time in reply to Elizabeth's questions. With blushes and promises of seeing each other soon again, Elizabeth genially parted from Miss Darcy. With a silent shake of the hand, she parted from Mr. Darcy, and with a roll of the eye and a jovial, "You look very well. The spring rains agree with you as much as with flowers, Miss Elizabeth. Pay no attention to Darcy. He is being remarkably thick-tongued today." Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed and took the last parting. As soon as they were gone, Elizabeth groaned, ground her teeth together, sighed and slouched onto the sofa. He must be wholly without interest in her. None at all. He had merely called to convince himself that her beauty was of no particular interest, and with that conviction confirmed she would see little of him during their remaining stay. "Well, it was certainly not as a compliment to me that they called so early after arriving," Charlotte said. "I have no notion of what you speak," Elizabeth replied a little airily. "Are my eyes particularly horrid? Horrible black bags under the lashes? I did not take any care with my face this morning." Her friend laughed. "You look as beautiful as the spring dew." Elizabeth made a disgusted face. "Like a fat round droplet of water?" "Precisely how I intended the metaphor." "I congratulate you upon finding the insult within the compliment." Laughingly, Charlotte ducked as Elizabeth pretended to throw a pillow at her with embroidered red stitching that said, "Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies." "I had wondered what Colonel Fitzwilliam meant," Charlotte added, "when he compared you to the spring rains." "Mr. Darcy did not compare me to anything." "Ah, and his silence is the principal way through which he shows his disapproval. You are an excellent reasoner. Another girl might find some compliment in his coming immediately upon his arrival, and bringing a sister with him to be introduced, but not my Elizabeth. If he meant any friendliness, why did he remain so silent? Why leave so soon? And why so quiet? You can hardly answer such a question. Am I particularly out of looks today?" "Oh, certainly." Elizabeth glared. Charlotte replied with a bubbly voice, "You have already found insult in my compliment upon your appearance. I expected you then to seek compliment in its deprecation." "Oh, asking you was useless." Elizabeth set forth soon after for a long ramble in the woods and park, particularly enjoying an oak grove that overarched the pathway, and where she had enjoyed the thickening green upon the trees in its progress week by week. There were subtle differences in the ways of spring here at Rosings in Kent from Longbourn, or the town easily accessible to the metropolis where her school had been, or to how it appeared in Manchester. Each day Elizabeth found ample delights in her walks. A walk of 2 hours was required for her to wholly settle her feelings, and Elizabeth was glad now. She would be able to easily meet him on Thursday as an indifferent acquaintance, and there would be no awkwardness on either part. She was glad, rather than saddened by the apparent extinction of his amour, and she thought, a little resentfully,
that his feelings could not have been so strong as he had said if they could not survive her clear refusal of his hand, Caroline's behaviour, and the absence of 4 months. However, as Elizabeth returned to the parsonage, the footman from Rosings arrived with a note. They were to dine with her ladyship on the morrow in addition to on Thursday. Rather to her own shock, though perhaps not to the shock of those who considered that Elizabeth was a healthy and active young woman who had little sleep for 2 nights in a row, she slept soundly this whole night, and woke refreshed and with a face that even she thought looked as pretty as the spring dew. Elizabeth took some pains over her appearance before they went to dinner, but not as many as she might have if she was not forced to share one maid with both Charlotte and Maria, and if she had not been wholly aware that Charlotte was watching her and snickering at her occasional claims of disinterest in Mr. Darcy. Lady Catherine's carriage came to pick them up, her second one, Mr. Collins proudly informed them. It took longer for them to be driven round to the front entrance than it would have taken them to walk if they'd cut across the park. Mr. Darcy was solid and calm when they arrived, while Lady Catherine was loud and ebullient. She was delighted to have her nephews as guests, and proud to show them off to the visitors. Elizabeth observed the behaviour of Mr. Darcy with Mr. Berg, and she could detect no sign of any particular attention towards her. Elizabeth felt quite certain before dinner was half done that her refusal had not changed the match between them into more than Lady Catherine's happy delusion. Elizabeth's eyes moved naturally towards Mr. Darcy whenever they had the chance. His expression seemed to have some satisfaction in watching her talk with Miss Darcy, as the two of them became more friendly. He had a ruddy glow to his cheeks, tan skin, deep eyes, and lips that looked very soft. Such stark, serious eyes. During Jane and Charlie's engagement, Elizabeth had taken her turns at being the chaperone, a creature who, like the exciseman, was best liked when they did a poor job of their assigned task. Elizabeth had seen Jane and Charlie kiss many times from the corner of her eye. She wanted Darcy's lips. After dinner, Elizabeth found herself chiefly in conversation with Colonel Fitzwilliam and Miss Darcy, with Darcy sitting to the side, clearly watching her, but saying very little. But presently he addressed her directly and said, "It surprised me very much when I heard that you were present at Rosings. I hope it was not an unpleasant discovery?" "Quite the opposite." Darcy looked at her, and as she smiled back at him, he flushed and glanced away. "That is to say, I am very happy to renew our acquaintance. We have not seen each other since, it was the 26th of November when Bingley held his ball." It was now Elizabeth's turn to flush and look down at his precise memory. She would not have been able to recall which day the ball had been on. An eventful night. Mostly unpleasant. But in the midst of the unpleasantness, we danced together, and the band was exquisite. "You remember the music when we danced?" Elizabeth flushed. She wished that there was no one else there, and she could talk more openly to Mr. Darcy. "My brother has the best taste in music," Miss Darcy exclaimed. "He has always encouraged my love of playing." On consideration, Elizabeth was rather glad to have the previous subject of conversation interrupted, though she hoped dearly it would at some later point be resumed. "So I have heard. I have been told your playing is exquisite." "Well, no," Miss Darcy blushed and smiled shyly. "It is only that I practice a great deal. I enjoy the sound and effort." "We must play a duet," Elizabeth said, "and I shall take the singing part as my voice is superior to my playing." "No, brother told me that you have a perfect love for music." Elizabeth laughed, flushed, and looked at Darcy, who met her eye with a pleased smile. "I have never enjoyed something so much as watching you listen to music," he said. "Ah, listening to music. She said, I can listen with more enthusiasm than any other woman of my acquaintance. That I'll confess to. I have a love for music, but my talent to produce it is rather less than that of many. I never applied myself, having no need to do so, as many of my friends were amply capable of providing that entertainment. During the course of the night, Elizabeth played, and then Miss Darcy. Elizabeth closed her eyes and smiled, letting the flow of the notes go through her. She could happily listen to Miss Darcy play every night of her life. Pieces by Beethoven, Mozart, Robin Adair by Kramer. The way Miss Darcy brought an extra feeling, an extra bit of heart and emotion to the music caught Elizabeth's heart and made it soar. She once played a favourite of Caroline's, the same piano concerto that Caroline had played one night at Lucas Lodge when Elizabeth made Darcy sit next to her to turn the pages for her. This time Elizabeth could not help it. The sad rolling sweep of the first movement brought tears to her eyes. When Miss Darcy finished the concerto, she rose with a little bow, and Elizabeth clapped vigorously. Lady Catherine called Georgiana to sit next to her, while Darcy said to Elizabeth in a quiet voice, I can think of no prettier sight than watching you enjoy music. What? Elizabeth looked at him with wide eyes. What can you mean by that? Yes. He had that intent and wholly serious look that he often used. You close your eyes as you listen and start swaying with the music. There's a sort of pleasure, ecstasy, complete delight and loss of self-awareness in the expression of your face. It is beautiful. Your expression is as lilting and sweet as the song itself. Oh, I fear I'll never be able to forget myself while listening to music in the same room with you again. I sincerely hope that is not the case, he said. I recall one time at Lucas Lodge, you had enjoined me to turn the pages for Miss Bingley. I believe she was playing the same piece that Georgiana just finished with, but though I sat by her, I believe all my attention was upon you. He lowered his voice and added very quietly, It was from that day I began to think of you as one of the handsomest women of my acquaintance. Oh, my! Elizabeth flushed, bright red. He was standing far enough away from her that it could not be obvious to Lady Catherine if she glanced their way that he was flirting with her, but to Elizabeth, knowing that he had admired her, this amounted to a declaration that he still admired her. Oh, my! She repeated. And to believe I thought you were unable to flirt. Darcy laughed. Did you? It seemed to Elizabeth that on the other side of the room there was an implicit conspiracy on the part of Miss Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and Charlotte to keep the attention of Lady Catherine firmly fixed upon them, thus giving her and Mr. Darcy a little semblance of privacy. The attention of Mr. Collins, of course, was always fixed upon his noble and condescending patroness, Lady Catherine, the widow of a baronet. And I made such diligent attempts to push Caroline forward before your attention. Elizabeth shook her head with a half-smile. What failure? I assure you, Darcy said with an edge to his voice that made something of its intimacy fall away. I had perceived that you meant to advance the interests of your friend. No one could have been more attentive to her interests than you. Well, he still resented, and he had ample reason to resent Caroline. That gave Elizabeth herself a little reason to back away from him. Yes, but with no success. Yes, but with no success. A perfection of friendship would have led to my efforts showing some fruit. You cannot judge a person for ineffectually striving when no harm was done. Do you not mean benefit? Elizabeth flushed. You'll have no success in improving my opinion of her. You cannot succeed in that. I always hold firm to the principle that the intention matters more than the result in judging men.
damned sensible, damned opinion. Elizabeth could hardly determine what response to make. The two of them studied each other for a long moment further, eyes meeting and some spark going between them. Those soft lips, his deep eyes, his serious expression. By some mutual agreement, the two of them went to rejoin the general conversation. Lady Catherine noticed them returning, and she frowned as she glanced between the two and her own daughter, who demurely sat in her chair by the fire, blankets piled atop her. Poor creature! Cold in such a way in April. The fire made the part of the room nearest the head quite unbearable, but Elizabeth needed to let her heart stop speeding. Was Caroline always to be the subject that divided her and Mr. Darcy? Even if he still admired her, no, Elizabeth would be honest with herself. Even though he clearly still admired her, he would hardly make an offer to the sister-in-law of Bingley, to a woman who still insisted on championing her friend. But Caroline was her friend. She did not wish Darcy to forgive Caroline. She certainly did not wish for Darcy to become Caroline's friend in turn. But she would not abandon her attachment to Caroline ever. Certainly not now that it was clear to Elizabeth that her friend had taken to heart the lesson of her wrong, immoral and improper behaviour, and had determined to go forth and sin no more, or at least to sin no more in such a manner. Lady Catherine exclaimed suddenly, "Your sister, did she not marry that man who was once Darcy's friend? That Mr. Bingley?" "Yes," Elizabeth replied. "He was the son of my father's partner in business." "The same Mr. Bingley whose sister engaged in such shocking behaviour, and attempted to compromise my nephew's honour through deceit and methods that were most— well, a lady such as myself cannot use the words to describe such a woman, but I am sure she shall never be accepted in polite society." Was this how Lady Catherine meant to discourage Darcy from the interest that she had perhaps detected in him towards her? It is my view that our judgment of a person's character ought not be wholly reduced to a single mistake, no matter how serious its nature is. "You mean to abolish all punishment, do you?" Lady Catherine peered at her. "You state your opinion most firmly for one so young. But I suppose you are forced to make a pretence of accepting such a crime, as she is now nearly your sister." "Miss Bingley has always been nearly my sister. That has not changed." "It was a scheme doomed to fail. Mr. Darcy knows his duty. He knows what his family wishes of him. And one day soon, I imagine, there will be a happy marriage satisfying all those who have a proper concern and affection for him." So saying, Lady Catherine looked between Darcy and Anne meaningfully. Darcy replied, "I assure you that my choice will be honourable, but it will be based purely upon my own judgment and preferences." Miss Darcy pulled at Elizabeth's sleeve, and when Elizabeth inclined her ear to her, she whispered, "You must know that he and Anne would not suit. He has no intentions to ever marry her." Miss Darcy worried at her lip and pressed her fingers together. "I know, Miss Darcy," Elizabeth replied, patting the girl on her hand. She smiled at her. The girl replied, "Please call me Georgiana." Elizabeth smiled back at her. "You must call me Eliza, or Lizzie if you prefer." "What are you two speaking of?" Lady Catherine interrupted. "I must have my part in the conversation." Seeing Georgiana look down and refuse to meet the eye of her aunt, Elizabeth replied, "We were discussing the difference between one's Christian name and the family name, and when a friendship is such that one ought to use the Christian name, rather than Miss Such and Such." "And I suppose you now show approval for the actions of the sister of your own sister's husband by still using her Christian name?" "I certainly cannot approve of what Miss Bingley did." Miss Darcy said stubbornly. It shocked me very much that she acted so, even though I never liked her above half. Everyone looked at Georgiana, and she blushed and looked down. I do not mean that.
Hear, hear.
Lady Catherine slapped her hand several times on the side of her chair.
But, Darcy, this is what comes from associating yourself with low-born persons. A fortune from trade. I can never stand to let any good families associate themselves with money from trade.
Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed.
Wasn't half the land in Rosings bought with the money of that brother of the 3rd Baronet, who came back from India as a wealthy nabob? You surely cannot compare the brave work of those men who spread Christianity and civilization to the benighted and uncivilized lands of India, men such as Clive and Hastings, to the work of a low manufacturer, a tinkerer with machinery. Trade has its place, but it has no place in marriage.
Darcy scrunched up his face and rolled his eyes for just a moment in response to his aunt's speech.
Colonel Fitzwilliam grinned. It would make my father dance and delight with capering if I married a fortune from trade. You ought, Lady Catherine added, speaking directly to Darcy, take more care with who you allow young Georgiana to associate with. The daughter of a manufacturer? It is our good fortune that Georgiana's character and breeding are such that she can shake off, like water from a duck, any contamination from such an immoral and ill-favoured connection.
Miss Darcy flushed and looked down, wringing her hands together and hanging her head low. I will not, Elizabeth suddenly said, listen to such with silence. Caroline is still my dearest friend in the world. She acted wrongly. She knows she acted wrongly. She heaps more abuse upon her own head than anyone else could. She suffers more grievously in the heart from that sense of wrongdoing than from the scorn that society has heaped upon her. I will not despise her. I will not listen to you despise her. I will not stay silent.
It surprises me, Darcy said coldly, that you still consider yourself such a dear friend to that woman.
To her surprise, Elizabeth felt sad at Mr. Darcy's continued insistence on hating Caroline. She didn't want him to be her friend, to have everything simple and straightforward, but something in Elizabeth needed him to accept that Caroline did not deserve eternal hellfire and damnation for her wrong actions. I do not abandon my friends, neither over trifles nor over serious matters, Elizabeth sharply replied.
You know, Elizabeth, you know this is no trifle.
He glared at her, and then, seeming to recollect himself, added,
I mean, Miss Elizabeth.
Colonel Fitzwilliam snorted. Elizabeth replied, The Holy Book instructs us to forgive those who have sinned against us. Darcy replied not at all. She could not read the frown on his face. She pressed her fingers together tight enough that they hurt. She had sweat on her forehead from the fire kept over hot for Mr. Berg's sake. Well, Elizabeth demanded, what do you have to say to that? He let out a long breath.
Give me time to gather my thoughts.
Darcy smiled at her.
You are loyal, and it is impossible to not admire loyalty, but not every person is worthy of your loyalty.
Caroline is worthy of my loyalty. They glared at each other again. Eyes clashed. At first it was an angry glare, but then there was a change, a softening. Now their eyes kissed. He looked down.
Miss Elizabeth, it is terribly difficult to construct a clear argument when you look at me in that way.
My goal achieved.
To triumph in such a way?
Any triumph is a triumph.
And Darcy laughed, and the anger was gone. He looked up at the corner of the room. To force a marriage, to destroy someone's reputation, to besmirch the honor of another, to seek to remove a man's freedom and perhaps the most important decision of his life, to make me into a slave, an unfree creature subject to her whims. All this is most serious. Perhaps not so serious as a murder, but no trivial, no small, no forgettable thing. But then, as I was the one attacked, the one who she attempted to enslave, perhaps I take that more seriously than I ought." "Oh, don't make a melodrama of it," Colonel Fitzwilliam exclaimed. "I've been to the sugar colonies. I'd damned rather be married against my will to a pretty creature with 20,000 than an actual slave." Darcy replied annoyedly. "And perhaps I also, in my rhetoric, meant to presuppose the conclusion I wished to draw. But a forced marriage is a deep and animal form of unfreedom. I'll not forgive her soon. My good opinion, once lost, is lost forever." Elizabeth could not help but feel a sort of coldness in her soul at Mr. Darcy saying that. Colonel Fitzwilliam replied, "I've killed a man, probably several, but only one who I am certain of the corpse." "As a soldier," Darcy replied, "in the course of your duty." "Ah, so I had good reason. All that it takes to transform the most serious crime, murder, into a matter of glorious duty. You cannot seriously compare the selfish, grasping, controlling action of such a woman as Caroline Bingley to the noble pursuit of duty, standing in the line of danger, bravely facing the flying bullets and chance of death for God and country," replied Darcy. "I merely mean to say that she tried to marry you for the position you were born into, instead of trying to kill you for it. I never acted against her. England must defend itself, and that is the key difference. You pretend, for reasons I cannot understand, to not understand. The intent, the purpose, that is what matters. Good intentions are the proper domain of morality, what is in the soul. That Miss Bingley lacked the capacity to harm me does not change how I judge her." "Oh, Zeus, you sound very much the philosopher," Colonel Fitzwilliam replied sardonically, "quite like you must have sounded in Oxford Club. She was in love. My good man, in love. Love leads to stupidity. I am wholly convinced that her attachment to me had no substance in it. Nothing beyond a general desire for my position and money, and a great liking for the idea of being admired by her fellows for making an excellent match." "No," Elizabeth said, shaking her head. "That, at least, I can say is not true. She had those tender feelings, that real emotion, admiration and infatuation. She loved you as much as... It was not base motives that drove her. She acted wrong, but it was not from greed, but rather a foolish, stupid, broken heart." Darcy looked at Elizabeth and he sighed. "Ah," Colonel Fitzwilliam said, "and every poet says that love is a good motive for action. There are some who would place it higher than duty, than that feeling we have for a king and the drooping of his flag over more cities and castles." "I would not judge love as higher than duty." Colonel Fitzwilliam rolled his eyes. "I did not tell you that you did." "But what about Mr. Bingley?" Elizabeth asked Darcy. "You judge him not based upon any criticism you have of his soul, his intentions, but upon his capacity." "What do you mean?"
"My brother, he only acted in the manner that any man of honour who believed his sister would. His failure was that he too easily trusted Caroline, and that his eyes did not instantly see through this misjudgment." Darcy looked at her for a long time. "You said that your good opinion, once lost, is lost forever. Perhaps that is a flaw in your own character, one that you might strive to overcome, to improve. Forgiveness—"
"Forgiveness may be divine," Darcy replied sharply, "but I make no claim to ascend above humanity.
Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth replied, everyone has a flash of the divine in their souls. So I believe. He drew his breath in to deliver some sharp retort, but then he frowned and tilted his head. He pressed his hand against his chin. Elizabeth perceived that this, at least, had struck him in some way. Lady Catherine said, Forgiveness. No, Darcy. You must promise me that you will not seek to rebuild such a connection, no matter what the man's sister by law says. There is no benefit to you in knowing such a scandalous family, with a new-built fortune. Bingley was always beneath you. Personable, friendly fellow, but I never understood what you saw in him. I told you once, and now my prescience has been proven. I dare say you never received any value from the connection. I mean no offence to you or your sister, Miss Bennet. Of course you meant none, Elizabeth replied. She preferred Lady Catherine's pompous absurdity to Darcy's serious distemper. I can detect the impertinence in your tone, the older lady replied. I'll brook no such insults in my house. I do not mean to insult, Elizabeth smiled sweetly, falsely, only to say that I do in fact feel insulted to hear my dear brother labelled as a worthless person whose connection is of no value.
Cousin Elizabeth!
Mr. Collins exclaimed in horror. Darcy stopped the conversation, though, by briefly pressing his hand on Elizabeth's shoulder.
Perhaps, Miss Bennet, you might show that spark of the divine in yourself by forgiving Lady Catherine. I do not require, and you, my dear aunt, you might apologize.
Georgiana, Charlotte, and Mr. Collins stared between them, their faces ranging from horror, Mr. Collins and Georgiana, to bemusement, Charlotte. Colonel Fitzwilliam had that delighted look in his eyes, as though he credited himself with having started the tussle. Anne de Bourgh then giggled. It was the first time Elizabeth had heard an actual pleased sound from the young woman, though it turned after a minute into a fit of coughing. Somehow this triggered laughter in everyone, except Lady Catherine, but even she smiled a little. But Elizabeth could tell that she'd keep close eyes on her for the rest of the night, and it was impossible for any conversation between her and Mr. Darcy to be continued in anything but the most public manner. Chapter 20. Despite every appearance to the opposite, George Wickham was a man who at last had the awakening of hope. Mrs. Phillips's maid had brought out candles that were set on every table as the spring sun set. The cards were spread in front of them all, and Wickham was frowning. He really had not brought any further money with him to this game, largely because he had been afraid that if he brought more of his slender salary, he would have lost it. He hated that. Damn and curse Colonel Fitzwilliam. May his mother suffer from dysentery and die from diarrhea. Captain Denny laughed as he watched Wickham stare at the currant steaks in the pot.
Cash out, Wickham. Cash out.
The other 5 people around one of the tables in Mrs. Phillips's card party snickered. They laughed at him. Despicable, disgusting dandelions. Wickham smiled smoothly, his eyes crinkled with a real smile that filled his face, but did not touch either soul or heart.
Play is turning rich for me. Perhaps I'll need to bow out.
Carter laughed again.
Cash out, Wicky.
All of them should be blown away with a puff of air, even the Bennet girl Lydia, who kept making those eyes at him. He'd strangle her too if he had his way. His despised new moniker, Ash Out Wicky, had been the consequence with the greatest permanency of Colonel Fitzwilliam's feat at denunciation. At least over time the neighbourhood Society and his fellow officers had forgotten that they were supposed to dislike him and distrust him in general. They only distrusted him with money. And the wine and melted cheese on toast that Mrs. Phillips served was far better than the fare he could afford for himself on his pathetic officer's salary. The young Bennet girl, who was not properly out, but still allowed to attend events at her aunt's house, smiled at him with that little glow that Wickham feared would reveal matters to even her incredibly dense aunt, uncle, and mother. "Oh, la, what a joke! But I'll lend you a guinea." Her voice turned artfully and obviously in Wickham's mind, sly. "I trust you to give a good return." He knew that she referred to the kisses they'd shared. Fortunately, it seemed as though nobody else had any notion of their connection. The second heiress he'd finagled into agreeing to elope with him was no dead and floppy base when he kissed her. Jove, he pitied the man Georgiana would marry one day. Lydia had been eager for his lips, his tongue, and his hand on her breasts. He'd have been able to take her if he hadn't been the fool, and set their hidden meeting in a place that was still too public for such intercourse. "If you want to lose your money to cash out Wicky," Denny took a gulp from his wine, "you've purse enough." They all put up their stakes, with Lydia staking for Wickham as well as herself, and then flipped over their cards. Lydia whooped as she won the set, and she giggled at Wickham. "The money is mine again, but you still owe me that return." And she actually winked, in front of all the soldiers around the table. This girl, in the midst of her first, so far as Wickham knew at least, intrigue, had no sense of discretion or subtlety. If he'd not convinced her that they should settle matters and run away to Gretna Green nearly immediately, tomorrow in fact, discovery would have been inevitable, quick and unfortunate for all involved. "Ho, ho!" Carter snorted. "Has Cash-Out Wickham gained an enthusiast?" Lydia smirked at him, pretending to be an older, mature and knowing woman, when she really was barely more than a child. Sitting tall, she lifted up her glass of wine and primly sipped it before she looked at Wickham again. Those eyes made him start to go hard again. She was exactly the sort of woman he'd seduced so many times. Exceedingly young, a shapely bit of muslin, a bit stupid, and very eager for a lark and to know what all the fuss about men and women was about. Wickham considered himself a very successful man. At least 4 of his children lived in the world, and he had wholly succeeded at not placing any of them upon his own charge. He'd had a bit of success even in Meryton, though in general with women married or widowed, rather than the young virgin maidens that any sensible man wanted to despoil. All the women he laid with in Meryton had been unsatisfied, lustful sinners who'd been promised that he was dissolute and maybe discreet by Colonel Fitzwilliam's speech. Little gifts from his amoureuse were the only reason that he'd had the bare means to keep his dress in an almost, but not quite decent measure in this bored, awful, damn town. Smooth silk handkerchiefs that were a delight to run one's finger over, a cold gold watch that hung from his pocket, the silver cufflinks, little signs of prosperity Wickham needed. Wickham, or the Wickham, as he often referred in his own mind to the personality he donned when seducing women, looked back at Lydia with a seductive grin that he showed her for just a second, enough to make her flush, but to keep from being objectionably obvious to the other persons around. "You loaned a guinea. There is still enough from that for more play," Wickham replied. "I'll win everything back from you, and then you'll owe me a return." "You won't!" Denny slapped Wickham on the shoulder. He laughed. "Cash-Out Wicky is a fine, fashionable, friendly fellow, but a card talent he is not.
I play cards perfectly well. Miss Lydia, if I'd been a nearly penniless fellow like this fellow—"
Denny paused to hiccup out a faint stench of the small beer he preferred to wine.
"I'd not play cards unless I could win more often than I lost."
Lydia giggled. "I always win at cards," she added stoutly. "I'd take all the allowance of the other girls at school, and they hated it. But then I'd buy everyone a perfectly ugly bonnet that we then took apart, and we would make it into something not too shameful to wear. So they forgave me. Except ugly Elsie. But she was ugly, teeth too crooked and skin too sallow. Even if her father was the brother of the baronet. Mrs. Castle always said it was impolite to win so much at cards. So this one time I told her that it was impolite to be such a sour apple, and she caned my hand so hard that it wouldn't stop throbbing for a week." From her expression and laugh, this was clearly a joke to Lydia, and all the gentlemen at the table, she had of course contrived to be the only woman at a table full of officers, laughed with her. This girl was as bursting from the seams as a slut milkmaid with a need for fresh air, fresh exercise, and a man's body to spread her legs. Lydia Bennet's flighty little mind might be the greatest piece of fortune that had ever fallen to Wickham's lot. £20,000. It still wasn't the 30,000 from Georgiana Darcy that belonged to him by right. Lydia was the sort of fool who he could convince to do anything once she thought herself to be in love. And to his additional benefit, her father and Mr. Bingley seldom attended these card parties, and the members of her family who were here all liked him. It had been the departure of that Miss Elizabeth Bennet, who never forgot to look at him with suspicious eyes, and who generally objected to his presence in company, that had given him this opportunity. She would have been sufficiently suspicious to find out at least a hint of his scheme. There had even been some rumour about town that Colonel Fitzwilliam had admired her, but nothing had come of it. But she was not here, and Wickham did not plan to wait. Tomorrow. A few words about how desperately in love with her he was, how he respected her too much to touch her without marriage, combined with Lydia's rutting female desperation to find out what other sensations of slippery delight he could inspire, had been enough. Tomorrow the carriage would be ready, and she'd come out to him, and they'd rush off to Gretna Green, and he'd satisfy himself with her body repeatedly on the road, making it impossible for her family to say him nay. And then he'd take possession of all that sensual, sweet kissing money that she had in her dowry. As the card party broke up, Wickham found a chance to whisper to her on the stairs, and to almost kiss her again. She promised again. Tomorrow. Shining eyes, a promising smile. And after that he walked arm in arm with his bothersome brother officers, singing a stout marching song half drunkenly back to the rooms they shared. Some talk of Alexander and some of Hercules, of Hector and Lysander, and such great names as these. But of all the world's brave heroes, there's none that can compare with a tow, row, 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 row to the British Grenadiers. Carter said as they undressed and settled onto the chairs around the little table in the joined room. I shout Wicky found one girl for whom his credit is good. That Bennet girl made cow eyes at you all night. Pity for you that Mr. Bennet is too sound of a fellow to ever let a worthless fellow like you marry her. Never thought I'd see a woman fool enough to have that much interest in you. A low rage burned in Wickham's chest. The need to kick, bite, claw was a living thing. He kept smiling, the smile going to his eyes. Denny said, The father decides. Way it is, way it should be. Hey, Carter shook his head. I shan't confess to agreement. I always admire any miss with the spirit to choose her own. Her life, she shouldn't only worry about marrying the man who'll make the father happiest. That is no profit to the daughter. Some girl's father disliked your estate. Denny poked Carter. Oh, no, I can confess to no particular ill usage. I speak in generalities. After that they quieted down. The lantern was blown out. The other two went to their cramped little bedrooms, and Wickham stretched out his legs out on the divan in the sitting-room that he rented for half the price of one of the actual rooms, and he tried to fall asleep. He'd nearly left the regiment when Colonel Fitzwilliam denounced him. He knew Colonel Fitzwilliam had expected him to. The militia, pathetic, small, purple-bruised. Colonel Fitzwilliam wanted to rip another opportunity away. Oh, he hated them. He hated them all. George Wickham's charming grin as he stared up in the dark at the crumpled little roof right above him was a rictus so wide that it hurt. There had been no call for Colonel Fitzwilliam to insult him, scorn him, and attack him in such a way in front of the whole community and his officers. He'd promised to not say anything about Georgiana, and he meant it. Well, he would have said something about her after Colonel Fitzwilliam had insulted him in such a harsh manner. In fact, Wickham had every right to challenge him to a duel. Some would say he ought to have. Except the look in Colonel Fitzwilliam's eyes had given him a cold shudder. A feeling had swept over him, like a premonition. One day, O Wickham, you fine charmer, one fine morning, a little after dawn, this man will kill you. A silly nonsense of a thought. Of course Colonel Fitzwilliam would not kill him. But every time he thought about the officer, Wickham felt sick and cold with shivers. The natural consequence of that event would have been if Wickham removed himself from the scene of his disgrace. Militia officers served at their own pleasure, and were able to bring such service to a cessation upon short notice. So long, at least, as Boney didn't actually land with 100 regiments Francais upon the white cliffs of Dover. But there were 3 chief considerations which had led Wickham to prolong his connection with the regiment. Leaving immediately, while it was obvious to everyone that it had been Colonel Fitzwilliam who convinced him to go, grated against Wickham's natural instinct to spite any man who spat upon him. No, he had done nothing wrong. They were the ones who had been bamboozled by the falsified references of a woman who leapt from her employment relationship with Darcy into the management of a bawdy house. In essence, he had provided a kindness to Georgiana. Some other gentleman who lacked his undoubtable virtues would have made love at her if he'd not been there to do it. Nothing wrong. It was for Colonel Fitzwilliam to leave the neighbourhood if he wished to avoid Wickham, and not for Wickham to remove himself to avoid him. The second consideration had been the simple delight he felt a week later in listening to the gossip about just what Mr. Darcy had really done to that Bingley chit before he'd cursed her as a slut. Wickham managed to add a great many pieces of disreputable and not necessarily accurate information about Darcy into the general rumour mill, though he said nothing that even Colonel Fitzwilliam's viciousness would treat as an excuse for murder. The delightful scandal! His name talked about, and talked about with scorn, laughter and amusement. Darcy being laughed at. This was precisely the sort of situation that Darcy never seemed to enter into, and that in fact his general habit of life would lead him to make a studied effort to avoid. Ha ha ha! Maybe there was justice in this world, except of course there was not. He, Wickham, would have hacked off his arm to have an heiress worth £20,000. His right arm. That is, of course, if she offered sufficient appeal to the eye that his marriage to her would not lead to other gentlemen thinking less of him. But while he had not seen her before her attempt to seduce Darcy, Everyone had agreed that Miss Bingley was a fine, elegant creature, fashionable and ladylike, and the officers had generally agreed amongst themselves, when no women were present, that even though she had a disdainful expression on her face when she spoke with them, none of them would have refused the opportunity to roll around on a sofa with her. Wickham had seen her about town since she had taken a house in Meryton 2 months prior, and he had to agree with that general officerial judgment. He'd take her to bed with more than usual alacrity. Such a prize. Darcy. Damn two-fortuned Darcy had not even deigned to care when such a creature threw herself at him. It was therefore chiefly the third consolation that kept him in Meryton. The first day of exercises, when he ordered the enlisted cottager lads up and down in the march. The right to command them, to stand at the lead of a group, and to harangue anyone who did not show sufficient attention in the drill. That drill. Women watched him with all admiration in their eyes, and he was able to command, like had always been his purpose and his right. He was employed in a way a gentleman ought to be, and the best part of the whole was that none of it was honest work. Certainly marching up and down, especially now that the weather had turned hot, was a task to be completed, but Wickham's fancy had not yet ceased to be delighted with being in charge of lesser and lower humans, or with the red coat, provided for by the purse of His Majesty, and improved with what money and gifts Wickham had been able to finagle. Not enough money, of course. He'd once had enough money, £4,000, in the extreme poverty he now suffered under, barely able to make a display of himself when it was his turn to provide for the officers' mess, barely able to improve his clothes, unable to drink, and lay about as he'd like. Wickham imagined that would have been enough money. How had he managed to spend so much so quickly? £4,000? How had any ordinary man contrived to spend such a fortune in only 3 years? So he did not mind. The regiment provided a little, ready paid out on regular intervals, and he fulfilled his true purpose in life, leading others, and the friendship of the officers assuaged his sense of general ill-use. That smile which had always been of the greatest service to him had not failed him here. Eventually, almost all the neighbourhood had forgotten what Colonel Fitzwilliam accused him of. The men here did not despise him simply because one aristocratic officer, a man in the regulars, had declared that they should. But he was still cash-out Wicky. "Course I can't cover your portion of the cold cuts. Cash out, Wickham." "Ah, dear sir, I would very much desire to extend you a line of credit, but my present distressing circumstances make it impossible for me to serve your business on any lines but through the immediate receipt of cash. Can you meet the bet? Cash out, Wickham." Never once did anyone offer him even a twopence of credit. Not except for Lydia Bennet, and she wanted a twopence of tupping in turn. In London days, during his honest and honourable quest for the finest things in life that were oft denied to him, George Wickham had in the end failed to make payment of more than £1,000 of credit. He could act to anyone like the wealthy, careless gentleman who would obviously be good for what he agreed to pay sooner or later. Later. Much, much later. He'd also then had enough money that he could pay enough, and often enough, that merchants trusted him and let him go more deeply into debt than they would with someone who'd not proven his surety before. And he had aristocratic friends who would discourage them from bringing suit against him for his eventual failure to pay. It had, further, been a general principle of Mr. Wickham's to spread the largesse as widely as possible. That is to say, the largesse which the world at large would heap upon his head. He offered no largesse to the world, if he could possibly avoid it, except the benefit they all gained from his simple existence. He believed himself a blessing to the world. At least he had in those times when he had had so much money. And yet he had been convinced then that he was poor, and he had been so angry with Darcy for the way that he'd stolen his rightful inheritance. In any case, a cautious, careful, and considered control of how much he ought, in strict speaking terms, pay to any one merchant had ensured that no one with a secure enough position to risk offending Wickham's friends would find it worth their while to prosecute him for non-payment, and toss, lie, and quarter him and Marshalsea until he became by some impossible alchemical transmutation a worthy sort of gentleman who paid his debts. None of that in Meryton. Fuck Colonel Fitzwilliam. If he could, he'd take a red-hot poker from the fire and burn it into the colonel's cheeks, giggling while the skin sizzled. Wickham was a disappointed man, and he must have pleasure lest the sensation of his disappointments overcome him. But his luck had turned. Tomorrow he would take Lady Lucky Lydia upon the road, and when their journey was done, he would never worry about money again. Chapter 21. The next morning, Darcy set out on his walk with the decided hope of meeting Elizabeth in the road. During their conversation the preceding night, when they were not arguing about Miss Bingley, she had mentioned that she loved to walk about the park, and talked with admiration about the greening verdure and the thickening leaves in the trees. Darcy ached with longing for her. He wanted to see how she would react to Pemberley's park. Pemberley. He loved Pemberley, and that love made him desperate to share it with Elizabeth, as though bearing his estate to her was in some way like bearing his soul to her, as though if she just saw Pemberley, by some mystical force she would immediately understand him. He wanted to see her delight, her smiles, eyes wide and bright, the gasp she would make when they came up over that ridge and she saw the manor and park for the first time. Her ruby lips, a pant of delight, those passionate eyes wide with pleasure. Her beauty hurt. Looking at her was a sharp sensation that made it at times hard to breathe. Her rapt attention as she listened to Georgiana play. That face. Elizabeth was too beautiful to even fully understand. Of course, simply wandering leaf to lawn with a vague hope of meeting Elizabeth was no plan. He would call upon her at a more appropriate hour if this scheme failed, but it was impossible for Darcy not to hope. He tramped around freshly scented woods for more than an hour. Each time he heard footsteps, voices, or the cracking of a branch underfoot, Darcy's heart leapt and his stomach flipped, and he eagerly looked to see if it was Elizabeth. Alas, every time someone else. And then there she was. She stood in the sunlight, her head tilted back, the bonnet falling off her hair, held by blue ribbons on her white neck. A butterfly flapped happily in the air, and there was a low sound of twittering birds. She wore sensible brown leather boots. The soft breeze blew over both of them, pulling her dress softly around her legs. Darcy's throat caught. Some sound startled her, and she looked around and saw him. The smile that wreathed her face made his chest ache. He loved her. He knew he would always love her. He wanted her, and he wanted to grow old with her, slowly turning grey and wrinkled over the decades by her side. And he desperately wanted to not ruin this second chance. Her manner towards him the previous night had been such an odd mix of argument, sincere sweetness, and mischievous smiles that he could hardly tell what she thought of him. But their argument about Miss Bingley had likely done him no favours in her eyes, and he would not make the same mistake today. Smiling, he hurried up to her.
Miss Elizabeth!"
"Mr. Darcy." Her voice was chirpy and encouraging. They looked at each other, and she smiled at him. He required several seconds before he regained that talent of speech which separated man from beast.
"My dear Miss Elizabeth, have you completed your morning perambulation yet?"
She shook her head, still smiling as she resettled her bonnet around her hair and patted it into place. She looked like a flower nymph.
"Might I join you?"
"I can think of little that would please me more," she replied. Elizabeth looked down shyly, but back up to his eyes again for that same smile. "Come, Mr. Darcy, you have been an intimate of this estate for many years. You must show me your favourite pathways." So saying, she offered him her arm, and he took it. They set off at a slow amble. At first Darcy could not shape any coherent phrases for conversation, and Elizabeth was quiet as well. A part of Darcy, not an inconsiderable part, wished to jump to matters immediately, to ask that question that burned in him.
"Can I hope?"
He suddenly said,
"I noted how much you enjoy a ramble during your stay at Netherfield."
"Yes," she smiled at him. "I have realized that you often observe me."
"Particularly when you are lost in the beauty of music."
She reddened becomingly and smiled at him. "Or when I am enjoying a sunny morning."
"I confess to particularly enjoying the opportunity to observe you when you are in the midst of enjoyment. It does not seem to matter what you have derived this enjoyment from, so long as you are," his voice cracked for a moment, "passionate about it."
"Ants."
"What?"
Elizabeth squatted down, pointing at a large ant colony. "Do you ever watch them just running back and forth, moving all the leaves, dragging crumbs from a picnic? You know, just observing them?" Darcy squatted next to her. The tiny red creatures did in fact scurry back and forth. It was a major colony, with a large pile of loose sand all round the entrance. The hordes rushed in and out. Some carried out stones and bits of dirt, while others brought in the presumably tasty detritus from the land around.
"I haven't watched an ant colony for many years,"
Darcy slowly said, filled suddenly with a sensation that was like regret, but not quite the same.
"Not since I was a child. Why do you think we forget to watch the ants?"
She smiled softly at him. "I haven't yet, but that perhaps is only because Papa always loved every insect. We'd watch them play and collect, and Papa would try to teach us about their habits and manners."
"Of ants? Are they polite creatures to you?"
Darcy shook his head with a half-smile.
"I used to watch them fight," he said. "I'd get horridly stung while getting a bunch of ants to climb up on a twig, and then I'd carry them to another colony just to see what would happen. It was not nice, of course. But I dare say 7 or 8, and children of that age do not have that sense, the sense that one should not crush a tiny being if one has no good reason to do so."
She placed her soft hand on his shoulder, and they stood back up. He stood up again as well. His legs had been starting to become sore from holding himself in place.
"George, that is, Mr. Wickham, always made fun of me for being fascinated by ants, by beetles, music, living things. He much preferred, even as a small child, he much preferred when he had a chance to charm Papa or one of the tutors. I think his father instilled in him the sense that he must always smile in that way to us, to be charming so that we would like him, and so that the great family would continue to shower its favour upon him."
"Were you two very close?"
"Always together on the same estate. He was 2 years my younger, and I had a sense of responsibility for him. My father's godson, rather than his son, but I had no other sibling, except Richard when he visited in the summer. We marched round and round, playing games mostly of my devising. I'd encourage him in his studies, help him with them, and he'd encourage me to skive off from time to time."
"Did you?"
Darcy laughed. I hope dearly that when I have a son, that he will not be such an unnatural creature as to never avoid his tutor on a particular fine sunny summer day. These memories swirled around Darcy in a thick cloud of acrid smoke. It had been George who taught him that there were people who were fundamentally bad and who could never be trusted again. "I'm so sad to see your loss," Elizabeth said. Darcy pressed his lips together and he nodded. Everything was too warm, pleasant, burbling and green-scented, like childhood. He would not look directly at her. "Why?" Darcy flicked a pebble into a tree trunk with his finger. "I asked myself that so many times in university. But his character will never change. He harmed others. He ruined the lives of young women, wrecked engagements, left poor tradesmen with debts he never meant to pay, used his charm to escape consequences, and cheated on exams. I slowly grew to hate him for who he was. Why? Why couldn't he have been a different man?" Her eyes were sad. "I did not ask for him to be a good man, only a man who took some responsibility, who was not spectacularly bad. He promised to change. He always promised. Promised. I never told my father about the seductions. In fact, I took 2 of his bastards upon my charge. I believe from some disapproving comments that he made one of the last times I saw him that my father had the impression that they had been mine. And Wickham promised to change. Papa was ill, and I could not bear to tell him how utterly unworthy Wickham was of his affection, of the position we planned for him in the church, of everything." She suddenly threw her arms around him and hugged him. "Mr. Darcy, oh, I wish he had been." The feel of her slender body, of her care, her concern for him. Her breast briefly pressed against his chest. There were tears in her eyes when she stepped away, blushing at her own boldness, but not repenting of it. Darcy wiped at his own eyes. "In any case," Darcy added, "matters have now ended between us forever." They walked on again, side by side, in silence. Darcy felt better, as though speaking of Wickham had lanced some boil in his soul, and now that it had been drained, the wound that had been there for so long could begin to heal. "You are right," he added. "I ought to forgive Mr. Bingley. He ought not be sorted into the same drawer as Mr. Wickham." She did not reply. He looked at her and smiled. "No crowing over me, admitting you have a point?" "Would it be likely to improve your ability to admit such points in the future, were I to do so?" He smiled in reply. "I like this about you. You have a debater's cleverness with words, and the philosopher's ability to let a man find his own conclusion, for it is always more certain when he does. I perhaps spoke too much in the defence of my friends last night. I understand you better now, but I cannot repent my loyalty and It was the very first thing I noticed about you. The first time we danced together. Half the dance you praised Miss Bingley, and the other half you spent wholly confused at why Bingley and your sister danced together a second time." Elizabeth laughed sweetly. "I did not credit the idea that Jane could admire Charlie in such a way not until they announced it to the family. Though by then I had seen enough to know that such was the natural sequel." "Are they happy? I cannot imagine them being otherwise. With Mr. Bingley's good nature, amiability, generosity, and your sister is likewise, always smiling. They always formed a proper picturesque when they stood together." "He misses you." "I miss him." Darcy studied the thick roots on the ground. He kicked aside a stick. But Elizabeth's warm smile seemed to speak to him and say, "Yes, you should speak to Bingley once more." "When you dance with me, It was the first time I had ever been in a dance with an unattached woman who did not spend the whole period seeking to gain my favour. Elizabeth giggled. I suspected. I knew you liked me for not pursuing you. What an odd and complicated inclination. Her smiles and laughs filled Darcy with a light, floating sensation. If he could hear her laugh every day for the rest of his life, he would account it a life well worth having been lived. Yes, Darcy replied brightly, finding at this moment even this a matter of amusement. When I consider it in that light, it is not so surprising that the end of my courtship was different than what I hoped and anticipated. Such an addition of knowledge about your own character, Elizabeth laughed. And now you know why it was fortunate for us all that matters ended as they did. Had I accepted you, then my display of affection would have inevitably ended your affection for me. Her mischievous smile as she said that kept the words from stinging. Darcy laughed at her expression, her words, and at how desperately he wished he could kiss her rosy lips. A perverse outcome indeed. Their eyes met. Elizabeth was glowing. He looked at her lips. Their faces were only a few inches apart. Darcy swallowed, and without looking away from her eyes, or letting his pounding heart interrupt him, he said, I could never cease to love you, not even if you came to love me. There was anxiety in the pit of his stomach at the daring with which he had spoken as he tried to read her eyes. Elizabeth bit her lip and tilted her face a little towards him. He brushed his fingers across her soft cheek, brushing back a few curls. He began to bend towards her, but Elizabeth turned aside, and she took a deep breath. Her face was blushy red. They walked forward again, her hand resting on his arm. The earth was loamy and rich, roots of great oak trees, decayed leaves from the previous autumn, and thick grasses that struggled to grow under the canopy. The rich scent of growth, hordes of ants and beetles, and in the sunlight bees buzzed from blossoming flower to flower. They had the luck to see a fine stag who lived in the park on his own morning perambulations. The great antlers stood tall and proud, but when they moved towards him, the animal started and ran in the other direction. Elizabeth turned to him with a lovely smile and said, Do you truly wish to be reconciled with Bingley? Darcy thought about the question. He thought about Elizabeth. He thought about how she loved her sister. And he thought about how he missed Mr. Bingley. Shooting together, hard rides, fencing matches, studying for exams in university, pranks and parties, drinks and dreams. After the disappointment of understanding Wickham's character, his friendship with Bingley had probably been what saved Darcy from becoming a general misanthrope. Yes, Elizabeth smiled brilliantly at him. I do not know if we ever can be what we were to each other before, but what you said last night, that every person has a spark of the divine in them, that stuck with me all night, bouncing about in my head. How might I serve that spark of the divine in me? But it is hard. I am a proud man, unused to changing, but I wish to be the sort of man who can forgive, or at least forgive Bingley for the sort of weakness that he showed. I do not wish you to cease being who you are. No, you tell me to nurture that part of me which is best in me, rather than the part of me which is mean and petty, to become someone who is worthy of my own admiration. He looked at her and then added, despite the anxiety, and your admiration as well. I say too much. Elizabeth flushed and stared at the ground. But truly, I do not know you so well that you should substitute my judgment for your own, or so well that I could. I do not know you so well. The two strolled forward. Darcy wondered if this was something which she meant to say about her refusal of him. Suddenly he asked, "Is it true that you refused me out of a concern for Miss Bingley's feelings? That she was the one whose feelings you considered, and not Colonel Fitzwilliam's?" Elizabeth smirked at him. "Where did you gain such an idea?" "Colonel Fitzwilliam told me that it must have been her, when I spoke with him about your visit to Rosings. I, had inquired as to why the two of you had not married." Elizabeth giggled. No, heavens. The two of us, Colonel Fitzwilliam and I, we would not suit. No, not at all. I like him very much indeed, but he is not to my taste. Not nearly so much as... She blushed, looked at Darcy, and then looked down again. Darcy's heart leapt. Did her smile mean that she preferred him to his cousin? Some part of his reason shouted at Darcy, "Of course she likes you more. You are the one she chose to spend the morning in this intimate tete-a-tete with." The sun gazed merrily down on them. The sky was blue above, the forest leaves were green, and the ground beneath them was warm, the flowers sun-kissed and flowing with nectar. "I can be a fool just as well as any other man." Darcy laughed at himself. "You mean to say," Elizabeth replied with her teasing tone, "that you can be a fool just as any ordinary man can be." "Am I so pompous?" He grinned. "You are very pompous. But as I am over-impressed with myself, I like to see that we have the same flaw." "That is what we all wish to have in a companion. Not someone who is perfect, but someone whose flaws match well to our own." "And their virtues," Elizabeth cried. "There are certain virtues which, while admirable in themselves, would be wholly insupportable in a dear companion." "Such as? I'm used to thinking of a virtue as always being a good thing. That is what makes it a virtue." Elizabeth blushed. "Perhaps too much pride?" It was impossible for Darcy not to laugh. "Do you mean that as a criticism of me? I believe pride to be written in the list of the sins, not the virtues." "Oh, no, I was not thinking of you at all. Perhaps my cousin, Mr. Collins. Humility, pliability, gratitude, all virtues. But taken to such an excess as he does, they become insupportable. Or your aunt, but I ought not speak of her." "Ah, you mean pride once more." "And a concern for the well-being of others." "Expressed by a constant string of instructions. I do wonder what Sir Louis was like, to tolerate such a woman. But perhaps she did not lecture him." They both laughed together, secure in having a similar attitude towards Lady Catherine. Darcy smirked at Elizabeth, and she laughed again. "And I am so besotted," he added, "that I perceive your flaws as virtues in any case." Elizabeth blushed, and she rubbed at her hot cheeks. Her eyes were bright and pleased, and she smiled. But she then looked aside. Ought he ask her again, now? Was the time now? "Elizabeth, would you—" "Please, not yet. Let me have more time to accustom myself to the thought." It was with an odd mixture of dismay and delight that Darcy received that sentence, which seemed to have a promise that while it was not yet the time, that this time would likely come. "That is, I hardly know." Elizabeth stumbled forward. "Oh, I'm like my mother. I am in such a flutter. I'll never tease her for her nervous habits again." "What do you not know?" Darcy's voice was low, and there was a burr in it. He took her hand and held it close. She looked down, chewed her lip, and wrinkled her nose in a quite adorable manner. Seeing a fine tree trunk lying near them, she sat on it, and Darcy sat next to her, a little pleased to be able to sit. His feet were tired, as he'd walked more than an hour looking for her before they met. At last Elizabeth sighed. "I suppose I do not wish to be forced to choose between you and Caroline. Were I to be your wife, I cannot imagine that—" Her voice trailed off and she shrugged. "That is what I fear."
"That I would not permit you to maintain a friendship with a woman who wronged me and whose character I despise."
Elizabeth looked at him with a rueful smile. "The manner in which you speak of her makes my point." Darcy held her gaze for a long moment. He looked down at his finely polished black boots, the ridges of the trunk they sat on pressed into his bottom. He absently broke off a piece of the bark, rubbed it against the trunk, and then tossed it away. This was where that spark of the divine that Elizabeth had promised was in him would be useful. Jove! This was wholly ridiculous. He was wholly ridiculous, and worse, he was the sort of fool who could be rightly laughed at. He loved Elizabeth. Love, care, family, affection. That was what he claimed to himself were the values of greatest importance. It would be not merely ridiculous, but stupid as well to prefer his resentment towards Miss Bingley to Elizabeth's love and hand in marriage. A fat green caterpillar scrunched itself up and then stretched its way forward on the ground. More of the ants they'd admired earlier. A very small black beetle. It was unfair. Why did she expect him to choose between his just and honourable resentment at a crime committed against him and her? He did not like anything which had the foul scent of a demand. His own words from earlier echoed through his mind. I wish to become someone who is worthy of my own admiration. What had he really meant? Elizabeth did not ask him to choose. She asked him a wholly different question. What sort of man are you? Mr. Darcy, please say something. I do wish to hear you say something. I find that I am not wholly certain who I am. Or perhaps I fear that the man who I am is not the man who I wish to be, or a man who is worthy of you. She solemnly looked at him, and she placed her palm on top of his hand. Darcy laughed. You really did refuse me for Miss Bingley's sake. I did not even consider that at the time. I was terribly jealous of Colonel Fitzwilliam, and perhaps I had this unworthy, unjust, and unspoken sentiment in my breast that no woman would reject a really favourable match for the sake of a friend. Elizabeth giggled. I was supposed to keep Colonel Fitzwilliam distracted so that he would not bother Caroline as she focused upon you. Upon her orders. Darcy ruefully shook his head. Elizabeth had been quite devoted to her friend's interests. He remembered how close he had felt to Wickham, grown up together in the same house, playing together in the same rooms, educated together in the same school. Such a friendship would be hard for a loyal woman such as Elizabeth to betray. Of course, she replied with a small smile. Well, well. Darcy rose, and he extended his hand to Elizabeth to help her stand from the trunk. She looked up at him smilingly. The curve of her bosom was outlined by her tightly buttoned, pale pink redingote. It is too cold to sit out very long without moving. She took his hand and rose, standing and facing him. Just a few inches separated their bodies. They almost brushed against each other. And suddenly, everything changed. Her soft lips, her tan cheeks, her fine eyes, dark hair, curls falling around the face and framed by a pink bonnet. There were freckles on her nose. Her closeness, her scent was heady, with a hint of rosewater. Those lips trembled. Suddenly Elizabeth kissed him, wrapping her hand around his neck and pulling his head down so she could reach more easily. Her lips were soft, sweet, sensual. Darcy's heart nearly exploded from the magical experience. She withdrew and looked at him with wide eyes. I do not mean to— He kissed her, Darcy pulled her tightly against his body, cradled the back of her head in one warm, large hand, and with the other he held her close to him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his back, and the kiss went on and on. She placed a hand against her cheek, pulling softly at his ear, and she moaned against his mouth. The sensation continued forever as they explored each other, touching, slowly kissing, longing for each other, their noses bumping and rubbing. "Elizabeth," he whispered when their lips parted, "marry me." Her eyes were wide. She looked almost scared. And then she smiled so brilliantly that his breath was stolen away. That look in her eyes was imprinted on his soul so that he would remember how she smiled at him now for the rest of his life. "Yes, Mr. Darcy, I believe I will." Chapter 22. As he waited, and waited, and then waited yet more, George Wickham's sanguine and pleased mood transmuted itself into a roiling, buzzing, thick cloud of lies, like turning gold into lead. That damned kissing Lydia slut. 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 Fucking fuck her. He'd rip her fingers out once they'd married. He'd pull her hair out one small clump at a time. He'd kick her, punch her, beat her, and damn! It was an hour past the appointed meeting time with Lydia Bennet. He was on the verge of tears from frustration, anger, and disappointment. Couldn't he for once, just once, enjoy a little of the good fortune that fell on others in bounds? Wickham clenched his teeth together so hard that they cracked and ached. She wasn't coming. There had been a blessed time in Wickham's life when he believed in happy fates, fairies, fairness, and that the world was a just and good place. That time was long past. He knew now that one always must pay attention to the reality of the situation and not simply imagine things were the way they wished them to be. She wasn't coming. Even if she was late, an hour past the appointment was too much. Had the stupid, indiscreet stupidity of the bitch slut revealed her plan of laughingly fleeing to her family? He would either find himself challenged to a duel, or his position staying in the town and regiment would be made very difficult. Maybe the slatternly creature had just turned skittish. She'd wanted his manly device. But the girl was still a virgin, and virgins often turned skittish, and needed to be handled like unruly dogs when the point of climax came. Maybe heiresses on the verge of elopement were like virgins, except he couldn't be in their room holding them, fixing their bodies in the right way, whispering to them to make them fulfill with their bodies the promise they had made with their sidelong glances and pleased flushes. The curricle he'd rented, cash out Wickham, ha ha ha, was slightly hidden behind a tall hedge in the small park of one of the notables. The scent of jasmine and rose filled the air, and bees buzzed pleasantly around. There was a soft breeze and pleasantly chilled morning air. The pleasant sound of attractive voices and footsteps sounded from the other side of the hedge. They'd set the time for noon, and the traffic was in full flow. Fuck, fuck, fuck. With the horsewhip, he systematically wrecked every flower that he could reach. Snap, 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 snap. It did not make him feel better. Then he looked up from his destruction, and there she was. Lydia Bennet stood there, pale, lips pressed together, arms pressed protectively over her chest. Pretty blue bonnet fringed with pink. He hurried over to her. She shook her head as he approached. George, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. Didn't sleep. Not a wink or a minute. It wouldn't be right to Papa or Mamma or my sisters or—"
He grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the carriage.
"George, listen to me."
She tried to jerk her arm away from him, but he was stronger.
"Lord, I can't go with you."
He sneered at her. She really was just like a virgin in this matter. All smiles, touches, bumps, and eagerness. Then once they were together in the bed—
No, I can't."
Wickham felt himself go hard. She'd be hesitant like that also when they reached the inn tonight, and he finally took her. He hadn't had a woman for 3 weeks, and he hadn't had a virgin for more than a year.
"George!"
She writhed and wriggled harder, pulling and shoving at him to try to get away when he pulled her next to the carriage. "If you did not want to come with me, why did you come at all?"
"I couldn't just leave you standing here when I'd promised to meet,"
she gasped.
"That would have been awful. As though you were a joke. You aren't, but—"
"Get in." She shook her head. He pushed her up to the carriage, but the girl refused to move. Lydia was a tall, vigorous young woman, used to running, dancing, archery, and occasionally wrestling with the other girls from her school when they annoyed her. She angrily pushed Wickham away from her and writhed her way out of his grasp. After backing away several steps while staring at him, she angrily shouted,
"I'd have not come if I'd known you'd be a brute, George."
"Fuck you, bitch." Wickham leapt on her. He grabbed the arm of her dress, and she desperately shoved and punched and kneed him. She tried to hit him with her head. Wickham, however, was a man well used to dealing with the ineffectual struggles of women, and he knew that in general, once the matter was settled and beyond recovery, they were as eager as he to hide what happened from the world. After 2 minutes of effort, he had Lydia tangled together in his arms in a way where she could no longer strike effectively at him with any part of her body. He then dragged her towards the carriage, preparing to shove her up into the cart.
"I'll scream,"
she said. "You won't," he replied with certainty. "It would ruin your reputation as thoroughly as mine." She screamed, and he punched her in the face to cut off the sound. Damn girl, what is wrong with you?" She cracked him in the head with her head again, and in the daze she leaped out of his grip and began to scamper away. Wickham was beginning to hate Lydia Bennet more than he'd ever hated any other woman, and he'd hated many women. He barely managed to grab her by her boots and pull her to the ground. She instantly flipped back over and pulled in a breath, preparing to kick him in the face and scream bloody murder once more. And he pulled his revolver from his coat pocket. Miss Lydia Bennet was not, in fact, immune to fear. She went white and stared at the metal weapon, her eyes wide and wobbly.
"George, you—"
"Get in the carriage." She kept staring at the gun. "Or I'll shoot you. I'll shoot you dead. I'll shoot you right through the brains." And George Wickham knew he would. He would not let a second heiress escape from him. Lydia would marry him, or he would kill her. Splatter, splatter. She seemed to understand his seriousness, for this time Lydia stood up, and without brushing or dusting herself off, she walked as unsteadily as a drunk in a burning brothel to the gig, and pulled herself up and into the seat. Without putting the revolver away, Wickham climbed up beside her. They'd established the meeting point far enough away from Longbourn and on the opposite direction from Meryton, so that there was unlikely to be much traffic on the road who would recognize his companion as the daughter of one of the chief gentlemen of the town. But now Wickham was worried that they would attract attention for a different reason. A
big purple bruise was growing on Lydia's face, and the sleeve of her dress was obviously torn. Nothing to do for it but smile at everyone he passed and pretend nothing was of the matter. They'd travelled 2 miles further on when a woman on horseback coming up the crossroad turned to stare widely at the carriage. She then broke into a gallop to reach them, and Wickham cursed as the woman closed the distance quickly. As she came closer, Wickham recognized her as Caroline Bingley. Damn! 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 She had certainly recognized Lydia in the carriage, and she would ride back quickly to town and raise the alarm, or at least inform Mr. Bennet, and the pursuit would be at most an hour behind him. There would be no way for him to get far enough ahead of them to escape on the Great Northern Road, and he wouldn't have enough time in an inn before they caught up to have much certainty of completing his conquest of Lydia and forcing them to make her marry him, especially not with how recalcitrant the girl had turned out to be. For all the bravado he'd felt an hour ago, he would not be able to shoot her when the result would be his certain capture and hanging. Shoot the girl, if he might escape and never be identified as the murderer, certainly. But shoot her now? No, no. Wickham shook out the reins and snapped at the horses with the whip to encourage them to go faster. The wind blew in their faces, knocking Lydia's bonnet back. The wheels crunched over the dirt road and they bounced up and down heavily. And Caroline Bingley galloped behind them, quickly catching up. Damn that bitch! Wickham had no particular dislike for her, other than she was a woman, and he had never really liked women. She'd made Darcy an object of derision and mockery, and that was a mark in her favour. She caught up and then passed them and shouted at them from in front. "Stop! Stop this carriage!" The stupid bint meant to stop them herself. Wickham pulled sharply on the reins, and then as he went for his revolver to threaten her, Lydia shouted in a panic scream, "He's got a gun! A gun!" And like with Lydia, just the lovely magical sight of a pocket piece was sufficient to quiet down a raging woman. If only he'd known before the lovely salutary effect that sincere threats of murder tended to have on women, he'd have used them more often. Miss Bingley stared at the weapon that Wickham pointed at her heart. She was pale, and then she looked up at him with a sort of serious, almost accepting frown. "Let Miss Lydia go." What could he do? Shoot her? A gunshot was not an unknown sound on any country field. Men would often shoot at birds or rats, or just for the fun of it, but it was noticeable, especially when one was not in the hunting grounds of some gentleman. Others might come. But the real reason not to shoot her was much simpler. Wickham did not want to be hung. Despite his disappointments, he loved his life, and he was in no mood to throw it away. There was a near certainty that even if he later killed Lydia, that he'd be identified as the murderer. And even if he got to Gretna Green and forced Lydia to mouth the ceremonial words, or just convinced a witness to sign the register without her saying them, there would be no way that he could enjoy access to her fortune if he was a hunted murderer. But Miss Bingley did not know that. The afternoon sun beat down on them. Wickham kept his gun steady, unwavering. Something happy inside him craved the chance to pull the trigger like he craved for women's bodies. He hated them all. "You should let Miss Lydia go," the woman repeated. She breathed shallowly as she stared at the gun. "It is clear that she does not wish to be in your company." "She's mine. My money. I'm not going to let her go without £20,000. Get off your damn horse." Miss Bingley looked back at his face and then back at his gun.
She seemed frozen like a mouse that was about to be viciously torn apart by a cat. Wickham viciously gestured with his gun. "Off the horse or I'll fucking shoot you. No, don't doubt that I will. Fucking off. Now!" Without any further words, Miss Bingley dismounted. She was pale, and her hand trembled. Wickham shouted at her horse. "Go! Go, get away!" The horse did not move. "Send it away. Make it run away." Miss Bingley stared at his gun, and then she forced her eyes towards him. They were large and scared. She took a deep breath, looked at the gun again, and then looked down at the roadway. He could barely hear her mumbled voice. "You ought to take me with you instead of Lydia." "What?" Miss Bingley walked up to the gig. She stared at the gun unblinkingly as she moved closer. You would. There was a tremor in her voice. She swallowed, muttered something under her breath that sounded like a desperate prayer. "Dear God, help me. My fortune is as great as Lydia's, and I have full and immediate control over it." She stared at the big wheel of the gig. When Wickham didn't reply immediately, she added, "Your chief aim must be Lydia's dowry. As an intimate of the family, I'm aware of the arrangements set up for how it will be dispersed. And while the funds are settled to be given to Lydia following Mr. Bennet's death, her access to them, and even the payment of the income, can be controlled by Mr. Bennet during his life. He won't leave his daughter to starve, or he'll ensure that you never have any chance to touch the principal, and that the bulk of the income is pin money for Lydia. You'd be left your entire life begging a wife who you've taught today to despise you for money, and there would be nothing for you at all should she die." Wickham ground his teeth. "He'll do better by me, or I'll fucking kill his daughter." While he didn't look away from Miss Bingley, so he could keep his revolver pointed at her, he stomped hard on Lydia's foot that sat next to his on the carriage floor, so she screeched in pain. Something changed in Miss Bingley's face. She took another deep breath, and her expression became almost serene. "It would be greatly to your benefit if he forced me to marry you instead. As soon as the marriage ceremony is complete, my entire fortune would without delay legally become your property. And I am of age. There's no need to elope to Scotland. Any parish in England would do." Wickham both felt severely tempted, and as though it must be some sort of trap. "Why are you suggesting this?" "If one of us deserves to suffer under an awful fate, it ought to be me." She spoke clearly and now calmly at him, seemingly ignoring the pistol that he kept aimed at her chest. She was so close now that there was no way he could miss if he pulled the trigger. "Lydia, do get out of this carriage. You are occupying my position." "But—" Lydia looked between the gun, Miss Bingley and Wickham. She got out without further words. As soon as she did, Miss Bingley climbed up next to him. The only sign of her tension was that her hand trembled on the carriage seat. Wickham looked between the two girls. Lydia Bennet stared up at them wide-eyed. Wickham exclaimed, "Oh, fine." He grabbed Miss Bingley's thigh and squeezed hard. "You're a prettier slut, even if you already let Darcy fuck you. Never thought I'd be taking his leftovers, not even for 20,000 cash. But if I have no choice, I'll do what I need to." She flinched at his touch, stared at the gun, and then pressed herself as far away from him in the seat as she could. That serenity was falling away from her. Wickham cruelly laughed at her terror, and he whipped the horses into motion. They left Lydia Bennet standing next to Caroline Bingley's saddled horse on the empty rural road. Chapter 23. After they agreed to marry each other,
Darcy and Elizabeth spent another hour in close and happy conversation as they continued to tramp around nature over multiple anthills and under numerous singing songbirds. The conversation which followed was, however, too frequently peppered with kisses to be of any great substance. But when Darcy regretfully walked Elizabeth back to the parsonage, so that there would still be enough time for them to both dress for the dinner at Rosings, the delightedly happy couple determined that the next morning Darcy would ride to Longbourn with a note from Elizabeth to ask for Mr. Bennet's consent. There was a happy glow in Elizabeth's heart. Before the carriage sent over to take them to Rosings arrived, Elizabeth told Charlotte about her engagement. She was delighted, pleased, and overjoyed at her friend's good fortune, but they both agreed that for the present it would be best to hide the information from Mr. Collins. From the warmth with which Georgiana and Colonel Fitzwilliam greeted Elizabeth upon her arrival at Rosings, she supposed they too had been supplied with particular information. This did not long remain a supposition. Darcy said, Colonel Fitzwilliam told Elizabeth when they stood together on the side of the room, watching Lady Catherine hold court in the centre, that he wasn't going to inform the old bat until your old father had been told. You've met Papa? Elizabeth laughed. I'd not call him old at all. Older than me? Any man more than 3 years my senior is old. Any man less than 3 years my junior is one of those useful, loutish, youthful things England produces in these dark, decaying days. I don't blame Darcy for the delay in telling Lady Catherine. Were I to disappoint Auntie Cathy's hopes in such a way, I'd send the news by post from Spain, and she could brave Napoleon's troops if she wanted to reproach me in person. He thoughtfully rubbed at his chin. Might scare them out of the peninsula. I'll talk with the General next time I see him about whether we can make use of irate old women as a tool of war. Elizabeth laughed, but she then looked over at Lady Catherine's small daughter, sitting quietly beside the fire. The last rays of the setting sun fell on Mr. Berg, soon to be her cousin by marriage. I truly hope that Mr. Berg will not have any deeply disappointed hopes. Huh? Colonel Fitzwilliam shrugged. I've spoken with her more than once upon her determination never to marry. Childbirth frightens her. It ought to with her weak constitution. And she has no particular liking for men, and no particular need for marriage. She always hoped that Darcy would not disabuse Lady Catherine of her hopes before it was necessary, so that she might avoid being importuned about a different match. Oh, I am glad to hear that. Anne's an odd one, a sweet mouse. Nothing bad in her heart. A bit pompous, maybe. And you? Elizabeth grinned at Colonel Fitzwilliam, recalling some of what Darcy said. Are you still pining for me? Darcy informed me that you held an absolute desperate tendre for me, terribly in love, over the winter, and you wasted away in the hope of a single smile from my alabaster face, longed for a single sound of my slippered foot, etc., etc. He did not. Elizabeth laughed. I confess, Colonel Fitzwilliam said flamboyantly, you have conquered me wholly. Once you have married another, I shall not be able to live, except through good food, fine company, and a reasonable but not at all excessive amount of drink. Colonel Fitzwilliam clapped his hands together softly. Zeus, but Darcy is the luckiest fellow in the world. To have such success, despite his incapacity to understand women, society, or even his own mind. Now, Elizabeth warningly waved her finger. Be kind to him. I like him very much. His flaws are endearing. He laughed. Deuced lucky man. Darcy joined them. Even though he was not the sort of man in whom happiness showed itself as ebullience, she could detect in his every look and gaze at her that sort of complete satisfaction, and inner glow that she shared with him. Lord, but she wanted to kiss him again, and in front of everyone. To kiss was a delightful sensation, but it was more than pleasure to kiss him. It was a man who she loved and who loved her. Kissing him, being near him, being entwined together, arms around arms, lips on lips. It was as though there was in some important way a central part of the entire purpose of life. Was there not a passage in the Holy Book that proclaimed God is love? Elizabeth now understood that, and that it was true. Love was not simply a carnal connection, but a spiritual one. As the three of them spoke together, there was a commotion, and after a barely heard argument in the hall, the door to the drawing-room was hurled open. Elizabeth's mouth fell open. Charlie entered, pushing his way past Lady Catherine's stiff butler. His hair was disordered, his riding boots were muddy, and he'd clearly not washed off at all after arriving. Jane. What had happened to Jane?
Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, he said, barely even looking at her. I need your help. I know you despise us, but I do not know anyone else who can aid me. Lady Catherine sputtered as she looked at this interloper. Darcy hurried over, followed by Elizabeth and Colonel Fitzwilliam. Bingley, what is the matter? Everyone gathered close around to hear him speak. Mr. Wickham kidnapped my sister. Mr. Wickham? Darcy blinked at that information. Whatever was the reason? Who? Do you mean Mrs. Hurst, her? Caroline? Elizabeth gasped. No. But what? How? Why? That is... Charlie flushed. I can explain. We think... So you see, Lydia came back late this afternoon, on Caroline's horse. Good God, I can hardly believe this has happened. Colonel Fitzwilliam pushed a large glass of brandy into Bingley's hand. Drink it all up. Now, man. But drink it. This was the commanding voice of a competent military officer, a man accustomed to being obeyed. Charlie drank back the whole without further question. Now, first, who is Lydia? Colonel Fitzwilliam said in a firm interrogator's tone. My younger sister, Elizabeth said quietly instead of Charlie. She left her school and has returned to Longbourn recently. What precisely did Miss Lydia say about Mr. Wickham and Miss Bingley? It was all a complicated mess. Hard to understand at first. That is, Lydia was blubbering, and, well, the key points. Mr. Wickham. When did Miss Lydia see Mr. Wickham? She had gone to meet him by prior plan. He'd convinced her to elope with him, but she wouldn't have, Elizabeth gasped. Except Elizabeth knew that she would. Mr. Darcy placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and she looked at him. Georgiana stared at Charlie with a pale face. Elizabeth felt a sick sensation. Precisely when did Miss Lydia see Miss Bingley? Colonel Fitzwilliam asked. Well, so Lydia had decided that she was not going to go off with Mr. Wickham, and he then made a great fuss about it, and, well, they set off, and your sister interfered with Mr. Wickham's attempt to kidnap Miss Lydia. Is that the core of it? But how did she end up kidnapped herself? Did he threaten them with a weapon? Yes, Lydia says there was a revolver. And why did Mr. Wickham go off with Miss Bingley rather than Miss Lydia? Lydia said that Caroline convinced him that she would be a better choice to marry, since she had control of her own fortune and did not need to go to Gretna Green. She had been chasing them with her horse, but Wickham threatened her so she could not continue chasing them and announce everything to the next town. I understand. Did Lydia know about what their intended destination was? We have assumed it would be in London, but how can they be found? There's not a moment. So you came to Darcy and I, Colonel Fitzwilliam interrupted. An excellent choice.
and one I hope Mr. Wickham failed to anticipate due to the rupture in our relations. Darcy, shall you come to London with us?" "Yes, I will." Darcy was looking at Charlie with an expression that Elizabeth thought indicated regret. "Bingley, I apologize for treating you so harshly." As he said that, Colonel Fitzwilliam walked over to speak to the butler, punctuating every word with sharp gestures. With a blush and a shaken head, Charlie replied to Darcy with a half-laugh. "Nothing about it. It was quite a shocking situation. Don't blame you at all. Never did. But we must help my sister. Even if you hate her, she doesn't deserve to be forced into marriage with that useless fellow at gunpoint." "Of course I shall go with you," Darcy said. "We'll immediately set out. If we ride all night, we can be in London long before the sun rises tomorrow morning, and no chance of that, stingy old fellow." Colonel Fitzwilliam popped back. "I want to be as fresh and dewy-faced as a lady before her first ball. Want to nap in the carriage. Not so young any more." He laughed. "Gave the orders to have it hitched while you two babbled about forgiveness, friendship and all. We'll hire the best horses at each stop and run them hard. We'll make better time this way than on horseback. I'm just glad it isn't my purse that will suffer the consequences." Charlie said to Darcy, "I'll of course pay any—" "Oh, nonsense." Charlie smiled at the way Darcy dismissively replied to that offer. Darcy turned to Elizabeth. He fixed his serious dark eyes on her face. "It appears that we part now. A little earlier." "If you are by carriage, I'm going as well," Elizabeth interrupted him. "But what about—" "No one is going anywhere," Lady Catherine exclaimed. She pounded her cane on the rug several times, making a dull thud. "What are you all speaking of? Preposterous!" "Preposterous! You want my nephew to leave so suddenly, and for such a reason! I shall not have it. I shall not stand it." Colonel Fitzwilliam poured himself a glass of brandy and took a generous swallow. "We have precise information about where that scoundrel might be. Of course we must go, and time is of the essence. Miss Elizabeth, it will be for the best if you come. Miss Bingley will prefer a friendly female face when she is found." "Then you two may go," Lady Catherine said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "And best of luck upon it. But Darcy stays." Elizabeth almost giggled at the way that Lady Catherine believed that she could successfully order Darcy about like a somewhat disobedient dog. Darcy was too occupied giving orders to the butler upon how his clothes were to be sent after him to pay any attention to his aunt. So she stalked over to him and started shouting at Darcy more directly. The sound of the carriage being brought round and clattering on the cobblestones could be faintly heard despite the size of the building muffling the sound. Colonel Fitzwilliam drank back the rest of his brandy in a single swallow. "Time's up. Let's go." "But, cousin, you can't go." Mr. Collins tried to stop her as Elizabeth quickly embraced Charlotte in parting. "It would be wholly inappropriate for you to travel in a carriage with 3 men. I'm her brother by law," Charlie exclaimed. "Wholly proper." "And Darcy is my fiancé," Elizabeth thought to herself with a smile. He wouldn't possibly do anything improper to her. "You must allow me to have a deeper understanding of propriety than your honoured self," Mr. Collins said to Charlie. "And I am in the position of in loco parentis, whilst Cousin Elizabeth stays with me, and—" "I'll go too," Georgiana exclaimed. "Then it'll be wholly proper. She'll be going on my invitation." "But—" both Mr. Collins and Lady Catherine exclaimed at the same time. "Decided, then." Colonel Fitzwilliam rushed them all through the door, past their sputtering relations, and out into the carriage. Bright yellow lamps hung from each corner, and the driver was bundled up against the night that still became chilly in April. "A long night trip, sirs."
Elizabeth thought the tone of voice had an edge of reproach in it. "Straight to London, John," Darcy called out, "fast as you can make it, and a guinea to each of you all if we get there before the morning light." "Oh, aha! Well then, sirs, in the carriage," the coachman replied with a clearly pleased expression. "In quick, so we can set off." Darcy handed up both Elizabeth and then Georgiana, and then he followed along with Charlie and Colonel Fitzwilliam. Immediately upon Colonel Fitzwilliam lighting in the seat, before he'd even settled himself and closed the door, with a shout, the coachman clucked the horses into motion. Apparently the promise of a guinea was more than ample to overcome any dislike in the driver's mind for night journeys and the loss of sleep. For the first few minutes there was a jovial feeling in the carriage as they all smiled around, as though they'd achieved some impressive feat in escaping Lady Catherine. But then Elizabeth recalled the cause of their quick travel. Her dearest friend was in real danger tonight, wholly under the control of Mr. Wickham, and he had threatened both her and Lydia with a gun. How could Lydia have been so stupid? Elizabeth exclaimed. And now the whole world will know through Lady Catherine and her servants of her stupid, inexcusable behaviour. Bingley shrugged. She's young, high spirits and all. Devastated that the officers will leave in a few weeks. My sister behaved worse, and Lydia thought the better of it in the end. You'll not convince me to be in friendly countenance with Lydia for a month. No, Bingley said. Don't be in that way. Poor girl has received the shock of her life. No need to punish her further. I don't mean to... Oh, God! She pressed her hand against her mouth. A sudden, horrifying thought crossed Elizabeth's mind. Such a scandal. Everyone really shall know. When an heiress with £20,000 behaves in such a way, it will be the gossip for the whole of society for a month. Darcy placed a supporting hand on her knee. Elizabeth, do not worry so. Lord, and you'll be involved in this too, Mr. Darcy, if you do not wish to be connected with me after such disgraceful behaviour on the part of my family. No, he smiled at her. Nothing could scare me away from you. You have not thought about this. It is not merely the scandal. My sister has acted in a manner that can rightly be despised. You cannot wish to be connected so directly to a woman who behaved in such a way. An odd expression crossed Darcy's face. Miss Elizabeth, you surely can't think that Darcy would be so weak-livered? Colonel Fitzwilliam ejaculated. Darcy? Elizabeth gripped his hand. I beg you not to make any choice you would regret, and I love you, Elizabeth. His voice was a throaty whisper that sent a shiver of desire down her spine, despite the presence of his sister and Charlie. She smiled tearily back at him. You too, marrying? Congratulations! Charlie exclaimed. Never thought that would come off. We are to be brothers. Despite how Caroline made a mess of everything, I still can barely forgive her, even though I worried terribly for her. Everyone loves their sister, Darcy said, even when they behave abominably. Ah, true. Charlie nodded his head. He grinned widely. Lizzie, you and Darcy, congratulations. I'll need to tell you all the stories of how he behaved in university. You'll not believe the things he got up to. I suspect I will. I mostly studied my Latin and Greek and argued. What about that time with the goat and the dean? Darcy stared at Charlie. Charlie grinned back. Darcy suddenly giggled in a manner that she could not have imagined hearing from him before. Your fault. That one was your fault. Now I must hear the... Colonel Fitzwilliam began to speak. Georgiana interrupted them with a half-desperate shout. I nearly eloped with Mr. Wickham.
Please don't end matters with Fitzwilliam, even if you cannot love me as a sister any more." Elizabeth studied the somewhat panicked-looking face of the girl sitting next to her. Oh, a great deal suddenly made sense about how Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam had treated Mr. Wickham when he came to Meryton. Elizabeth embraced Georgiana. "Of course I can still love you. I do like you more the more I know you. And you are a sweet creature. I do not blame you at all for being fooled by such a man. And he is very handsome. But what you said about your own sister, you are so angry at her." Elizabeth laughed. "Am I being inconsistent? Shocking. But I suppose, for your sake, I'll forgive Lydia more quickly than would by my want otherwise. But no matter what, she would remain my sister." Charlie exclaimed. "He imposed upon you too? There is not a worse scoundrel in England than that man. A hardened reprobate. I never say such things, but I hope someone gives him proper horsewhipping." Darcy nodded and said something in agreement. However, when Elizabeth's eyes landed on Colonel Fitzwilliam, there was something cold in his eyes that gave her a chill in her stomach, and she thought about Caroline and her fear for her. Chapter 24. During the whole of the carriage ride into London, Caroline had kept her mind alert for an opportunity to escape, but they had gone at a steady pace, keeping to the smaller roads as much as possible. Wickham had an angry look, and he reached over to laughingly grip her thigh. With a squeak, Caroline scooted herself as far away from him as she could in the small gig. He chuckled evilly. The bulge in his coat where he'd hidden his pistol had a sort of hypnotic fascination for Caroline. Her brain imagined him pulling it out and firing. She'd try to jump aside and still be hit. She felt it again and again in her mind, the ball breaking through her ribs, tearing open the heart. Her last thoughts as the blood bubbled out quickly. A shot through the head. Instant blackness. Would she even go to heaven after the sins she had committed? That sense that in some sense she deserved such a fate, which had driven her to convince Wickham to exchange her for Lydia, was still there. The way he had grabbed her leg made her shiver with a sick, slithering horror. Like everyone else in the neighbourhood, she had seen Wickham as a particularly handsome man, but his good looks merely served to turn him into a more terrifying villain. The fact that a woman might enjoy his attentions if he had a worthy soul made the terror of rape worse. Her hand squeezed and unsqueezed again. There was a red fringe of sun falling over the horizon when they at last made their way to the outskirts of London. They came up to one of the main thoroughfares from the side road. Wickham looked at her before they turned into it, and he patted his gun and the coat with his right hand. "Call out to anyone. Show any sign of distress. If I even think you'll make an attempt to escape, I'll kill you. Vous comprenez? They'll hang you. Think that will stop me? They've already ruined me. I'll kill you if I can't use you to escape everything." He laughed with an unhinged edge to the tone. "I always wondered what it would be like to watch a man die, who I killed. Would it be like killing a dog?" There was this terror in her stomach. What would he do to her after he'd married her and acquired her money? But she had no choice. None. That gun kept her. "I won't try to escape." Caroline was surprised that her voice came out steady and clear, rather than as an inaudible squeak. He clucked and drove them through the streets of the city, into a dirtier, seedier part of the city than Caroline had ever been to before. High piles of rubbish were stuffed in the alleyways. Beggars in rags. Burly men on street corners.
plaster that had crumbled away, revealing the brick structure. Bricks that had been beaten away and were crumbling themselves. The scent of garbage was revolting. The air was ominous with cold. The sun went down. Few lights. Just the sense of men staring at her. Every well-born girl knew there were parts of the metropolis, most of them, that she ought not go into ever, not even with an escort. This was undoubtedly one of them. Caroline then had her chance, the moment she might have escaped. They pulled to a stop in front of a tall building that looked a bit better maintained than many of them, bars on the windows above her, and an oak door with no placard. Wickham leapt from the gig, leaving the horses standing, but not tied up. He pounded on the door. She could grab the leather rein sitting on the seat next to her, snap the horses into motion, run away, get far away, escape. Cold night air on her face. Mr. Wickham would turn around, see her rush off. He'd pull the gun out and shoot at the back of the carriage, but he'd miss her because he could not directly see her any more, and the bullet would anyways be stopped by the wood of the carriage. Do it. Do it. Run. Her hands remained stiff by her side. The reins were not picked up. The horses pawed at cobblestones that were slippery with horse manure. A burly man with a dingy beard came out to speak with Wickham, and they talked together in low voices that did not carry while he gestured at her. Now, your last chance. She tried to make herself do it. She really did. Caroline lifted her hand to move towards the reins, but her terror of that gun created a sort of field around the leather straps that she could not press her hand through. It was like trying to force a lodestone against the wrong end of another lodestone. Wickham returned, and he grabbed her arm and roughly pulled her from the carriage. She stumbled, but he kept shoving her through the door and into the candle-lit room beyond. He slammed the door behind her and then stood with his arm thrown dramatically out to display her. "A proper lady," he said. "My ship has come in at last." They were in a short corridor that looked far better appointed than the outside of the building. Dark wood panelling, a thick red carpet, dirty from boots tracking mud in, and 2 fine silver candle holders on either side of the door. A brown-haired woman who looked respectable from her dress and manners stood by the door next to the dingy man who'd met Wickham. The man said, "Don't know, George. Don't know at all. She could be just a trollop, you totted up nice." Wickham laughed. "This is Caroline Bingley, the heiress to £20,000. Of age. She owns the money direct. No waiting. No worries about annoyed relations. All her relations hate her already. No one to rescue her. And she's agreed to make me the happiest of men." All 3 laughed cruelly. "You sure she ain't a trollop?" the man asked. The woman sneered. "Look at that stiff nose she holds up over us, as though she's contaminated by the very neighbourhood. That woman's quality. Mark my word, she's quality." "If you insist, Mrs. Young," the man replied sceptically. "But does she have a fortune? £20,000. Girls like that aren't unprotected. How are you going to marry her?" "Special license." Both of them crackled with laughter. "How are you going to manage and get that?" "Delusions of grandeur. Delusions." "Fuck you both," Wickham snarled. "I'd shoot a hole through you as soon as speak to you. I can manage it. The assistant to the Archbishop. He was at university with me. He'll make sure I get a signed license if he knows what is good for him." "Blackmail, eh?" The woman shook her head. "Every person who comes in contact with you suffers for it." I'd still be Miss Darcy's companion if I had never met you. Fuck you too, young. I'll need a loan. 20 quid for the license. Can't get your man to stand for the fee himself? Can't be a terribly good matter of blackmail. She sneered. I'll pay you back double when I have control of her fortune. Ha! Mrs. Young replied. You charmer. Triple. Don't have many people who'll trust you with money, do you? She sneered. Only way I'd trust you with 20 guineas is if you chopped off your favourite body part and left it as security. £1,000, Wickham? The dingy man asked. Wickham paused, opened and closed his mouth. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not. You want me to keep this girl here till she's married. I'll do it. You want me to loan you the ready for your license? I'll do it. But we're sharing in your blessings. This is robbery. He laughed and laughed. You mean to rob the damn woman blind? You are the robber. I'm just sharing the blessing that has landed on an old friend. But good luck otherwise. Always pleasure to see you. Wickham stared at him. He cackled. Off with you! Off! Don't want our other visitors to be shocked off by seeing you here. £100. You must visit more often. Bring more trollops. Best of luck in finding someone else who'll take you in and loan you such money. Best luck. 200. The man then suddenly stepped forward in a terrifying motion that Caroline couldn't track with her eyes. Muscle straining, he picked up Wickham by the lapels of his coat and pounded him against the wall. There was a sound of a crack, like some of the wood panelling broke. £1,000, or I fucking go to the Bow Street runners myself with the girl and tell them everything I know about you. Fine, fine. Fuck you. He dropped Wickham, who stumbled to the ground, but he picked himself up instantly. Give me the £20, and I'll go off to Cartwright. £1,000 when you have a fortune? Damn you! Yes, £1,000. He grinned and shook Wickham's hand. Let's fetch the ready, Mrs. Young exclaimed. John, you can't possibly trust that he'll pay. Oh, he'll pay all right. The man pulled a long knife from some pocket hidden in his coat and admired the edge, turning it back and forth in the candlelight to make it glitter. He'll pay, or I'll sneak into that rich house he'll buy for himself, climb up through the window one night, and slit that pretty neck. Wickham replied in a disgusted voice, No need for threats. I said I'd pay. I'm a gentleman, aren't I? Isn't my word of honour worth something? That set off another bout of laughter which Wickham joined in. Caroline was then grabbed by the arm by Mrs. Young and pulled into the next room. A dozen women were present in this room, flopped in chairs and leaning against a fancy bar in red dresses that was so low-cut that Caroline imagined that she could see the navel. 2 men sat on different couches pressed against the sides of the room, one of them with a woman in his lap. The woman's dress was half pulled off and hanging around her waist, leaving her breast bare for everyone to see. The same thin mahogany panelling and red drapes that were in the hallway covered the room, and guttering candles sat everywhere. There was a strong scent of cigar smoke, and, somehow shocking Caroline more than the rest, one woman sat on a stool by the bar, puffing at her own cigar. Caroline was quickly pulled through the room and up the stairs, and then up higher and higher again. Wickham followed behind her and Mrs. Young, while the man stayed in the main room of the bawdy house. Terror grew in Caroline's stomach with each step. At the highest floor, Mrs. Young used a pair of keys to open a heavy door. The room was completely dark, except that moonlight peered in through the barred window. As Caroline's eyes adjusted, she saw that the room was bare, except for a wide bed with brass posters. Mrs. Young pushed her into the room, and Wickham leered at her. His face was lit up by the candles that Mrs. Young set down on the windowsill. His expression made a sick, dirty sensation crawl down her spine. "Why are you doing this?" she suddenly asked him. You know this is wrong." Wickham laughed and stepped closer to her. He pinched her cheeks between both of his hands and bent as though he meant to kiss her. She closed her eyes and tried to pull back, resisting an urge to retch. Wickham stepped back and slapped her hard. "You slut! I know how you slobbered after Darcy. Aren't I better than him? Aren't I more handsome than him? You just kissed him like a slut. They say you got him to fuck you, and he still wouldn't marry you. Eh, you slut? Don't you want to kiss me like you kissed Darcy?" She shook her head no. "Wait." Mrs. Young paled. "What does this woman have to do with Mr. Darcy? You did not say she had anything to do with Mr. Darcy?" "He hates her because she tried to force him to marry her." Wickham cackled. "I wish it had worked. I hate that man. What is it that makes him think he is better than me? What is it?" "Miss, what is your relation to Mr. Darcy?" Mrs. Young asked with stress in her voice. "None. I have nothing to do with him. It is what Mr. Wickham said. I acted in a horribly wrong way, and I— Devil take it," the woman cursed. "I do not care. But he'll not seek to help you." She shook her head. That unsettled look did not leave Mrs. Young's eyes. She pushed Wickham towards the door and said, "You mean to marry her tomorrow? You can't see her tonight, then? It is bad luck." "I've already seen her tonight." Wickham refused to be moved. Mrs. Young shoved him hard, and he stumbled out of the room, cursing Mrs. Young as he went. Once the door was shut, there was immediately a solid click of a bolt falling into place. Caroline heard a bit of shouting between the two of them, but the thick wood blocked the words. She looked around the room, holding the candle high. The window was barred. There was no hope of escape. Just the bed, a singular chair and a wash basin with a washcloth and a jug. Beneath it was an open seat and chamber pot that could be pulled out. Caroline sat on the bed and stared at the moon, slowly moving in its arc through the window. This room was a prison. She wondered if it had been designed to imprison young women who'd been brought to this brothel, but who were not willing to share their favours with the customers. She was cold, so she grabbed the quilt off the bed and wrapped it around her slender arms for warmth. Perhaps she deserved this, but if she did, she was now properly paying for her crimes. She tried to force Darcy to marry her, and now his father's godson was going to force her to marry him. There was a poetic justice in that. At least Lydia was safe. Caroline had a little worry for Lydia, having been left in the middle of a field 5 miles from her own home, but it was impossible for her to have any serious fear for the girl. There was only a minuscule chance that something might befall her that was worse than what was to happen to Caroline. At least she'd helped Lydia. Caroline scooted onto the bed so she could sit in the corner of the room with her arms around her legs. There was no fire, and she started to shiver as the hours went by. She wouldn't sleep at all tonight. At least she had saved Lydia. Sounds of pounding and rhythmic moans came from a neighbouring room through the walls, and Caroline pressed herself even deeper into the corner, as though that provided safety. She had always been sheltered, but she was not so sheltered as to not know what those sounds meant. Wickham would take her in that way once he'd forced the marriage vows out of her. She was scared. Eventually, despite the terror, Caroline fell asleep, her head lying against the wall. She woke from unsettled dreams with a shriek at the sound of the bolt being thrown back. Mrs. Young opened the door. She paused to take in how Caroline was lying, pressed into the corner, and she sneered. "Get up. Time for your wedding." With an involuntary sideways shake of her head, Caroline refused to move. "Sounds, you rich, useless girl. You always need to make everything difficult for everyone." The dingy man stood in the door behind her, clearly present to manage her if she tried to make a wild run to escape. Mrs. Young stepped into the room and jerked the quilt off Caroline. "You always thought everyone was so kind to you, and did so many things for you, fed you and pampered you and told you that you were special because you were. You ain't, you slut. You just had money. But you won't. Not after today. Not any more. But it'll all be your husband's. And I don't reckon George will be a good husband. No, I don't imagine he will be a satisfactory husband for you at all. Get up!" At the roar, Caroline shrank against the wall, but then as Mrs. Young went to grab her and yank her, she steeled herself, took a deep breath, and rolled off the bed. Something suddenly clicked in Caroline's mind. "You were the companion of Miss Darcy whom Mr. Darcy dismissed." "Hey, and you are the slut who threw your virginity away on him. Did the stiff Mr. Darcy actually take your maidenhead before he abandoned you, like George said?" At the way that Caroline did not reply, but rather stood there in her dirty riding habit that she had set out in when leaving her little home so many hours before, Mrs. Young shrugged. "No, I reckon he wouldn't. That man would have married you if you'd convinced him to wax his wick with your butter, eh?" Caroline made no reply, but she could see no choice, so she followed Mrs. Young out the door and down the stairs. The dingy man followed them from behind. Her heart raced with every step she took. The fantasies of fleeing and being shot in the back, through the heart, through the head, dying in any case, returned. But this time she considered actually risking it. Did she really want to live, if living meant marriage to Wickham? If she died now, at least her fortune would be distributed to Charles and Louisa. After the wedding, it would be Wickham's. And perhaps the King's justice would catch Wickham, and he would hang for what he had done. During the course of the 4 flights of stairs down, Caroline determined that even though it would fail, and he would shoot her, she would try to escape back through the door as soon as they reached the ground floor, or maybe once she was brought out to be put in a carriage. However, the instant she was shoved into the common room of the establishment, that intention fled. What first caught her eye was Wickham. He stood by the bar, a glass of whisky in one hand, and the other played with the pistol that lay on the counter. That pistol! She could not look away from it. "I don't want to die." The impossibility of acting out her plan became clear to her. She then saw that it would not have worked in any case. The room looked much different now with the early morning light filtering through the windows than it had the previous evening. Gone were the women in barely present dresses. None of the men were stripped to bare chests. The candles were out. There were only ashes in the fireplace. The look of the room was dingier, the wood panelling worn, broken off in places and soot-soaked. The red draperies were a poor sort of chintz, not the silk that she had imagined the previous night. The stale scent of cigars and spilled beer and wine permeated everything. Only the mighty collection of alcohol behind the bar lost nothing of its magisterial dignity in the clear light of day. "My bride!" Wickham snickered. A half-dozen men, most burly, with arms as thick-muscled as her thighs, stood in the room, 2 of them by the door, blocking any hope that she might have to escape. One man in a rumpled black shirt and suit with a clerical collar peered at a piece of paper with his spectacles, pulling it close and then drawing back from it. He laughed and swallowed back a swig of alcohol.
George! By George, a real one. Never thought I'd see one of these. You really got it.
Of course I did.
A special license, and on such short notice. Fine, intrepid fellow you are, Wickham.
Just marry us. Let's do it.
And such a lovely bride.
The clergyman stuck his face next to Caroline's and examined her. The scent of brandy and unwashed body odour sickened her. He then giggled.
Poor girl. She can have no idea what you were like if she agreed to marry you. Eh, girl? You happy to be marrying my old college companion?
Say it. Tell him that you are being forced to marry him, that it is only the gun that makes you marry. But Wickham looked wholly unconcerned by anything she might say. He spun the pistol around and around on the bar, making a rough grating sound. Caroline just mutely drew herself back from the clergyman. He chuckled.
Well, George, let's do this. Can't remember it all, so let me see.
He pulled out from his coat pocket a battered copy of the Common Book of Prayer, bound in red leather and with stained pages that stuck together.
Let's see. Oh, yes, you two must stand there next to each other. You have a ring. What? Wickham said. It's part of the service. You have to give her a ring. See here, it says you have to say, with this ring do I thee wed. The fuck? It's in the service.
No, I don't have a damned ring.
Devil take it, just sign the damned licenses and write us into your parish registry and tell everyone we married.
The clergyman made a tutting sound.
This is why you would never have managed in the church. It isn't valid if... I don't care if it is valid. I just care if the bank will believe it is.
He tutted again.
You'll need to find another priest if you don't use a ring.
The dingy man laughed and he pulled a simple steel band off his pinky finger.
Use this, Wicky. I'll buy a new one with my share of the bitch's fortune.
Wickham took the ring.
Stand there. Yes, right there. And you, Miss... what is your name? What is her name? I need to know what to write in the registry.
Caroline Bingley, Caroline replied in a quiet voice.
What? Damn you! Wickham cried. It is written on the license. Ah, yes.
He picked the thick piece of paper up again and studied it.
Caroline Bingley, eh? That right, miss?
Yes.
All right.
He picked up the Book of Common Prayer again and started reading out the service in a drone, pausing every so often to hiccup. Every word made Caroline's heart race faster. She hoped she would faint away and wake when the nightmare was over. Words, rolling words, one after another. The men in the room stared and snickered. Mrs. Young sprawled on a red divan, one foot crossed over the other. Stale scent of spilled wine. Always Mr. Wickham's hand near the gun. Wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her? Fuck's sake! At last! Yes! Wickham interrupted him. The parson snickered and waved his finger in Wickham's face.
No, you have to say, I will. Damn you, man. I will.
I have to finish the question first. Otherwise it isn't valid. Don't you already know all this? Caroline got a strong sense that Wickham wanted to kill his friend. But if he did so too quickly, then the marriage would not be valid. The parson started from, Wilt thou, again. This time, at the proper point, Wickham said, "I will." The clergyman looked at her, and he said, "Wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband?" Caroline could briefly not hear anything over the rushing in her ears. "Wilt thou obey him and serve him, love, honour, and keep him?" She couldn't. But there was the gun sitting there next to Wickham's hand. He'd shoot her if she didn't say, "I will." The parson finished the question, and he looked at her expectantly. Wickham glared at her. Caroline felt as though every nerve was tense, trembling. "You need to say, 'I will,'" the parson prompted her. "What is that noise?" The dingy man who sat by the door that led to the corridor outside looked around, interrupting them. He stood and frowned at the door, reaching towards the handle to open it. Crack! The door was kicked open, splintering the wood around the latch. It slammed into the man, knocking him backwards. Time seemed to stop for Caroline. Splinters flying, Wickham's hand going towards the gun. Colonel Fitzwilliam stood in his officer's uniform in the doorway, holding a pistol in level hands and a duelling stance. Several red uniformed soldiers stood behind him. Wickham's hand reached the pistol, and he started pulling it from the bar. The other men in the room, though, were holding hands up and backing away from the door. Gasps and exclamations. The loud report of a pistol. Smoke. A little bit of the blood splattered onto Caroline. Wickham slumped and fell to the side. He had a small, tidy hole in the front of his head, and a big, gaping, bloody mess in the back where the bullet had left. Caroline stared down at the dead body, blood burbling out of the back of Wickham's head. She'd never had any idea that the wound might be bigger in the back. The men in the corridor came in, several Bow Street runners. Colonel Fitzwilliam came towards her. With a moan, Caroline rushed to him and threw her arms around him, and she sobbed desperately. Chapter 25. Even though she was supposed to stay outside by the door until Colonel Fitzwilliam told them that she might safely enter, the instant Elizabeth heard the gunshot, she rushed into the little corridor. Was Caroline injured? Dead? Darcy tried to stop her from running in, but she'd moved too quickly for him to grab her. When she burst into the room, she saw Caroline embracing Colonel Fitzwilliam like she'd never let go, and sobbing. The officer cradled her against his chest, and he still managed to gesture orders at his men. The body. Elizabeth pressed her hand tightly against her mouth to keep from retching. Wickham's glassy, dead eyes stared up. He was a handsome corpse, except the hole. The vast collection of dark-coloured bottles of spirits behind the bar were sprayed with blood, and bits of grey ooze that Elizabeth knew were the brains. Darcy's face went still as he looked at the corpse of the young man who'd once been his dearest friend. He then pulled Elizabeth back, and this time she did not resist. Darcy said to Colonel Fitzwilliam, "Let us remove both of the ladies from the scene." There were a variety of other men and one woman in the room, all of whom were under guard and being interviewed by the Bow Street runners, who Colonel Fitzwilliam had arranged to have waiting for them when the carriage reached London. Colonel Fitzwilliam kept an arm around Caroline's shoulder as he helped her walk out of the room, whispering quietly to her. Caroline looked at him with wide, scared eyes. The other woman started shouting as they left the room about how it was all Mr. Wickham's fault, and how she would never do anything to annoy Mr. Darcy. An evil-looking man with an oily black beard sneered at them, all while his hands were tied behind. The drunk parson, with a wrinkled white clerical collar, looked quite confused by the whole situation, and he kept hiccuping. The gentlemen left the room. When they reached the street, Mr. Darcy handed Elizabeth to Charlie. He then firmly shook hands with each of the Bow Street runners and the soldiers, and he gave their leader some money and thanks to share around. Charlie kept muttering about how unhappy Mr. Bennet would be with him for letting Elizabeth be exposed to such a scene. There had been a gun next to Wickham's body. Elizabeth supposed it must have been his. Caroline looked shocked and odd. Blood on her face and blood in her hair. Grey bits too, and a white bony bit. Her eyes were wide and unfocused, and she pressed herself against Colonel Fitzwilliam. But then when they reached the outside, in the light of the sun, she suddenly seemed to realize that Elizabeth was there also, and she threw her arms around her instead. "Lizzie, Lizzie, Lizzie, I thought I'd die. I was terrified I'd die. I was so scared for you." The two women clung to each other. The desperate fear of the whole night that had kept Elizabeth from sleeping a wink in the carriage ebbed away. Caroline sobbed. Charlie laughed to see them, but with a sort of hollow laugh that showed how strained his nerves were. "No embraces for me? I brought Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam all the way from Kent." Caroline smiled at her brother, but she did not cease embracing Elizabeth. There was an odd, tender expression on Colonel Fitzwilliam's face as he looked at Caroline. He was the hero of the day, and he must have been the one to shoot Wickham. "Is Lydia well?" Caroline asked. "Please tell me she is safe." "Of course she is," Charlie reassured Caroline, almost, but not quite, sounding like his usual boisterous self. "The girl's just a bit rattled. She's been improved by the experience, I dare say. How do you think we've found you?" Charlie clumped around them and embraced Caroline from behind. "I was so scared for you, Caro." "Let's leave," Darcy said as he stepped back onto the street. "They're taking Mrs. Young and one of the men, and they will be held until their trial in the Old Bailey. The rest of the men seem to have had nothing to do with the matter. Nothing a jury might find illegal, that is. There is a paper purporting to be a special marriage license, but I suspect fraud was involved in its production. The building here is a brothel, and they're waking up the, regular occupants." Darcy paused and blushed as he looked at Elizabeth. "In any case, we're not needed anymore." Colonel Fitzwilliam took out his handkerchief, and he wiped much of the bloody gunk off Caroline's face. Elizabeth realized a bit of the blood had gotten onto her dress as well. She was still wearing the green silk that she thought Darcy particularly liked. They then settled again into Darcy's carriage. Colonel Fitzwilliam sat next to Caroline in the cabin. She looked at him with something like awe in her eyes. What must it be like to be saved from such a fate? In ordinary moments, Colonel Fitzwilliam looked ordinary. But something about this situation, about his commanding manner, and about his decisive action made him more. Something handsome, though of course not, in Elizabeth's view, nearly as appealing as Mr. Darcy. But she could very well understand if Caroline's attitude towards him began to change. Darcy sat down next to Elizabeth, and then Charlie climbed in to finish the set. As the carriage rolled off, there was a silence. Colonel Fitzwilliam studied Caroline with that tender, almost confused look. Charlie looked happy, exhausted, and relieved. "I am so, Caroline spoke suddenly to Darcy, so ashamed of myself. I never should have attempted to use you in such a way. To betray every principle, to lie, to act in such a way. I never can live down or erode the shame of that action. I just beg you to not continue to blame my brother for my stupidity, my selfishness, my complete lack of principle, everything. He is sincerely attached to you, and I deserve your resentment, not him."
"Miss Bingley,"
Darcy replied stiffly.
I have already settled with Bingley.
Oh, I am glad to hear that. Darcy shrugged a little.
Matters being what they are, it would be quite awkward in any case for me to hold myself in a position of resentment in regard to him or to you.
No, I assure you I expect neither forgiveness nor notice from you. There was a flash of something in his face that suggested to Elizabeth that, despite the events of this morning and the past day, Darcy still would much prefer to not show any notice to Caroline. Instead, he said,
"You were very brave to help Elizabeth's sister."
He paused to take a breath, and Caroline's eyes now darted from Mr. Darcy to Elizabeth, and she seemed to notice how they sat next to each other, and she smiled widely. "Elizabeth?" Elizabeth grinned widely back at her and wiggled a bit in the seat. "Oh, you agreed? I am so happy. Lizzie, congratulations." Caroline grabbed Elizabeth's hands. "In the end, that at least came out well. I must confess, I am delighted as well." Elizabeth grinned back. Darcy sighed and shrugged, an expression like defeat on his face.
"Miss Bingley, Elizabeth is happy that you are her friend, and your bravery has perhaps redeemed you in some way. Such bravery counts for a great deal. And," he waved his hand vaguely, "that which makes Elizabeth happy shall make me happy." Darcy extended his hand forward to shake Caroline's. "I would not say friends, but at least not enemies."
"Oh, I wasn't so brave. I acted before I thought. If I thought back about it, I don't believe I could have done it."
"Worst thing about a battle is that there is a dash lot of time to think about what you're doing,"
Colonel Fitzwilliam agreed.
"And don't be bothered that Darcy still has a rock in his boot. He holds grudges. That was the most forgiving speech I've heard from him in the whole course of my life."
Caroline looked at Colonel Fitzwilliam with warm eyes again. "You do not despise me? I do not think that it was not to gain forgiveness. I simply did what made sense to me."
"Exactly so,"
Colonel Fitzwilliam replied. "How did you find me?"
"Mrs. Young was an unfortunate acquaintance of ours,"
Darcy replied.
"I shall be most glad if I never see nor hear hide nor hair of her again."
"You arrived at the last moment, when the vicar demanded that I say, 'I will.' Another few seconds, and I would have been a widow instead." She shivered, and Elizabeth squeezed Caroline's hand. Colonel Fitzwilliam bumped his elbow against Caroline.
"Nonsense. Marriage made under duress is not really marriage. Not valid."
Suddenly, rather to Elizabeth's confusion, Caroline started giggling helplessly. But then the giggles turned into sobs, and she clung again to Colonel Fitzwilliam, her tears soaking into the red coat of his uniform. When they reached Darcy House after a surprisingly short ride, it had seemed terribly long when they went to the seedy part of town they found Caroline in. Georgiana rushed out to meet them, and she embraced Elizabeth and her brother as soon as they entered the hall. "I was so scared for you all. Were you made to marry Mr. Wickham?" She looked at Caroline with wide eyes. "No, I wasn't." "Good. Not even you deserve that." Elizabeth could see that it was clear from Georgiana's expression that her resentment on behalf of her brother was also not wholly forgotten.
"Hope you do not mind," Colonel Fitzwilliam said, poking Georgiana in the forehead, "but I shot Mr. Wickham. Afraid he'll never manage to marry anyone."
"Oh!" Georgiana gasped and went pale. Elizabeth rather did not approve of the way that he told Georgiana that the man she'd nearly eloped with had died. "It was ghastly," Elizabeth said. "Caroline, we must clean you up. Can a bath be drawn before we go to my aunt and uncle?" At that, Caroline perked up. "We are going to Gracechurch Street after this. But will Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner accept my visit?" "Of course they will if they wish me to visit." Elizabeth replied with determination. Besides, they already said they would. Letters were sent off earlier from a post-op, and we have clothes for you to change into. Oh, yes, Georgiana said. I told Mrs. North to have a bath kept ready so you could have one when you returned. Or Elizabeth suggested that I do so, and so I did when they all went off. Thank you, Caroline exclaimed. Thank you. The two of them went up. Caroline's maid was there to help her mistress undress, and Elizabeth could perceive the usualness of seeing Aliette did a great deal to break Caroline out of the shocked reverie that she'd fall back into, if not made to talk or pay attention for a few minutes. Elizabeth sat with her in the bathroom talking, and she began to feel sleepy in the warmth in the room. She could tell that Caroline was sleepy in the same way. It must have been impossible for her friend to sleep at all, or at least not in any restful way, the previous night, when she was under the threat of an enforced marriage, and who knows what else. Had Mr. Wickham forced her friend? Such a question was impossible to ask. When the two of them came down, both in fresh clothes, they found that Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner had come in person with their own carriage. Everyone downstairs talked and talked about the shocking events, and Mrs. Gardiner embraced both Caroline and Elizabeth. We'll send you back to Longbourn in a few days, she said, but you are both always welcome for a visit. I have missed you, Caroline. I don't deserve, she began. Nonsense. We all do stupid, selfish things. You just were more stupid and more selfish than most. But done is done, and you are properly regretful of it all. Caroline laughed at the matter-of-fact way that Mrs. Gardiner spoke. In any case, it is all forgotten by me, Mrs. Gardiner added, since you saved our Lydia from such a threat. Elizabeth sat next to Darcy, gripping his hand occasionally under the table. When their knees, almost by accident, pressed against each other, she felt a thrill travel up her spine. There was a sensation in her stomach that promised future delight. However, she was also exhausted. Elizabeth yawned, and Darcy yawned. Despite this, Darcy performed being a proud owner who wanted to display his house to good advantage to his promised bride. He pointed out everything, portraits, the table, a comment on the history of the place settings, and another on the chandelier. There was a giant painting of Pemberley over the dining table, and he eagerly explained parts of the estate's history, and how several additional buildings had been added since the big painting had been made. Even though she had gained an expectation that she would marry well during her time in school, and even though she had heard Caroline talk at great length about Pemberley, to see this reproduction of it gave her a sense of small awe. To be mistress of such a place would be something indeed. Darcy was clearly delighted to put his London townhouse on display for her perusal, and he was confident that she would be impressed. She was as delighted as she ought to be. Besides the portrait of Pemberley, it was to be her new home. Elizabeth was particularly delighted by the pyramids of fruits, circles of fine cheeses, piles of bread, and layers of cut meats that the staff had conjured forth for them on such short notice. She caught Darcy's eyes. She remembered their kisses, and she felt light and floaty. Elizabeth was so happy. She was to marry Mr. Darcy. Caroline was alive and safe, and Darcy seemed to no longer resent Caroline. He was at least reconciled with her to the point that there would be no significant awkwardness in her and Caroline remaining friends. Caroline had no resentment towards her for actually marrying Mr. Darcy when she had failed to do so herself. In sum, life was achieving something like perfection. When they parted, Elizabeth had a half-minute of privacy with Darcy in the vestibule. He took her hands, and she looked into his eyes. She smiled at him. Quite a day today. Not at all what I expected for the next day yesterday morning.
Nor I,
Darcy sighed in a way that told Elizabeth he thought of Mr. Wickham, dead, whole in head, and lying in a pool of his own blood on the floor of that bawdy house. The face still pretty. Elizabeth squeezed his hand. You are sad for Wickham's death. I do not mourn him. I mourn the memory of one long gone who was dear to me in my childhood, before he became who he was as an adult. Elizabeth wrapped her arms around Darcy and rested her head against his chest. His chin pressed down on her hair, and Elizabeth thought that she fit inside his arms perfectly. They kissed, but only briefly because Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner waited for her on the other side of the door. Charlie was also there, but after the freedom she'd given him, and Jane in her turn as chaperone for them, she planned to consider his presence in such matters not at all. I love you, she whispered. I ardently love you, he replied. I also wish to say that... Darcy paused. He took a deep breath and sighed, and then with a half-resigned expression he said, Your Miss Bingley is not what Mr. Wickham was. She can learn and change. He did not, and he would not. In any case, I shall call upon you early tomorrow and then ride direct to Longbourn. They briefly kissed again and then went out onto the street. Darcy handed her up into the waiting carriage. Both she and Caroline fell asleep during the carriage ride to Gracechurch Street. But they had to wait to get in the house, and then they were swarmed by the children, all of whom pestered Caroline for the story of what had happened to her, and they all demanded that Elizabeth tell about the man she was supposed to marry. Elizabeth said to Caroline, when Mrs. Gardiner at last had mercy on them and herded her herd out of the room and back to their studies, I suppose we ought to stay awake till after dinner. If we sleep now, we shall wake in the dead of night, unable to nap another wink. Wholly right. And now answer the important question. How did it happen? Elizabeth grinned back. She knew exactly what it Caroline wished to learn about. I kissed him, Elizabeth replied. A practice I have found that I highly enjoy. Caroline squealed. Before he asked you? He had already asked me once, Elizabeth replied, attempting to sound prim and modest. She failed. Sly girl, Caroline laughed. Very sly. You do not mind? Truly, not at all? Certainly not to any great extent, Caroline replied. At all? She frowned, a very serious expression, and looked past Elizabeth to study a painting of a rolling landscape on a wall. No, I am simply happy to see you happy, and also happy that your happiness will not destroy our ability to remain friends. I had feared it would. I would never let anyone keep me from you. We've been as close as sisters our whole lives. Caroline looked at her with a sidelong smirk. I will not insist that you name one of your children after me, as you had planned. Elizabeth giggled. Darcy would hate that. The two sat quietly for several minutes. Happiness. This was what happiness really was. Everything had worked out well in the end. Like a fine painting, Elizabeth recalled the moment she'd seen Caroline, alive, sobbing in Colonel Fitzwilliam's arms. When you say that your affection for my Mr. Darcy is gone, Elizabeth asked slowly, and she grinned. I wonder what factor might have achieved such a complete eviction. Her friend blushed quite red. Perhaps it may even have been a different cousin? Whoever might you mean? Sly girl. I am not the only sly person here. You'll not slither away from me. I see too clearly how you looked at him. Caroline pressed her fingers together and looked down shyly. Her face coloured becomingly. Do you mean Colonel Fitzwilliam? Oh, but I hardly know. I certainly can have no hopes with anyone. Certainly not with him. Not after Do not be so sure of that. He certainly admired you before,
And from what he has said, he never judged you so harshly as Mr. Darcy. His expression when he rescued you, that gentleman has a very dashing manner about him. Did he look at me in any particular way? Oh, but that was such a moment. One cannot judge upon that. Elizabeth laughed. You ought to have seen him interrogate Charlie. The instant that he heard it was you who needed to be rescued, he was the most efficient, decisive, commanding presence I have ever seen. Wrung all the pertinent details from Charlie, did not allow him to meander at all, then ordered the carriage and brought us all out. He spent the first hour in the carriage writing pencil notes in a half-decent hand, despite the shaking, to be sent to the Bow Street runners and the colonel of a regiment in London to provide soldiers. He sent them off by express at Bromley, and then just fell right asleep. Sleeping at a time like that? Caroline giggled. That is surely not a sign of deep feeling. I think it more as a sign of the capacities of a military man. He is a very capable man. Caroline sighed a bit longingly. I was never so frightened as I was the moment before he kicked the door in. Elizabeth shuddered. Mr. Wickham's body, the bullet hole in his head. I suppose, Caroline said, I am glad he is dead. But I cannot help but feel sorry for Mr. Wickham. You have sympathy for him? He tried to force you to marry him. Caroline raised one eyebrow in a way that made Elizabeth laugh. I would not say I have sympathy for him. He was a violent man. But one must be consistent. I can only judge him for attempting to force me into a marriage to the extent that I also judge myself. I despise consistency, and I despise Mr. Wickham, Elizabeth said viciously. He also... Oh, but I ought not tell you that. It is not my story to tell. But did he once seduce Miss Darcy? Elizabeth gasped. How did you guess? I believe from how the incident was spoken about that her honour is fully intact. Poor Georgiana, Caroline replied. Mrs. Young told me some things that led me to guess that something of the sort had happened. Poor Mr. Darcy, he had been so close to Wickham as a child. Caroline promised me that we'll never do anything that will irrevocably separate us from each other. Caroline took Elizabeth's hand. Never. I have made all the truly serious ill decisions that I mean to make in my life. You saved Lydia. That will count for a great deal with everyone, Elizabeth said. I do not expect I may have a heroic reputation in addition to a scandalous one, but the scandalous one shall remain. But must everyone know about poor Lydia? She is much too young for her reputation to be damaged seriously already. Elizabeth grimaced but shrugged. If she is sensible, restrained, and an even quiet girl for the next 5 years, I am sure no one will remember this story as anything but youthful high spirits. Our Lydia, a sensible girl? Caroline laughed. Little chance of that. But perhaps in 5 years, if she does not do anything else particularly stupid, it will not weigh on her. But 5 years is a terrible long time. But I am very glad Lydia escaped without a loss to anything but her reputation. Did you, Elizabeth asked cautiously, feeling an anxiety in her gut, did you suffer any loss besides the... Her friend looked at her in a funny way, and then she let out a gust of air. That? No. No. Of course I might say nothing had happened, no matter what the truth was. Except no, not to you. I would never hide such an event from you. I feared it, but he did not try to take me. The woman who imprisoned me, Mrs. Young, she had a fear of Mr. Darcy's name, and Wickham simply mentioning that I had once had an interaction with him was enough for her to insist that he not touch me while I was within her establishment. Elizabeth let out a breath, her stomach unclenching. Oh, my poor Caroline. I pressed myself into the corner the whole night, terrified to hear him clombing up the steps anyway. She stared at her hands. An awful night. It seemed to Elizabeth there was nothing to say in reply to that, so they sat holding hands together until both fell asleep for a short nap on the couch before they were awoken for dinner. Chapter 26. It was a familiar room that Caroline woke up in the next morning. As her father's business had been centred in Manchester, he had never owned a townhouse in London, and generally, when business brought him to the capital, he had stayed with the brother-in-law of his partner. Then later, when she had attended school with Elizabeth, at an establishment which, as the advertisements proclaimed it to be, was within easy reach of the metropolis, the two of them had frequently spent weekends, shorter holidays, or the first few days of the longer holidays with the Gardiners. Except in cases where they were entertaining other people and Elizabeth and Caroline were forced to share a room, this room in the grey Church Street house had been hers. The reddish light of dawn beamed through the London fog and her window, and Caroline let out a long breath. Nightmares all night, of course, but somehow they had not bothered her. Again and again that gun had been pointed at her, and she'd been unable to do anything. And each time, as Wickham went to pull the trigger, he'd been shot, and Colonel Fitzwilliam was there. Lord, Caroline hoped she would not go as soft in the head as she had with Mr. Darcy over him. He didn't even like her. Or maybe he did. But she owed him a great deal, and she would not forget that debt ever. Rather than go downstairs, Caroline sat in a small chair by the window and leaned against the sill, pressing her nose against the cold glass. She was still very tired. Her rescue of Lydia was the same type of foolishness and impulsiveness that she'd shown with Darcy, just turned towards a selfless aim rather than a selfish one. Maybe that made her... What she had done to Darcy was still equally bad, but perhaps it made her less bad. It was just Caroline had cultivated a sense ever since she'd committed a crime that she was supposed to despise herself. She should expect nothing from anyone else but spite and dislike, and if anyone did still like her, it would be Elizabeth. And Elizabeth would like her because she was a loving, loyal friend and excessively sentimental. She deserved nothing but to have a garden, cultivate herself, and avoid entanglements with anyone who might encourage her to fall back into her old habits of thought. She could provide the children of her family, both the Bennet sisters and her own blood siblings, with a loving and generally helpful aunt. And suddenly that sense of the important part of her life having ended, with all its potential being destroyed by one act, when she was 20, was flaking away, like the skin of a molting lizard. It wasn't anything about her having found redemption, or that she'd done something which made her deserve forgiveness, or deserve anything at all. She had not been thinking anything but that she deserved to suffer, and Lydia didn't when she encouraged Wickham to pick her as his victim instead. No, the gun. The gun was enormously clarifying. It was impossible to feel as though being unhappy was important after watching that gun with all her soul. She was in fact the first one up and down to the breakfast table, except the maid and the footman were also up and arranging things for when the family would wake up. They were talking together in a slightly flirtatious mode that they dropped the instant they perceived that one of the quality perceived them. Caroline smiled at them, filled with a glow of happiness. She felt drunk, but different. The colours were more intense. Her hand looked beautiful. The scent of the April flowers set in vases around the breakfast table nearly made her cry. If she died, she would have never been able to smell flowers again, except maybe those that grew in heaven, if she reached there. But in this second, Caroline had no doubt that she would reach heaven when she died. This small, sublime London world around her was too beautiful for any other possibility to be true. She pretended to read a book from one of the shelves, but really Caroline just marvelled at the grain of the wood in the walnut table, the way that her dress draped over her knee, the way that the freckles on the maid's nose stood out against her milky skin, the taste of the milk. Mr. Gardiner was the first of the family down, dressed for business, and freshly shaved, with skin that glowed rather red. He smiled at her. "Hello, Lena. Sleep well?" He then paused, as though that was not simply a courteous question, but one whose answer might not be the polite, "Of course," to a host. But she nodded and smiled. "I did." "Very good. So, our Liza is to marry that Darcy fellow. Strange how the world turns out." "Oh, beyond bounds," Caroline replied with enthusiasm. "But I'm so happy for her." He studied her face, the genial grey eyes looking for something, and then he nodded, satisfied, and cut open a roll and started to butter each half. "But what sort of man is he? I could hardly pin him down only from what I saw yesterday, and beyond that I've heard such conflicting accounts that I can hardly determine for myself how happy I ought to be for Lizzie." "Oh, very. I always thought highly of Mr. Darcy." Caroline then flushed, with a strong sense that, given how she had behaved, she was not in fact quite permitted to praise Elizabeth's suitor. Seeing her chagrin, Mr. Gardiner laughed. "Deuced odd world, eh?" After that, Elizabeth and Mrs. Gardiner came down, accompanied by one of the children, who shyly waved at Caroline and sat next to her. Elizabeth sat on her other side and took Caroline's hand and squeezed it. "Sleep well." Shortly after Mr. Gardiner left to attend on his business, Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr. Darcy came. As soon as Elizabeth's suitor was announced, a broad, completely happy smile crossed her face. Caroline was delighted to see how complete happiness made her friend appear even more becoming than her usually envy-worthy self. Mr. Darcy had no eyes for anyone but Eliza when he entered the room. Those dark, serious eyes fit on her, and Elizabeth stood up, inclined her head with a grin, and whispered something to Darcy in a low voice that didn't carry, but he replied with a wide smile that made him look more friendly than his usually serious self. He voluntarily made a slight incline of his head to her. "Miss Bingley?" But he said nothing else to her, and Caroline Bingley was in truth almost astonished that he said so much. Following him was Colonel Fitzwilliam, who soon approached her and sat next to Caroline on the sofa. He asked with a serious look, "Are you well?" I believe so." His eyes searched her closely. Caroline flushed at the study. He was the same as always. Colonel Fitzwilliam was not a man she could ever call precisely handsome, but he was a man who she found that she now liked to look at very much. However, he tended to silence while they sat there, rather than the effusive and teasing ebullience which Caroline had come to expect from Colonel Fitzwilliam. The gardener's children were introduced to the room, and Caroline eagerly watched to see how Colonel Fitzwilliam would speak with them, play with them, or ignore them. As it happened, within 5 minutes he was fully engaged in wrestling with the two boys, being dramatically defeated in their contests again and again, while effusively proclaiming to the eldest Miss Gardiner that she must take care to avoid being captured by any dragons, because if she were, a great many knights would lose their lives seeking to save her. In a word, he was as ridiculous as he ordinarily was. Oddly, Caroline felt a little hurt. She'd bound herself to expect a certain sort of behaviour from Colonel Fitzwilliam towards her, and that he would throw most of his attention at her, unless she'd contrived to make such an impossibility, i.e. by asking Elizabeth to pester him. And now, while he remained in the same portion of the drawing-room as her, he said little towards her.
The simple shine and certainty of the morning began to fade away again. She was still a young woman who had damaged her reputation severely, and who would never be seen without that thought being one near the surface. Nothing could ever be quite the same, and she accepted that. But still it gave her a melancholy sense. Outside, her brief shower came a few minutes after Darcy and his cousin arrived, and lasted some 20 minutes. In the sequel to the rain, Darcy and Elizabeth suggested that they go for a walk out on the street, either going west to walk around the tower and maybe visit the royal animals and the menagerie in the Lion Tower, or they could go the opposite direction to the churchyard around St. Paul's.
St. Paul's, certainly, Colonel Fitzwilliam said. I've no notion to coo over leopards, lions and monkeys again. Miss Bingley, join me in pushing the far more sensible notion of a churchyard.
She smiled at him. From the point of view of sensibility, I think neither has any advantage over the other.
Darcy shrugged. The churchyard can be accomplished more quickly, and I must ride to Longbourn to speak with Mr. Bennet this afternoon.
See? Colonel Fitzwilliam turned to Caroline with a grin. It was the more sensible option.
And you nearly left poor Mr. Bennet to be interrupted over his dinner by a proposal of marriage directed towards one of his daughters. For shame, for shame.
Ah, now this was more like what she expected from Colonel Fitzwilliam. Much as I respect, honour and love Uncle Bennet, Caroline replied with a laugh, and even though I am sensible of the importance of his welfare, he would not begrudge us the sight of the lions.
Not even to protect his digestion? Singular fellow, but I must bow to your greater familiarity with Mr. Bennet than my own.
Elizabeth giggled. Papa will feel no indigestion at having Darcy ask to marry me.
I'd certainly be able to digest it, Colonel Fitzwilliam replied, if he applied to me in such a case.
Mr. Bennet is better able to handle those with more hair and height than himself than I perceive you can, Caroline said to Colonel Fitzwilliam. He laughed, and he grinned at her broadly, and she flushed. The four of them spilled out onto the street, laughing and bantering. Mrs. Gardiner had insisted that her children needed to dedicate themselves to their studies, and so neither she nor they could accompany them. Caroline and Colonel Fitzwilliam found themselves somewhat in the role of chaperones, trailing behind the eagerly chattering couple. Unfortunately, within a minute of their quitting the Grace Church Street residence, Colonel Fitzwilliam fell into the same silent manners he had arrived at the Gardiners with. He seemed to be rather preoccupied, and while he willingly shared his arm with Caroline and looked at her rather frequently, he said nothing except in response to her words, and then little enough. What to make of him? Caroline could not decide. Elizabeth and Darcy, naturally enough the two lovers who had entered into an engagement 2 days earlier, had few eyes and little attention for anyone else. Elizabeth was happy. She appeared to be even more herself than she ordinarily was. Vibrant, excitedly gesturing, full of smiles and rosy cheeks, frequently laughing. But Mr. Darcy was both half the same and half transformed. He still had the serious, noble mien, the reserved manners, and the intrinsic quietness and stability that was part of his basic nature. But he smiled often with Elizabeth, and he laughed sometimes. And he showed a deep pleasure in keeping her on his arm, in walking on the side closer to the road to guard her from anything splashed by passing carriages or pedestrians. His whole being seemed to be satisfied.
They make a handsome couple,
Colonel Fitzwilliam said suddenly when they'd gone nearly the whole 3/4 of a mile walk to St. Paul's, and were entering under the leafy boughs of the trees in the park around the cathedral. Caroline startled at his voice, since he had not spoken in 10 minutes. They match each other well, but in odd ways. Elizabeth is so expressive, while Mr. Darcy...
He is sensible, but less loud. but they seem to complete each other. I'm happy for my cousin, very happy for him.
And I am delighted for Elizabeth. He looked at her with a smile. Caroline flushed. Surely you do not think that I am so petty as to be unhappy that you will marry a man who I once wished to? My behaviour then was unreasoning. And
no.
Colonel Fitzwilliam placed his other hand softly over hers on his arm.
I fully expected to hear that you are happy for her.
Elizabeth and Darcy had ranged rather ahead of them, and they waved back to the two of them. When the groups rejoined, Darcy said,
We have determined to go in and perhaps climb into the dome.
Planning to whisper confidences to each other from opposite sides of the whispering gallery? Caroline asked Elizabeth. You've always liked that.
Elizabeth flushed.
Not secure enough for any important confidences.
For my part, Colonel Fitzwilliam said, I've no notion to climb 100 stairs if I've not been ordered to by a general. Miss Bingley, might you make the circuit of the churchyard with me, while those two madmen climb a tall set of stairs when they do not need to?
Caroline flushed. In a battle between your company and climbing stairs?
I am not so repulsive as to lose that contest.
He laughed and winked at her. Darcy and Elizabeth went into the cathedral, and Colonel Fitzwilliam fell briefly into his silence once more. The two of them walked under the trees and around wooden benches. Caroline commented, I do not think they can get into any great trouble in the cathedral.
Laughing suddenly, Colonel Fitzwilliam said, Your imagination is insufficient. But as Mr. Darcy's imagination is also insufficient, they likely are safe.
Caroline giggled. If it is a matter of imagination, Elizabeth can certainly manage the task.
Then we must trust in their morals, Colonel Fitzwilliam shrugged. In the end, that is all we can trust with anyone.
They walked past a street artist begging to paint the portraits of passing gentlemen, and turned one of the corners. Colonel Fitzwilliam's steps slowed. She could perceive that he seemed to feel some sort of stress. Then he suddenly stopped and clapped his hands together twice.
By Zeus! He exclaimed. I am a great sight more nervous than I ever can recall being. Not a pleasant sensation. Miss Bingley, Caroline, I admire you exceedingly, and like a simple soldier, I'll simply tell you. But no buts about it. I do like you. I can hardly explain it to myself, so do not expect me to explain it to you. I am a simple man, and I like the look of you, the smell of you, and the way you speak, and even the way you think. Well, there. Spoken.
Caroline felt flushed through, and as she looked at him with a smile growing across her face, she thought that this felt right. Much, much better than if she'd managed to snatch Darcy. Besides, she had found she now liked Colonel Fitzwilliam far more than she'd ever liked Darcy. As she opened her mouth, he raised his hand.
No answers? Not yet. Let the idea sit around a while in your head. Rather sudden request. I have not forgotten you, and you turned round in my mind a great many times since we met last at Netherfield. But I do not expect...
Elizabeth's tale of how she had prompted Darcy's second request for her hand gave Caroline the solution to the excess of words coming from Colonel Fitzwilliam. She kissed him. Her kiss was a rather soft and hesitant thing, but his lips seemed to know exactly what to do. He placed a hand behind her head, and his kiss left her breathless and shaky. He then laughed.
Now kissing men in the churchyard of St. Paul's? What else will you try?
It seemed to me, Caroline replied tartly, that the moment was appropriate.
This is what I like about you. You are impulsive.
And what I like about you is that you speak too much.
He laughed again. Not my hair a noble mien?
You are losing your hair. You are shorter than many men, and rather too muscular for fashion. I like you for your conversation.
That is enough to satisfy a simple soldier who simply wishes to be liked.
They began to stroll around again, wandering off on another circuit from the churchyard. Caroline had to ask again, You truly do not despise me? She flushed and looked down. I am full aware of my own deficiencies.
That is good, because I am only half aware of them. And I foresee from the experience of my friends who've entered the married state that it shall take me at least 3 years before my knowledge of them matches and perhaps even surpasses your own.
She giggled again. Every word from him somehow made her feel safer, but a scared little rabbit inside of her needed to softly ask again. I already told you that I did nothing particularly brave. Not with Lydia. I hadn't pondered the danger for long enough that...
Worst thing about battle is that you have time to think. The only reason that anyone stays in the line is because they're too embarrassed to let the others in line with them watch them run.
It isn't something that makes it better. I still tried to force Mr. Darcy to marry me. I still did something unacceptable, wrong, and worthy of revulsion. She stood away from him, wringing her hands. You must understand that. He looked at her, and his eyes smiled. He put an arm around her shoulder and pulled her into an embrace, and she willingly let him pull her towards him.
Just so. You understand that.
I still do things without thinking. The way I kissed you, or the way I told Wickham to take me instead of Lydia. It was the same sort of impulsiveness. I might make mistakes like...
You will not.
But
it is not unknown for an officer or soldier to panic, become useless, run around without any sense in him the first time he smells the smoke of battle and sees the blood splotch on the chest of the man next to him. Some of these officers are useless sorts, but some of them become the best soldiers. You may make mistakes in the future. It would be stupid for a man to only want to marry a woman who couldn't, because then he would have to marry someone already dead, and that would not be valid.
Caroline giggled.
You must tell me the tale of how a marriage not being valid is such a matter of amusement.
It was what the parson that Wickham found said every time he tried to hurry him forward.
Colonel Fitzwilliam chuckled. You have the makings of a fine person. But as I said from the beginning, I like how you look, and I like how you think. I also think we will enjoy each other's company. Beyond that, I have realized that I love you. And love is not a matter subject to reason. Simple soldier, madam. I leave these worries about everything else to delicate fellows of delicate sensibilities who'd wilt if taken from their hothouse.
Well then, Caroline said, smiling, glowing from within, then I will happily marry you. They kissed again, but they parted when they heard the footsteps of some, no doubt disapproving pair coming close to them and stopping. It was Elizabeth and Darcy. Elizabeth's smile was the very opposite of disapproving. Caro, my dear, dear Caro, might I be the first to offer you congratulations? The expression on Darcy's face would have made a thundercloud appear friendly, but he nodded, stuck his hand out to Colonel Fitzwilliam's, and shook it with a murmured congratulations. He then sighed, inclined his head to Caroline, and said in a dull tone, Congratulations to you as well, Miss Bingley. Elizabeth elbowed Darcy. He is extremely happy inside. As his affianced bride, your knowledge of Mr. Darcy must be superior to my own, only being his cousin, who has known him closely these 28 years. However, no need to argue over it, Darcy said. He sighed. We are both delighted.
and you may feel as free as you always have to visit me with your bride. Elizabeth will not be merely delighted, but authentically and deeply happy when you do so." Darcy shrugged, and then he smiled at Caroline with rather more sincerity than she thought he had ever looked at her. "I can admit when matters have passed outside of my control. Welcome to the family."
Chapter 27. Mr. Bennet frowned and pulled off his spectacles. There was a faint whiff of cognac, old dusty books, and beeswax that filled the long-worn bookroom. Mr. Bennet splashed some liquid into a soft cloth to rub the lenses clean.
"You wish to marry my Lizzie?"
Darcy had expected, well, for Mr. Bennet to be visibly delighted, to also display the general happiness that the Gardiners, Bingley, and Elizabeth's other friends showed at the prospect of their union. Mr. Bennet's expression was grave, considering, and clearly not particularly happy. A sort of nervous frisson went through Darcy. Was this man considering refusing his offer? A possibility which had in fact never occurred to Darcy. He saw himself, correctly, as an eligible match for any woman in the kingdom.
"Well, well, well. If you are surprised by my application, I can assure you that my affection for your daughter has been of long standing, and you were thinking about her when you decamped Netherfield so quickly?"
Darcy's lips thinned. The memory of that night would not be one which he would ever welcome.
"Well,"
Darcy shrugged.
"I had already at the time determined I would wish to marry Elizabeth. However, circumstances at the time were such that she refused the offer of my hand which I made that night. However, my admiration of her was in no way dispelled by the passage of 5 months. And when we renewed our acquaintance, when I visited my aunt in Rosings, she was then happy to accept my also renewed proposals."
Darcy gestured towards the note that Elizabeth had written for her father.
"I imagine all pertinent information is contained within. Girlish effusions, proclamations of rational delight, the claim that you make her laugh, which I believe. I can tell that despite your manners, you have a sense of the ridiculous, and an ability to point it out. I have always rather liked you, Mr. Darcy. In any case, I am her father, not her, and a delight with your person, noble mien, and fine bearing will have little influence on me."
Darcy stiffened.
"I am coming before you with a simple request. I do not mean to be made sport of, or—" "Calm down. Do be calm." Mr. Bennet smiled. "Youth, always expecting everything to happen in an instant. Settle down and let me arrange my thoughts so I can speak seriously."
That was a request Darcy would always respect, as he found often enough a need to pause in conversation himself, so that he might find the most felicitous or useful way to phrase what he wished to say. After a minute, Mr. Bennet sat straighter in his chair, placing the reading spectacles to the side by the sheet full of mechanical drawings that he'd been sketching out when Darcy entered the room.
"Might as well say it straight out. I have concerns about your character, and perhaps you can alleviate them. Elizabeth's effusive and laughing note did not. Concerns about my character?"
Darcy stiffened with actual offence.
"I assure you that whatever stories you have heard about me and Miss Bingley, or about—" "Calm down again. I mean to say, I did not like to see how you instantly severed relations with one of your closest friends the first time he made a serious, but even then not a so serious mistake, that harmed you. I observed the event myself. You cannot explain to me how this was a misunderstood story." "Oh, yes, I have been married for more than 20 years.
My wife and I are still happy and still good companions to each other. I assure you that if either of us had the slightest tendency to hold durable grudges, or to refuse forgiveness when it was asked for, or even a particular need for the other to admit that we were correct about something when we actually were correct, we would be miserable today. Does your quick, leaping mind catch what idea I'm gesturing towards? Perhaps, Darcy replied, almost grudgingly. If you marry Elizabeth, you will be delightedly happy. And then one day she will do something you dislike. She will. And some other day the two of you will disagree about some matter of importance, and she will not in a reasonable time decide that you were wholly right about the matter, and you will determine to make yourself and her miserable over the fact. This is what I expect from your behaviour with Mr. Bingley." Mr. Bennet now fell silent, his keen, intelligent eyes studying him. The afternoon sunlight coming through the window glinted off the bald pate of his head. He had a greyish-black fringe of hair everywhere else, and wide sideburns. Usually when Darcy had met and spoken with him before, Mr. Bennet's eyes had seemed to be full of the same sort of mischief and delight that Elizabeth's were. At present, he was wholly serious. The chair creaked as Darcy shifted his weight. There was a slight breeze through the open window that brought the scent of the grass that had been cut that morning. "I confess to understanding," Darcy said slowly, "why you are concerned, and that you ought to be concerned. Once you have expressed the problem in such a way, I imagine that if I were in your place, I too would find my behaviour a matter for grave consideration." Darcy stroked his chin and tugged at his sideburns. He then shrugged. "All I can say is that a conversation with your daughter has already made me aware of this as a flaw in my character, and that I have already determined that I will struggle to overcome it in myself. Elizabeth reminded me that each of us have a spark of the divine in our soul, and the only way that I can be worthy of the hand of such a woman as she is if I nurture that spark of the divine. What that means is that I must learn to forgive, whether I wish to or not. I, of course, cannot promise perfection in this matter, but none of us can." Mr. Bennet finished for him. He stroked his chin. "Lizzie was unhappy about how you resented Caroline, and you needed to convince her that you would forgive her friend in some way before she'd accept you." "That is roughly," Darcy said with a smile, "the core of the matter. I admire her loyalty enormously." Mr. Bennet laughed. "And some of her other features as well, I would imagine." It was impossible for Darcy to not blush at that reply. "Oh, well. Mr. Bennet sighed. He stood up from the desk and pushed his chair back with a scrape. "Do understand that I'd prefer it if you were wholly perfect and without a fault. But as I cannot have that, I suppose I must make do with you having an awareness of your own fallibility and a determination to do better." He stuck his hand out. Darcy took it and shook it. "Congratulations to you both, and I do have every hope from what you've said that you and Elizabeth will have more than the usual chance of happiness and a long and good marriage together. But remember, forgiveness and acceptance, even if only directed towards your wife, is always important. You are promising to love, care, and nurture her, in better and in worse. The worse includes those times where you are certain that she has done wrongly. She will still be your wife, no matter what she does, and no matter what you do. You cannot think of her as someone who you can ever rightfully resent. Even if it is a rightful resentment, you must reject it." "I understand, sir." Darcy felt an odd respect towards Mr. Bennet, the father of the woman he was to marry, settling over him. He didn't think that he had felt this sort of sensation towards anyone since his own father had died. Now, go tell my wife the excellent news. She will be delighted with you, and give you all of the praise as a suitor that you no doubt expected me to heap upon your head." Darcy smiled. "I have been generally aware that in those respects that are generally viewed as important, I am an excellent candidate for your daughter's hand, and in other respects as well. I love Lizzie dearly, and she has always been my favourite. I shall miss her very much, and I may visit you in your Derbyshire pile rather more often than you expect. You will always be welcome." "I shall always make myself welcome," he replied with a grin, "whether I am or not. You've an excellent library, don't you?"
Chapter 28. The day after Elizabeth returned to Longbourn, Lydia begged to be one of the party when she and Mr. Darcy made off for their walk. "Please, please, can we go by a shop? Papa does not let me go anywhere, not even to Aunt Philip's or a shop, or to talk to Maria or Harriet or anyone. It is not fair." Elizabeth shared a glance with Mr. Darcy. They both considered the restriction on her sister entirely reasonable and deserved. Seeing that gaze, and correctly interpreting its significance, Lydia stamped her foot several times. "It's not. I decided on my own to not go with Mr. Wickham."
"Ah, but," Darcy said cautiously, "speaking as one who is not a member of your family yet, but as part of the general community, most would consider simply making the initial plan, no matter how changed your sentiments, would eventually become to be disreputable."
"Well, they're wrong. And I don't see what business it is of everyone anyways if I did decide to marry that awful man. It would have been bad for me, certainly, but it is nobody else's business. Can I come on the walk?"
Elizabeth laughed, and seeing no reason to not allow her to be with them as a chaperone in addition to the doer Mary, who had already proven that she did not have the sort of blind eye that a better chaperone would, she said, "Of course you might. We'll even stop by the hat shop, and I'll buy you a new bonnet." "Oh, yes. I want to find one that is particularly ugly, to see if I could make something worth wearing out of the parts. La, it is so boring. Boring, boring, boring. And by the time Papa is done with his snit, the officers will be gone, and I'll die of boredom." The three of them left out the door and went down the street. "I had not known that was a fatal curse," Darcy said solemnly as Elizabeth suppressed her giggles. "Might I inquire how frequently members of your acquaintance have shuffled off the mortal coil due to boredom?"
"Oh, piles and piles. Half the girls in my school die of boredom once a month, or twice that often. I myself have died of boredom near 100 times, only this last year."
"Oh, my. You mean to say you have returned from the life beyond so frequently? And what is it like past the veil?"
Lydia smiled as she theatrically shivered and said, "When one dies of boredom, it is impossible to remember precisely what happens between then and the recovery of life, but it is always a horrid memory of endless dullness, and one will do anything to avoid suffering so once more. Oh, it is so unfair. I shall miss all the officers." "Papa once observed to me," Elizabeth said, "that life is not always fair. An odd fact, and one that ought to be corrected if at all possible. Perhaps next time you die, you might attempt to speak with the Almighty and suggest that he rearrange this realm so that everything is in fact fair." Lydia pushed Elizabeth's arm. "You do not take me seriously at all, nor what I suffer." At the way Elizabeth looked at her in reply to that speech, Lydia giggled. "Fine, fine, fine. I shall not literally die, but it is most unfair,
And just because I'm young. And because you nearly eloped with Mr. Wickham. He was so cruel. He grabbed me and dragged me. I tried to fight him off. He hit me. Lydia tapped her cheek where the fading yellow bruise was still visible. I was never so delighted as when I heard that your cousin had killed him. Elizabeth knew from how Darcy sighed that, rather than bringing him any joy, this reminder of Wickham's death again made him think about how he had now permanently lost a man who had once been one of his dearest friends. She placed her hand on Darcy's arm and rubbed a small circle around. He looked back at her with that sweet, heart-stopping smile of his, those serious eyes that were so appreciative of her. Oh, you two are so saccharine, like doves and other lovebirds. Everyone says you are as pretty a couple as Charlie and Janie, but I don't think so. No? Elizabeth asked with a laugh. Jane is quite too angelic. I know you, Lizzie. I remember that time you substituted the salt for the sugar just as a joke. Janie would never have done that. No, Elizabeth cried. Do not reveal my every poor deed to Darcy. Darcy looked at her with those eyes that he had when he wanted to kiss her. But in addition to Lydia, Mary was also trailing them, wearing a light dress due to the warmth of the day and holding a book out in front of her. She'd glance up every half a minute or so, both to check her footing and to ensure that the two of them were not engaged in any behavior that was unbecoming a couple, which had not yet made the marital oaths to each other. I have loads more stories about Elizabeth, Lydia said cheerfully to Darcy, but I shall only reveal them if you buy me a ribbon. Papa isn't even letting me have the rest of my allowance for the month.
Despicable,
Darcy replied solemnly.
Not even your allowance.
Lydia shoved him too, rather like she had shoved Elizabeth. Elizabeth smiled to see how she was starting to treat Darcy as also a member of the family, and she liked to see how Darcy accepted that gesture of disrespect as the friendliness that it was, rather than becoming offended or awkward. A minute later he said,
It is very difficult for your father, you know.
Lydia harumphed.
You have learned a lesson, and you know that you learned the lesson. And besides, in the end you did not choose to go with the scoundrel. Yet at the same time, you must confess that you showed that your judgment lacked something.
I wouldn't make the same mistake again.
The set of mistakes that it is possible to make is quite wide. A promise that you would not make any given mistake is not sufficient to make your guardian happy. It is hard. The thing is, Lydia, your father would feel it deeply in his heart if anything really bad happened to you. He likely already does, even though nothing very bad happened.
Yes, but can't he trust me? I swear I won't do anything like that again.
Darcy smiled. It is his duty to worry and be scared. You should be a little tolerant of him.
With a huff, Lydia groaned. But it's not fair.
Elizabeth laughed again. Later that afternoon, after ribbons, gloves, and bonnets had all been purchased for Lydia, they walked back towards Longbourn, with Lydia and Maria Lucas walking ahead of them in close conversation. Mary still trailed slowly behind them, her nose still in a book of sermons. Elizabeth really did not understand how she could find that particular book to be so fascinating as to be worth reading on a walk. But she did not begrudge her sister. After all, Elizabeth had been known to walk about the gardens more than once, or more than even 100 times with her nose in her open book. She snuggled herself close to Darcy, holding his arm and smiling as she felt a deep sort of satisfaction and delight at being seen by everyone in the neighbourhood walking by the side of such a handsome and tall suitor. I was delighted to see you made an effort to cultivate even Lydia's friendship. She is a perfectly fine girl, Darcy replied.
Merely young and with an excess of high spirits. Elizabeth took Darcy's hand and kissed it. And you seem well on your way to becoming friends with Papa. Sitting with him in the book room, going shooting, the two of you with Charlie. He says you are his favourite, and I gain the sense that though you love both your parents, that I confess my mind is a bit more similar to my father's. I have in truth always rather admired your mother since that morning at Netherfield, while Jane was sick, when she gave us the tale of those years in Manchester. In truth, I rather would expect you to despise us for the connections to trade. I know Caroline expected you to. She was most embarrassed to have you hear such a tale directly. Elizabeth flushed. I confess that I might have been a little embarrassed also. Darcy smiled at her. Let me think how I might say this. I do not, even now, really understand your father's choice to enter and remain in trade, but it is impossible to not admire anyone who will sacrifice and work consistently in the name of some aim they find important. Someone who chose to live under reduced circumstances for an extended period of years, so that he could achieve something great at the end of it. Besides, it is clear that for him there was joy in the whole thing. Elizabeth nodded. That is how I always thought of that story. You shall not, Darcy proclaimed, ever be ashamed about your connections with trade. They are who your family was. They're part of how you grew up and where you came from. I will despise anyone who looks askance at you in such a way. No, Elizabeth said, laughing, though also touched. I do not want you to despise anyone for my sake. But if you look at them very sternly on occasion, that would be quite sufficient for what I need. I can sternly look at anyone, Darcy replied with confidence and a subtle smile. Elizabeth laughed, and she wanted to hug and kiss him again. He then said, as they wound close to Longbourn, I like your father. He reminds me of you. I see how you learned your tendencies of thoughts and ways that I love so much. And he is authentically concerned with your well-being, and intelligently so. Oh, no, Elizabeth blushed. I hope you do not mean to say he gave you a particularly difficult time when you asked for his consent. Darcy actually laughed. He gave me a difficult time, but I simply explained to him that I had already listened to you upon the same point, and that was enough for him. Elizabeth giggled. Details. But of course Papa would accept your proof that you listened to me as a reason to accept you as a suitor for me. He knows how wise I am. Precisely. Chiefly what he spoke on was the importance of forgiveness, not holding grudges. And he seemed to be oddly convinced that you will on occasion annoy me, and not always be a happily submissive and obedient wife. Another gurgled giggle from Elizabeth. Darcy nodded his head decidedly. Precisely. I am shocked, too, that he misunderstands your character on this point. So you mean to say that rather than being concerned about how you shall treat me, he wished to assure himself that you understood how I shall treat you? That lovely wry grin. Elizabeth really wished to kiss Darcy, so she leaned up on her toes and did kiss him briefly. Mary shouted from behind them, No, you cannot do that. Defeated in my schemes once more by your attentive eye. Elizabeth laughed. I'll tell Mamma and Papa that you were kissing. Mary said, if you do it again. Lydia turned back from her conversation with Maria. Don't be such a sour rag, Mary, quite contrary. If anyone was willing to kiss you, you'd like it too. I assure you that I do not want anyone to kiss me, and I am wholly satisfied that if they did, I would not enjoy it. Would too. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at Darcy. He smiled back at her with that seductive look that made shivers go through Elizabeth's stomach. She could hardly wait until this time of engagement was done, though the period had its joys, and they entered into holy matrimony, and were socially not merely allowed, but expected to do everything they might imagine with each other. Chapter 29. The night before the union of Fitzwilliam Darcy and Elizabeth Bennet was to be solemnized, Darcy, Bingley, and Colonel Fitzwilliam gathered in shirt-sleeves in the Netherfield billiard-room. The flames in the lamps danced from the breeze that gusted through occasionally. May was nearly over, and this had been the first week when the air was hot enough to make the interior of the building stuffy. Clack! The balls bounced and collided against each other, and Colonel Fitzwilliam looked with satisfaction down at the table. "Another 2 points. This time I think I'll beat you, Darcy, and without any resort to unconventional stratagems." Darcy grimaced. He felt a bit unsteady from the amount of fine brandy and port that he'd drunk during the last hours of celebration, encouraged first by the other guests, and since they'd all been sent off to their homes or bed by Bingley and Colonel Fitzwilliam. He still hated to lose. Darcy shot again, and he winced as the red ball bounced crazily off the felt sides of the table. "Seems he has other things on his mind than his play," Colonel Fitzwilliam said sagely. "Hint of the shakes before battle, maybe?" "I'm not anxious about my marriage to Elizabeth," Darcy replied. "Oh? You encouraged me to drink more than I ought, and I, in the celebratory mood, consumed it." "Headache on the wedding morn?" Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. "Bingley, how was it for you the day you married?" "A bit sad, to be honest. I thought about Caro, and you both, and how I wished you all were here, and that matters had not gone so poorly. But no headaches." Bingley cackled evilly. "I'm managing at last to punish Darcy, and just through saying again and again, 'A drink to your health.' I still have beaten you with every game we played," Darcy replied haughtily. Bingley laughed harder. "By 1 point, that last one. I do not think I've ever come closer to touching you at billiards than that. Never." Bingley refilled his own glass of brandy, and Darcy's, and then handing the tumbler up to Darcy, said cheerfully, "A drink to your health." Darcy looked down his nose at his friend. "I may be a fool, but I've enough wisdom to know when it is time to cease." "Be a good fellow, Darcy," Colonel Fitzwilliam said, refilling his own glass and holding it high. "Just one more." "No." Darcy had a very strong sense of certainty that however entertaining it would be to get wholly and entirely foxed with his closest friends this night, Elizabeth would not approve of it if he stumbled through their wedding ceremony with a headache and a terrifically bad mood. "But, Darcy, it is to your health," Bingley said, giggling. "For your health." "To ruin it, you mean?" Bingley smirked at Darcy. "Maybe—" Colonel Fitzwilliam put his own glass down after drinking half of it and took up the cue stick again to take another shot. Another excellent strike. He'd lose his third game against his cousin tonight if he did not improve the play immediately, and that was simply too many. Darcy took up his own stick, and he knew he needed to focus. Unfortunately, what came to his mind when he tried to focus was Elizabeth's breasts. He hadn't seen the wedding dress, but he imagined it as a lovely lacy construct made of the finest silk. They would be in the carriage alone, on their way back to London, and he could slide his hand around and— crack! The shot again missed and bounced off 3 of the walls. Darcy sighed. After this he'd need to hit each of his marks, and Colonel Fitzwilliam still might win with simply decent play. Caroline surprised me, Bingley said, as he watched Colonel Fitzwilliam prepare to take his shot. She has changed a great deal. I never thought she'd marry anyone who brought less fortune to the marriage than she did. She has not changed so much, Colonel Fitzwilliam replied. She is in essentials the same as she ever was. Darcy grimaced, both at that speech and at the point that Colonel Fitzwilliam scored. Only one at least. It left a little space open for him to match Richard's score if he played perfectly for the rest of the game, which he wouldn't. If you insist, Bingley said sceptically to his prospective brother-in-law. But it is your business. I wouldn't marry her. I should certainly hope not, given that she is your sister. Bingley choked on his brandy as he laughed. A score! A score! How did you come to fall in love with Jane? Darcy asked. I recall that Elizabeth was quite surprised by that. Oh, I'm sure I was always in love with her. I just hadn't realized it until I saw her again at the assembly that night. That simple? Darcy asked. Well, what more do you expect? I might not be as simple of a soldierly man as Colonel Fitzwilliam. Bingley laughed and shoved the officer in the shoulders as he said that. But Jane has always been my dearest friend, and I could not imagine being happier than I am now that we are married. So yes, that's simple. Darcy took his turn again, and this time he made a perfect shot. He handed the cue back to Colonel Fitzwilliam, who only made a mediocre shot. A small smile started to cross Darcy's face. Come on, continue to leave me opportunities. I still think, Bingley added as he watched Colonel Fitzwilliam line up his next shot, that it would have been great fun for all involved if you two did a double wedding. Darcy winced at the thought. No chance, Richard said as he grimaced at the billiard table. This time he'd simply missed. No chance of Darcy doing that. He's made great progress in this whole cultivating forgiveness mission which Elizabeth set for him. But there are limits. There certainly are, Darcy replied with a growl, and almost without thought he nailed a difficult shot that scored 3 points. And see now what you've done, Colonel Fitzwilliam said. He plays best when he's annoyed. He's been thinking all night about Miss Elizabeth, so he hasn't been able to hit the ball right to save his life. And now, thanks to you, he made that shot. I don't even know how he got all 3 balls into the pocket. And I watched him do it. Bingley laughed. Blaming me now? I certainly shall. But watch. Colonel Fitzwilliam lined up, shot, and frowned. That did not put the game away. Still, would it not have been more convenient for your families? And you and Lizzie are going to go to London for just a week as a honeymoon, before coming back to Netherfield for the second wedding. And do you mean to say, Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed, that you would prefer if you had your house to yourself? What? No. Bingley waved his hands wildly. I love all company. All of it. Do not mind any of you being here at all. Stay a decade. 2 even. Not a problem for me. Another turn and they had nearly reached the end of the game, and Darcy decided that he would go to sleep and dream of Elizabeth after it was over, rather than playing another round with his cousin and Bingley. He felt deep in his bones, every time he thought about it, that he was completely and utterly happy. And tomorrow he was to embark upon the happiest period of his life with Elizabeth as his wife. God had been very good to him. Darcy took his shot. The ball bounced 1 ball into the pocket, but didn't quite hit the other right, and it landed sitting next to the pocket. Darcy frowned. This left enough room for Colonel Fitzwilliam to make up points to win without any spectacular play on his last shot. His cousin was winding up for the last shot, and if he made it, despite Darcy's good play over the last few turns, he'd win the game. Suddenly an idea occurred to Darcy. With a smile, Darcy turned to Bingley. Bingley, would you poke my cousin for me as he takes the shot?" "What?" Colonel Fitzwilliam exclaimed as Bingley started laughing. "I thought I might myself begin to experiment with unconventional stratagems. I merely am following the sterling example of my older cousin." Of course you are." "Well, Bingley?" Darcy asked again. Bingley stretched his palms and wriggled his fingers. "Excellent. Richard, it is time to discover if you are immune to unconventional stratagems." Afterward. So I hope you enjoyed this novel, or hated it. Either way, you should leave a review explaining what you thought about it to help other people learn about the book and decide if they might enjoy it. In terms of influences, Prideful and Persuaded, a Jane Austen crossover romance by Bethany Delman, which I read in January shortly before plotting and outlining this novel, was probably the biggest. It is one of the rare other books with a sympathetic, though also fairly silly, Caroline Bingley. She then marries the extremely silly Sir Walter from Persuasion. I already had an idea that had been sitting in my file folder for a year or two, where Mr. Bennet and the Bingleys' father were business partners. The initial idea of that was to have Darcy dragged into some hilarious hijinks by Colonel Fitzwilliam that ruined his reputation. And as a result, the wealthy Bennet father is absolutely unwilling to allow Elizabeth to marry that man. That still sounds like a fairly fun idea. However, what you just read clearly wasn't that novel. Somehow, over the course of planning it out, I gradually began to find the interesting core of the idea. A tension between best friends, and a set of questions about redemption, wrongdoing, and how to think about someone who you love who did something wrong. The novel as a text has a clear answer to this question, that Caroline should be forgiven by Elizabeth, and to an extent by Darcy. But that isn't necessarily my personal answer. It was sort of the answer that the story, driven both by a combination of the needs of the plot and driven by Elizabeth's determination to not let go of her best friend, gave. I am confident, from having read lots of reviews of Pride and Prejudice variations, that there were at least some readers who are strongly of the viewpoint that Caroline should have been permanently excluded from the circle of happy people, no matter what. And I suppose my actual personal answer to that is something along the lines of, "We have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God." And people are a wide variety of things. There is a common tendency in P&P fanfiction to make especially Lady Catherine and Caroline Bingley into crazy and insane people. I suppose I've always liked writing the villainous characters as less villainous, except in The Trials. Lady Catherine totally was in full villain mode. I had fun writing that novel. And this version of Wickham was also a fully villainous character. But he wasn't exactly crazy. This was a version of Caroline Bingley who, while very flawed, also had her virtues. I currently don't have any other Pride and Prejudice books that are in production, and I'm not going to start another one for at least a month or two, since I have a fantasy novel project that I'm in the middle of working on. However, I currently hope to write another book near the end of the year, and to finish it around December or so, which would have it come out early in 2023. However, if you want to read a bit more of my work, I wrote a free 12,000-word story that is exclusive for people who sign up to my mailing list. If you have any trouble downloading the story, or just want to say hi to the author, feel free to email me at timunderwood9
elizabethanddarcy@gmail.com. Though I'm usually more prompt and reliable in replying to I need help emails than to happy fan letters. But I really do appreciate it when I hear from those of you who love my books. And I even appreciate the person who once pointed out to me that women have a scent in the Regency and not a smell. I really should have replied to her, and if she wanted to beta read my next novel. My first plan for writing my next novel is that I'm going to try thoroughly fleshing out an outline for my several times mentioned idea of a story where Darcy is turned into a dog, but it simply might not end up as something that I feel like writing. Also, there are plenty of opportunities for my plans to get disrupted, as my wife is pregnant with a due date in October. And while I think I can both do my part caring for an infant and keep writing, things might end up a bit busy for a while. I also want to remind everyone that we can make the world a better place by helping those who are in desperate need get medicine, food, and medical attention. And I'm reminding you all by simply copy and pasting what I wrote in my last novel to here. I'm already a bit stressed due to things related to the upcoming happy addition to my family. There are, of course, lots of other important ways to help, but donating to Doctors Without Borders every month is one of the ways I've chosen to help create a world that is just a little more like the one I would like to see. Doctors Without Borders is literally stopping people from dying, and it makes me very happy to know that part of my money, which started as your money, my dear readers, thank you, helps make the Sugaries examinations, immunizations, and provision of antibiotics happen. And it makes me very happy when I receive emails from my readers who want to tell me that they are also choosing to be part of making this world a better, safer, and healthier place for everyone. I try to match 10% of what I spend on things that aren't health insurance, as opposed to what I earn, each year on donations to effective charities as a version of the giving what we can pledge. This might be too much for many people, but we all can do something. So join me. Pick some amount of money that you feel comfortable giving up. This has been Friendship and Forgiveness, an Elizabeth and Darcy story, written by Timothy Underwood, narrated by Virginia Ferguson. Copyright 2022 by Timothy Underwood. Production copyright by Timothy Underwood.